this is monitoring. So I can... Test, test, test. You probably only have me in one ear at the moment. Mono. How's that? It should be on track 1 now, so hopefully that works. There we go. Yes, okay. Right, let's go back to the game. Now we've got to fix the fact that the game isn't coming up. Classic. Okay. I could fix by just going to desktop like that, but that's not ideal because you can see the notes in the background. I think what I might have to do is just restart the game. And in the meantime, you guys can look at what we're going to be doing a lot of today. Is this... Oh my god, the chat. What is the chat doing? There you go. This is the fun with... you can't really troubleshoot this stuff offline with Streamlabs anyway, or Stream Elements. Because unfortunately, it just doesn't show up if you're not live. So you got to do it all live like this. Fun, fun, fun. Okay. And now if I restart the game, that should hopefully work. It has been about a year since I last streamed, so I've forgotten everything, basically. Okay, so if we switch back to the game, is that going to capture? No. Yes. Nice, okay. Finally we're going. So, today's stream, you can use, as it says on the screen there, we lost the chat when the game comes on. How does that even make sense? There you go.
As it was told to me by the son of old Khmer these many years ago.
We'll get into the lore later. Today's stream is very technical. As you can see in the description, we're breaking myths that about 3 people know of. And that is down to, if we go down to testing, you should see on my notes, if we flip over, there you go. We are testing all of these things that I've picked up in the player's guide, which is called the Battlespire Athenaeum, and the manual. And essentially these are lies, I guess, editing errors, oversights. Just need to check if any of the stuff makes any sense. Starting with the fun stuff though, we're going to be testing some builds from this player's guide, which are actually from when the PDF can load, because unfortunately this is an issue with image-based PDFs like this. It's just really slow. But these are the custom characters, kind of the recommended builds from the player's guide. They're actually from some famous names. You might recognize Bruce Nevsmith, Kurt Kuhlman, Gary Noonan. He's actually still an animator at Bethesda to this day. Don Nalazisti, I think, is just a game tester on this. I'm not sure if he did anything else for Bethesda. I need to look into that. But yeah, these are some famous names. They were all working as testers on this game. They weren't developers, except for Gary Noonan, who is one of the credited designers, as well. He did a lot of the artwork. Kurt was working on Red God at this time, but he was helping to test this game. Bruce was working on the 10th Planet, which I've covered on this channel. Never came out, so Bruce wasn't very helpful at Bethesda at this time, but he was at least testing some characters, and they are listed, from what I can tell, in the order of their names. So this would be Don's build, and then we have Bruce's build, Gary's, and then of course Kurt's at the end, and we're going to test each one and see which is the best. And these are essentially the best way to learn how to play the game, because they are from people who were playtesting the game. The actual default classes are completely broken. That's unfortunately just the way it is in these old games. I mean, I think I said the same thing in Daggerfall. In Arena, the case was you had to play with the default classes, but even then they weren't great. And then we've got the manual as well. So the manual is only incorrect in some places, but I can use my notes to get into that. But first, as we said, let's try out the four classes. I have played around, according to GOG, 20 hours of Battlespire, which is more than anyone should play. So I'm pretty experienced at the game. And because for that reason, I know that most of this stuff is already wrong just by playing it. Anyway, let's actually get through the game. That did a not capture. Okay, we're just going to use desktop capture because for whatever reason, DOSBox, if it gets minimized, is not going to have a good time. Some more troubleshooting. Fun. This will make it easier when we flip back to the notes because we can just Alt-Tab. Okay, that's probably about good enough. Might have to shrink that down. We'll see. Right, so this game is very different from Daggerfall in that you can already hear from the music. It's not got the same whimsy as that game. This is a very dark game. This music is actually outsourced to another firm that was actually based in Maryland. And there's like 9 CD tracks, and they just repeat. They're about 3 minutes long. So we're going to get used to the same tracks over and over. We're going to start with... Let's flip back over to this. Oh, that is interesting. The game capture is working again. Okay, we just got to let it go for a few seconds, I guess. Because if we switch over back to this, we're going to start with Don's class, which is the perfect archer mage. This is essentially from playing the game as well and using custom classes. This, what I've discovered, is the best kind of class to use. Range is super strong in this game, which is ironic because range was pretty terrible in Daggerfall. They actually fixed the range problems in Daggerfall in this game, notably being that there was no feedback from arrows, and there is in this game, and we'll get into how that works, but it's a kind of a janky method of making it work, but it does work at least. Okay. So, as I mentioned, this stream is going to be pretty much just doing this for a while, so it's going to be fairly boring. Actually, for the time being... See if we can do side by side. Nah, that's probably going to be too small on stream. I'll do that on my screen. You guys can just watch that. Because I'm going to have to side by side them. So there's a lot of reading making this class. We're going to call this class... Well, we're calling the character Don. And Mr. Daedric Crescent Blaze. Yeah, there was actually one in Morrowind. Kind of a reference to this game. That is what Gary Noonan, the animator on this game and still an animator at Bethesda, he said that was his favorite weapon in Morrowind for that exact reason that it came from Battlespire. Gender doesn't matter in this game at all. Actually, gender differences, I need to check on this, but I'm pretty sure they didn't apply in Daggerfall either, so that was a Todd invention. Todd, the old sexist rascal. I'm gonna go with male. Race is where the difference is. So we're going to go with Red God, it says here, for the plus 10 bonus to missile and long blade. As you can see down here. This is actually interesting that there are some decent changes. I say decent. There are changes made from Daggerfall here. So, some like... well, never mind. I'll have to bring this up in the video. It says completely immune to paralyzation. Now, paralyzation... actually, it is in the game. But all of these immunities, they are not. Any kind of racial differences that aren't in these brackets, the actual skill bonuses, none of this is true. So if it mentions anything here that isn't in these brackets, it is not applied. It's one of the many jank parts of this game. That comes down, I guess, to its 9-month development cycle. 12 months if you count. There was 3 months making a design document and then actually 9 months creating the game, of which the last 2 more or less looked like they were bug fixing, and there was still a bunch of bugs, which is classic Bethesda. I have turned on the child guard YouTube, so if you think this looks like something that is meant to be a loincloth, for whatever reason the shadows in that area make it not look like a loincloth, but it is. This is also the first full facial custom... Well, I say full facial customization of some degree until Oblivion. They actually removed, you know, the ability to change your face slightly. Come Morrowind, you only had a selection of faces to choose from. In Battlespire, you can actually customize it to some minor degree. Just randomize. I want that sad face, because there you go. He looks like he's having a bad time. What you don't want to do is click existing classes, because these are all terrible. We'll get into that later, but you can actually look through the manual to see the problem. The recommended builds in the player guide say that you should have around 60 to 100 HP. Pretty much none of these go above 50. That's immediately a massive problem. Scamps, I think, hit for 10, so you can go down extremely fast to the easiest enemies in the game. These are essentially ported straight over from Daggerfall with some minor changes needed for whatever skills aren't carried over between the games, and they didn't make changes to balance it, which was stupid. But it's also because based on the manual, it's clear that they want you to go with a custom class like this, and they don't want you to use these. These can be seen as just pot in for players that they thought wouldn't use the custom class, which is a mistake on those players' behalf. You have to use the custom class. That's what this game is built around. This is the best part of the game. This screen, this is the only reason to play the game, is this screen. This screen in like the first level to test the build, that's the most fun. I really enjoy doing this, like testing the different builds. As soon as you get to level 2, the game drops off dramatically, unfortunately. Last time I saw Battlespire was in the Cantina video. He didn't have a good opinion of the game. I probably will share that opinion, although I will say that the game does have some highlights. I mean, notably this screen. There are some really interesting levels. The lore actually is really cool in this game. It ties in directly with the new games. You know, this isn't like, let's say, Arena, where it's completely overshadowed by the new games and it's only like brief mentions. This is like fully intrinsic to the lore. It's got the Soul Con, that's like brought into Skyrim. The Daedric characters, they first start in this game. Those are obviously carried through into all the later games. This is, it's not out of canon, you know, it is still referenced to, it is still part of the Elder Scrolls universe, whether it should be or not. And I find that really interesting for that reason, that this game is worth playing if you care about the lore. You get to talk to the actual Daedra. They act pretty much as they do in the later games. They kept that consistent. Some differences, like the Dremor now sound more demonic than they do in this game, but their personalities are exactly the same. They're still nihilistic. They still don't care about death. All of that is, you know, exactly the same. So you can play this game with modern lore knowledge and it will line up. That's really cool. Don't let Todd know your build variety. I was really wishing when researching this video that Todd actually would have one of his custom characters in the player's guide. That would have been amazing. Unfortunately, it's not there, and that's probably because Todd's style of gameplay, which based on other interviews is like a barbarian with a double side with you know, like a two-handed axe. Not very effective in this game. So Todd probably didn't enjoy it. I mean, at the time, Todd was working as the game designer, game director on Red God, so he wouldn't have had time to, unlike, say, Kurt Kuhlman, which I think was just working on lore at this time, so he did have time to become a playtester. Anyway, let's actually get to making it. Archer Mage. We're just going to copy this exactly from the guide, so this will be a bit boring. As we go, I'll explain why I like this so much. So, everything's based around these points. This is your currency. It's the only currency in the game. There is no merchants or anything like that. It's all based on this screen. You see the screen another 7 times in between levels. That's when you level up. You level up once per dungeon level, and as you progress into the dungeon deeper, you level up as you go to the next area. As you can see, everything has a value, everything has a cost, and this is fully customizable into certain limits. So something like, well, all the attributes can go up to 75 on this screen and down to 10. You can, of course, raise them up to 100, but that's just not possible on this screen for balancing reasons. While it does take a lot of time, you can make some extremely overpowered or really cheesy builds by taking advantage of this, by lowering all of your attributes down to 10, which has to be done by clicking one at a time. That's old game design for you. You know, arrow keys would be great here, or just the ability to hold down left click, but you can see your points can go up, and all of these are used to buy things. You can buy immunity to all magic. This should essentially make you invincible. It doesn't, because these are bugged. It's Bethesda. Unfortunately, these are meant to be, according to the manual and the player's guide, full immunity, 100%, nothing will hit you. That's not the case. You will get hit. Unfortunately, as I've learned, I thought, oh, I'm going to break the game, I'm going to do this. I got to about level 3. I don't know why. I was trying to think at the time, maybe they cast like a Dispel magic spell on me, but I don't think that would affect your immunity. But for whatever reason, by about level 3, the spells will start hitting you again, and you're absolutely screwed, because to do this, as you can see, it's very expensive, and you'll make your character very useless to actually make it work. So unfortunately, stuff like that does kind of harm this character creator, because if that was like, God, this helmet's not going to stay on, on my head, instead of keep falling off. Unfortunately, that does make this character creator not as fun as it could be, just because you can't make fully balked builds, and for that reason I don't even want to use immunities, because it's like, what's the point? Resistance does the same thing. What actually is immunity is this, spell absorption. Spell absorption does absorb, from what I can tell, every spell, as long as you don't have 100% magicka. If your magicka is lower than the highest it can be, then you will absorb every spell that hits you. This is immunity in my testing anyway. This isn't. Actually, you can see this as maybe being like 75% immunity. That's not how it's meant to work. It's meant to be 100%, but it doesn't work that way. So anyway, let's actually go through this Archer Mage build. So we choose Red Guard, and then we're going to go plus 10 in both missile... Oh no, that's for that reason. I first choose my spells, which will determine the magic school I will need. Yep, let's do that. Everything costs money on this, so this includes spells. And you can only pick spells on this beginning screen, but although you can find them in the game, there's a random loot pool in the game. The spells are extremely rare. I've found in 20 hours of playing the game like 3 spells, and they were not useful whenever I've actually found them, so it is what it is. He's going to take cause damage, and we're also going to take healing, which actually all of these custom builds take. Everyone takes healing. It's one of the best ways to heal up. There is no resting in this game like in Daggerfall, which makes the difficulty much higher. So this is one of the only ways to increase your health other than enchanted items and potions, of which are limited and based, again, kind of on a random pool of loot. There are non-randomized loot that's static to every area, but most of them aren't that great. And because there's no merchants, there's no need to hoard them, there's no need to sell them. So it does make you kind of reliant on the randomized pool of loot, which is good from a rogue game kind of perspective, if you like that roguelite aspect. But you would rather play a good game that had those elements rather than Battlespire. Anyway, let's take these two. Also, like, this UI is very janky. So you would think, okay, now I've picked my spells, how do I get out of here? I thought you'd hit cancel, but of course, as that says, no, that cancels everything and you've lost all those steps you've taken. Instead, you have to hit exit. This should maybe be green. It's just, you know, minor stuff. I'm not even going to bring up nitpicks like that, but it does make navigating this screen a bit of a nightmare. Okay, so we got cause damage, we got cause health. We're done there. Same again, exit. So that's our spells chosen. Ethereal is essential. Hang on, how is this written? I'm going to switch back. If I switch over, they should make this a bit more clear. So he's saying like he's going to pick the 2 basics or cause damage and healing. Ethereal is essential. Okay, so he's kind of picking... You do need to read through it all. So we're actually picking war spells. Cause damage, healing, ethereal, monster summoning. Okay, that's it. I appreciate that these are written how, I mean, they probably just emailed Don and be like, hey, Don, send us your best build, and then they copy-pasted it. But it's not easy for following when you're on a live stream. How dare they not think of that? Let's back over to this. That should change, by the way, on the screen. It looks a bit weird. There you go. It just takes a while for DOS to catch up. Krendal's video was great. Yes, it was. Very helpful. Victor, I don't know why your message was deleted. I'll look into that. That is weird. I do have some minor chatbot stuff on, but it shouldn't be affecting... yeah, it shouldn't be deleting randomly unless you did something pretty egregious. I can't see why you would. Sorry about that. If you did, I didn't see it. Yeah, I've got no banned phrases. Let's turn off a few of these overzealous protections. Sorry about that, Victor. I think it might have caught you for spamming, which I don't want people getting banned for chatting. That's obviously not the point. Okay, that should be fixed now. Sorry about that. It should still let you message. I think it just deleted your messages. That's annoying. The fun of streaming. You don't know what's gonna always crop up. Yeah, it might have timed you out as well. Sorry about that, man. Only for a few seconds, I think. Yeah, just looking into it. My bad. Okay, back to the actual stream. We need to add more spells, which are Monster Summoning and Ethereal. Monster Summoning, this is also the first game in the series to actually have this, Conjuration, as it would later become known. It works exactly the same as in those games, except it's random. You don't know what monster you're going to spawn. You will spawn one monster of some kind that's available in that level. So in level 1, it could be a Scamp, a Vermai, which was later renamed to the Hunger in Morrowind, or it could be a Dremora, and then as you progress through the levels, it can change what monster it is. Okay, we want Etherealness. And that's it. Those are our 4 spells for this build. Exit again. And he used those to inform what type of magic we're going to be using, which will be Destruction, Thaumaturgy, and Restoration. Missile is the most important skill, followed by Destruction. Okay, so let's pop these in as he says. Missile, then Destruction. Interesting that you put Destruction up here. I guess we are going to be using cause damage a lot in this build. Normally, I would put something like Restoration up here, because Restoration, you get the healing spell, of course, but there's also a damage spell through Restoration called Vampirism. So you get the best of both worlds. Okay, and Longblade. This is pretty common, again, that you would see 2 weapons up here in the primary, because once you run out of arrows, of course, you want to have a weapon. Unfortunately, or I guess they weren't aware of this when they were playtesting it, I found if you're going to take Missile, what you can use instead of something like Longblade or Axe or whatever is just use a Javelin. A Javelin is a melee weapon that works via the Missile skill. So you can have the best of both worlds, and you don't have to waste points on an additional skill. Actually, haven't played Battlespire yet. Is resist paralysis a big thing like in Arena? Well, as I mentioned earlier, actually, so there is paralysis in the game, I'm pretty sure, but the High Elf, while it does say that there is paralysis, it does resist paralysis, like in Arena, like in Daggerfall, it actually doesn't apply. Like, it doesn't, it's not actually a part of the character's race. None of the races have any intrinsic differences like that, other than 2 actual skills. So yeah, resist paralysis would be good, but the High Elf doesn't have it, and there's no way of actually resisting it yourself other than using a Dispel spell. Okay. Next, we need to pop Missile and Destruction at 50. And the plus 10 for picking Red God will apply after we finish this screen, so that will be 60. And we put the Longblade at 35. And Destruction at 50 as well. Okay, we need Intelligence for mana, of course. Okay, and Don says he pots its Intelligence at 60, his Agility at 60. Agility affects to hit chance, so that's where you want that. And Willpower which is, I believe, the damage that spells will do. Or at least it's the... Actually, from what I remember, let's switch over. We switch over to my notes. I think if I go over to manual... Willpower. Willpower apparently affects the ability to successfully cast and resist the effects of spell. Yeah, so this is what it says in the manual that it does. There is no formula in the player's guide that informs this. There's nothing to say that this is actually the case, so I don't know if this is true. As far as I know, you can't fail to cast a spell. As all my testing has done, you actually can't fail one, so I need to check that, and that's why it's in testing. Again, does not contain any formula for this, which I've spelled wrong. Yeah, so we'll be looking into that for sure. Based on that, willpower doesn't actually do anything except, and this is pretty important, what willpower does do is inform the cap of the skill, that it governs. So you see, destruction is governed by willpower. Because of that, the cap for this skill is whatever the actual willpower is set to. So when we level up at the end of level 1, if this was, say, set to 50, we could never get stronger at destruction than whatever that is. So that's the only reason it's being increased here, as far as I can tell. Yo, Jwlar, I'm going to bed. I wish I had caught this sooner, but just wanted to say I can't wait for the future video. You're going to do a really big one. Yeah, it should be about 3 to 4 hours. It's a slightly smaller game than something like Arena or Daggerfall, so it might be a little bit shorter. Depends how much of it I want to cover in depth. But yeah, about 3 hours. Should be pretty big. Thanks for checking in. Right. Get back to what we were doing of filling in this character sheet. Take Thaumaturgy and Restoration. Restoration and Thaumaturgy. Thaumaturgy? No idea. And we're going to set those at default. Oh, set them at default 20. I love that when you paid for a player's guide and you want to know the best classes, and he sets this and he says, the rest don't matter. Brilliant. Since I dropped them all down to 5. Fair enough. So the rest, we're just going to be siphoning away the points away from them so we can afford a better build elsewhere. So that's what we're doing. So apparently it doesn't matter. Take whatever you like. Let's take ones that we will probably actually use, because you can still level them up in Elder Scrolls fashion of you use them and they will level. So say something like jumping, when it's set to 5, if you jump, I don't know, 2 times in the game, you'll level up. Or like the jumping skill itself will level up, which will have some advantages that we can use with bugs later on, which is, you know, it's cheating, but it's a very difficult game, so I don't feel that bad about using bugs. But one bug in particular means that when we come to level up, we will be able to siphon points from this again to spend elsewhere, which is not intended, but, you know, that's an oversight. Actually, backstabbing really only works if you're using stealth, so let's not take that. Take some more magic, maybe. Stealth in this game as well is actually fixed from Daggerfall. In Daggerfall, stealth was checked every second, essentially. Actually, I think it's less than that. So you could always pass a stealth check randomly and you would level it up. In this game, it works like in the later Elder Scrolls games. You actually have to physically go into stealth mode, which means it's just not very helpful unless you want to play that kind of build, and if you do, you're a masochist, because this game is not conducive to that kind of playstyle. Okay, he also sets his strength to 60. I know this is going to be very boring, but unfortunately, that's how these old school UIs work. Once we get into the game, though, that's when it will get exciting. And we're out of points. Well, he doesn't tell you what to do if you run out of points, so that's we're going to have to work that one out. He drops his personality down to 25. There you go, that's where we're going to get some. Personality is only used for chatting with the Daedra. According to the official README that came with the game, That is the intended way to play the game, is not to play it as a fighting-based dungeon crawler, but actually you're meant to talk to everyone you can, learn as much as you can, which sounds great in premise. Unfortunately, there's not a lot to learn. There's like only, I don't know off the top of my head, but let's say there's 200 voice lines in the game, spread across 8 levels. You do end up hearing the same stuff over and over. So that sounds great in premise, but in like actual playing it yourself, you don't need to talk to them too much. And what personality will really change is how often they talk to you, or how often they will accept your, when you click on them to talk to them, how often they will actually accept that, as well as I think it might affect what voice lines you can, or what dialogue choices you have with certain boss characters. Not that important. The game has been built for you to go in arrows blazing, so to speak. So it's not like it's the end of the world if you don't have a good personality. Right, personality down to 25. He also, Don says here, I also gamble a bit by dropping my luck down to 40. Haven't seen the drastically hurt him yet. Yeah, it wouldn't, because luck, as in the later Elder Scrolls game, is only affects things very minorly. It is in the to-hit chance calculation, but it has a tiny percent difference change to that. So honestly, you could probably drop this down to 10 and you wouldn't notice too much going wrong in the game. But we're going to follow his build as he says. Next, increase magery 3 times. Really important. That is essential for any kind of build that wants to use magic, because the magic pool in this game is very small, and because there's no resting like in Daggerfall, you cannot increase your magery, or you increase your magicka, sorry, without potions or enchanted items, and those are quite rare, so this is essential. You can use something like regenerate spell points, which you think would be amazing, but because there's no resting in the game, that works in real time, and the real time is very, very slow. God, this helmet is useless. The real time is very slow, so unless you want to leave the game running for like 30 minutes as you go do a chore, this, as well as regenerate health, it's just not really worth taking. Okay, he eliminates all but missile and long blade from the forbidden weapons. That gets us some points. These are disadvantages on the right, advantages on the left. And that's how we're going to get some extra points here. And he doesn't do anything else here. I'm surprised. So what most of the other builds do, they would something like forbid certain types of armor, especially like Daedric, for example. You're not going to be finding that until the last 2 levels, so you can definitely drop this down. What this actually means as well, this might be a bit confusing. This doesn't mean the forbidden material is mithril. This means the forbidden material is mithril and anything above it. So if you take forbidden material mithril, it means mithril, adamantium, ebony, orcish, and daedric are all forbidden. So, when I first started playing this game, I was like, oh, I can just forbid iron, because I'm going to go immediately start using steel. No, this means you pretty much can't use any armor in the game. That's a very big mistake to make. So that's good to keep in mind. The same way it works with forbidden armor. If it says forbidden light, that doesn't mean, oh, you can still use medium and heavy. That means not everything but light, which actually is very confusing, of course, because it says forbidden armor, light armor. No, that actually means forbidden armor, medium and heavy, not light armor, because you have one more, which is no armor allowed. These definitely could have been explained a bit better. I would, part of my argument would be, oh, you should read the manual, and that's where you'd learn that, and that's true for Daggerfall. Not true in this game, because the manual is just wrong in loads of places. So how are you meant to know where it's right and where it's wrong? Yeah, that's why this game has the reputation it does, because lots of the old school mentality of like, oh, read the manual, oh, do this, oh, do that, doesn't necessarily help you, because it's lots of mistakes. There's a ton of mistakes are in this game because of its 9-month development span. Turns out you shouldn't rush out games. Who would have thought? Okay, next, he likes to buy the best bow he can. That's also one of the really cool things about this. Because there's no merchants in the game, I guess they had to do this. You can buy equipment during character creation. So let's get some clothes, which are free. As you can see, this is just a cosmetic. Get a nice cape. We've already got pants. He likes to get the best bow he can. These are pulled from a random pool, but there's only a certain selection of items they can be. So You're not going to get, say, a Daedric bow, but you can get, as you see here, an Elven short bow. He says the best bow that he can. He doesn't specify if it's a normal bow or an enchanted bow. Reading the readme, my guy is thorough. Oh, yeah, I get into everything. The readme is actually really humorously written. I'm pretty sure it's written by Ken Rolston, because if you look at Ken's forum posts, they line up in writing style. Very funny. You know, there's multiple sections where they're like, oh, you died? That's like skill issue. Essentially saying like, oh, skill issue, get better at the game. Stuff like that. Which is funny, but it wouldn't be funny if you had died quite a lot and you were looking at the readme to try and learn. But one part of the readme actually says that cheesing the game is the strategy you should use. It basically says, oh, hey, if you're struggling, just run past all the enemies. Just run past everything. You don't have to fight most of them. You know, just be extremely passive, run around like a little scampering rat, and that's how you can survive. So, and it says you can do that because Daedra are stupid and they will miss their spells, which is essentially saying our AI is not very good, and they will miss their spells quite a lot. And you can use that to your advantage, and we will be doing it against the Dremora, as particularly the Dremora from level 1 will hit you with extremely powerful spells, but those spells, I'm going to see if I can flip this helmet, because this is not staying on my head very well. Those spells will hit you for a ton of damage. Fortunately, the Dremora have a penchant for hitting them at their own feet and killing themselves, which is good for us. So this is what I was mentioning earlier. A Javelin is under the same school as Missile. So if I was going to make my own build and not follow this one, I would just take Longblade out and take a Javelin. Then you have your melee option, you have your Archer option. You don't have to have Longblade as well, but let's follow this as he intends. Just to see if, you know, if this player's guide, which people spent $50 on at the time, which was about the price of the game, you know, you're doubling up your game cost, if it was actually a good, worthwhile investment. And this isn't like a third-party thing either. This was official. This was actually in the README. It says, essentially, like, hey, if you're dying a lot, skill issue, buy the player's guide. Which is, you know, pretty scummy, but that's what happens when the company that makes the game makes the player's guide. It has an incentive to make the game too hard. You can see here as well, chest, which might seem odd for your equipment, but there you can carry chests or baskets or bags along with you to help organize your equipment. I would much prefer the inventory screen to have that built into the inventory screen itself, but it's kind of cool. Unfortunately, the chest isn't worth it because it's very heavy. You already have a limited weight anyway that you can carry, so you don't want to waste that on something like that. Okay, so he says the best bow, as many arrows as we can, and then he takes a decent sword and he puts the rest of his points into hit points, which are called wounds. Doesn't really make sense, but the reviews pointed this out. You know, the more wounds you have, the more health you have, where that sounds like it should be the other way around. You'd think, if I have more wounds, I'm more injured. No, that's not what that means. Why this doesn't say health, like it did in, say, Daggerfall and Arena, no idea. Just wanted to be different, I guess. Some things, you know, part of me wanted to be like, oh, maybe it was a language barrier, because Julian wasn't from an Anglo-speaking country, but that wouldn't really line up because Julian was fluent in English, and also everyone else who worked on this game did speak English as their first language, so you can't even use that as an excuse. So how that fell through, no idea. So we want a longsword as well, which, did we even have a longsword? Well, we got a claymore, which is more strength-based. Our strength, oh, we did need to boost that up as well. Strength or... I'm looking at the costs I'm doing this. We can't pick a short sword because these are separate weapons like in Morrowind. The claymore is very expensive, but it does do a lot of damage. The broadsword does more damage than the silver. And where our excess points are going to health. So actually I'm gonna go for the cheaper one, 250. X out of here, we picked our equipment, and then we want to put everything else into wounds. That's a shame, our wounds are actually quite low there. He says, then I have a decent sword, and you put the rest of my points into hit points, at least 75. Don, your recommended build doesn't really work. Okay, so I'm gonna have to mess around with this now. There are no other arrows. Damn. Okay, so yeah, Don, your recommended build really doesn't work here. I'm gonna have to see if I can take... No, that's the cheapest sword I can take. Okay, well, there you go. Even the player's guide doesn't really line up because you can't get the recommended amount of wounds with the cost of spells and equipment. But there you go. Right, let's save that. Save your level 1 class. And let's go into the game. And this is it. We're finally in game. This is Battlespire. Let's make this full screen, which I have forgotten how to do. Yeah, that shows you hotkeys. Learned that for the first time. It's one of these F keys, I'm pretty sure. Nope. How have I played 20 hours of this? And I'm confused because normally it saves your settings, and I haven't had this UI up in ages. So I'm really confused on how to do this. Oh, here we go. Full screen on. Thank you. Why? There you go. This is how I like to play it. If you're wondering if the FPS is low, yeah, it doesn't get better than this. You can try and speed up the CPU cycles. Mine are at 105%. It does run at about 20 FPS, go up to 60 if you stare at a wall. And you'll also notice, you probably can't feel it in the same way I can, your movement speed slows down when the game slows down. Now that, it feels awful. And that also affects your jumping, which is used with this. Yeah, you know, this is the infamous thing with Battlespire. That's how jumping works, is following this. And because that's tied to your FPS, sometimes it doesn't go as far as the cone says. And I'm not sure if you can notice as well, it doesn't jump forward, it jumps diagonal. Which means, say, if you want to jump exactly where that cone says it's going to jump, you'll jump slightly off to the side and fall off the edge. Lovely. I thought these issues were to do with emulation. After reading the reviews, no, these were in the base game. That's just how they wanted to do it. Warhammer Darktide also has the wound stat that defines how often you can go down before you die. Was also very confusing. Yeah, I'm not sure why they've chosen that. It probably is a pen and paper tabletop thing that they decided they liked, but not a good choice, in my opinion. We've got the drag and drop paper doll from Daggerfall. We can put our sword in secondary weapon, our bow, we need to put our arrows and our bow. And this is how they fixed archery from Daggerfall. And I do mean that unironically. To that little target in the bottom, that's how they fixed it. And I mean, it works. That tells you you're gonna hit. And you didn't have that in Daggerfall, so you just didn't know if your arrows were hitting. There's very little feedback. So unless you had very high archery skill, you just had no idea if it was working. Here, you know, if you get that icon, you will hit. Let's go up and see what these guys have to say. Staring curiously at you, the scamp seems to wish to talk to you.
What? Man-flesh? It talks? What wants it?
This is Ken Ralston actually doing the voice acting. Let's see if I can increase the volume for you guys a little bit so you can hear what he has to say. Give me the keys out of this place or you'll be sorry, little monkey.
Keys? Keys in dark, nasty place near my tail. What? Look? See?
No, I'm okay. This line in particular was pulled out in so many interviews that Julian LaFay loved this line for how funny it was. Different, maybe we have different types of humor. I mean, it's pretty humorous. I think the most humorous thing for me, or at least that I find interesting, is that scamps are pretty much kept similar to this, like, I guess, personality throughout all the games. They don't speak as much in later games, unfortunately, but they still have this kind of devious little mini demon going for them, and especially into Morrowind, where they could talk, but they weren't voice acted. Okay, there you go. And now we can start shooting them, and you have to use your right click to that, not left click.
You Trinell thing? Rishal what Trinell thing?
Left click keeps you talking to them. Most of these, and this is what I was talking about earlier as well, that speech isn't that great in this game because you don't learn that much. So he's talking about Trinell, so this is it's implied, I guess, that we've asked about Trinell, which is our like, I guess, friend who's gone to the Battlespire before us. We're asking about where she is. He doesn't know. And then we can either say this, which this works as like inviting him to join my team, which does sometimes work if you've got a good personality skill. Not very helpful because scamps and the ones that will generally go to your side aren't that powerful, so it's not that helpful. This is just a chance to make him scared. He will run away, which does work. They will either run away into a corner and glitch out, and then they're not an issue, or they will run away for about 10 seconds and then come back and attack you, so it's only temporary. And then this is just full-on aggro, so we're just going to go with this one. And there you go. You can see they also fixed it by saying arrow hits, which it makes a massive difference because you actually know if it hits. And this is the rest of the game is doing this. There you go. Get some loot. As I said, it's randomized. You do get to pick up arrows, which is nice. You pick up the arrows that you shot. I'm not sure what the percentage is. Sometimes it seems like all of them, sometimes not. These sigils have, their use is that when you activate them from the inventory as an enchanted item, they cast Etherealness on you. Etherealness allows you to pass through everything except for solid objects. So you can pass through enemies, you can pass through spells. That's about it, actually. But that's pretty helpful, especially if you walk into an arena that has a lot of Dremora firing magic at you. Cast Etherealness, you literally can't be hit. That's very good. This is one of our Battlespire buddies that has died, unfortunately. And they've left some scrolls for us. So this is, they're pretty much all the scrolls act as lore. You can see that this is from Trinell, which is the friend we're trying to find. She's also a love interest, which isn't that obvious until near the end of the game, I guess. But it was that was a choice because Julian LaFay was, he said like he was quite sappy, he just liked having romance in the game, so that's what they chose that for. And it is based on the gender you pick, so that's one of the only things that changes. If you pick a male or female, will determine the gender of the person you're trying to save. Yeah, and these are just lore, essentially. She tells you kind of a little bit of what to do for the first level. You know, search around, slaughter things, steal, look at, just explore. You'll learn as you play. Now, I already know that this build's going to be good, because this is the build that I normally would use anyway. Kind of an archer that has magic. You always want to check these falling down their inventories, because the items are always helpful. And said that, we're going to drop those, because we don't need them. This is a hunger. Does he want to talk? He does. I'm surprised, actually. So, as you can see, they were called Vermai at this point. The only difference between how they looked in this and Morrowind is they had, like, the tongue sticking out. They actually did want to go with that for, there's some concept art for the Vermai that was looked more like the hunger in Morrowind, but I guess they decided not to go for it on this one. I've never managed to get them on my side, so none of this seems to be helpful. They are literally too unintelligent to understand what you want. They were meant to be more powerful in cut content. These guys were meant to be able to cast Chameleon, but Chameleon is cut, and instead there's only invisibility. So for that reason, they can't do anything. They just chase you down. They're meant to be invisible. Shirt of the Boneseer. This is also a choice they went with. All of the enchanted items have like unique names to them. And so you need to learn what these mean, which is one way to sell the player's guide, because that's where all that information is held. But also, you can find it in-game, come level 2, 3, and I think 6 or 5. There are scrolls that you can find that actually kind of tell you what these spells do, or you can just pay the money for the guide. I would look that up now, but I already know that Boneseer isn't that helpful, because I believe it helps you see invisible enemies. And there's not a lot of those. There was meant to be, as I just mentioned, but they decided against it when they cut the Chameleon skill. Like in any Elder Scrolls game, it is worth just jumping around everywhere, because you do get the skill increase, even if that doesn't really help you level up any faster. As you go around, you can see notes like this. You can click on them to read what they say, which does work like this, you know, blocks half the screen. That's nothing to do with resolution or anything. That is just how the game wants to work, and because of that, I didn't even notice this guy. Dremora often don't want to talk to you, and that's because there's limited voice acting. So the Dremora are one of the only enemies that do have quite a lot of voice lines, but only the ones that are like in set locations. Let's say the random mobs generally won't talk to you. These are the sacrifices made for voice acting, which I guess kind of carry through into Oblivion, you know? The Oblivion, the writing had to change from Morrowind because voice acting requires you to change how you want to write. Because you can't have too many voice lines, especially... Well, you can see there, I killed him in one arrow, and that is definitely because he damaged himself a ton with his own spell. Very smart. What isn't clear when they do that is whether they've missed the spell or if they've set it up wrong. So, the spell maker, which is not that one, this one. This is the spellbook / spell maker. You can actually change in this how the spells work. This is kind of the carried over version of the Daggerfall Spellmaker, though it's much weaker, and then you can't cheese it as much. As you can see, you can change how the spell works. So, this is on touch, this is on caster. Or, no, so it can set a single creature at a time. So, one of these is on caster? Oh, maybe, okay, never mind. I was going to say, is it... I'm wondering if they were setting the cause damage spell to be on caster, like you can see this one is on caster. But no, turns out you can't do that with cause damage, so that theory's out of the window. They are just missing. Somehow they are missing it. You can set this is an aura around you. I'm going to try and get the tooltip to work, but it doesn't look like... Sometimes it does, the tooltips just don't work as well. It's the part of the bugginess of the game. But this one causes a spell to get cast in a circle around you. I'm not sure if that hurts. Actually, we can just test that. Does that hurt you? We set this hotkey to F1. That doesn't even work how it's meant to work anyway. What the hell? Which one is... Maybe it's... This one works in a circle around you. No, that still fires a spell. Okay, well that's really confusing. We actually are gonna go over... And let's read some stuff up. We're going to go to the manual. Stretch this window out for you guys. Right. I was sure, because it does tell you in this how the spell book. Not spelt like that. Tell me how the spells work. In here somewhere. Yeah, okay, here we go. Caster's area. Fills an area with the caster in the center. That is what we selected. Well, there you go. The game just lies, I guess. Let's go back to the game. And we're going to pick this. Yep, that is the one. That should now cast around us in a circle. Clearly, that is not... Oh, well, it kind of happened then. We have wasted our entire magic of doing that, but yeah, okay. Somewhat broken? That's just the story of this game. Stuff like that, like, just doesn't make sense. That's why we have to do all this testing. Oh, that is actually some armor. We'll take that. That's a secret door. Hello, this is kind of like the deck arcane of this game. There was a bunch of concept art for this guy. They really focused on making him look a certain way and for everything. I don't know why, because he is literally just in this one level.
At last. Oh, joy. Saved. Saved. Oh, I knew you'd come. I waited so long in all this desperate, terrible nightmare.
Keep your voice down.
What? Do you know who you're talking to, you whelp? I am Clarentavius, the Emperor's chief artificer, and the only battle mage left alive in this power's forsaken wasteland.
That's pretty much true. He's one of the only friendly humans we'll find. Most of these, they all lead to the same thing. He's just going to tell you what to do. Once you do it and he's happy, you can get an item off him. It's essentially, he's just setting up the quest for this mission, for this level.
And bound to them, ensorcelled one of them. But I'm not. Now you're here, and safety, sweet escape, and an end to this nightmare, and the darkness. But where are the legions to cleanse this realm of its infestation?
No legions, just me.
No legions? Just you? And what use are you? Useless! All is lost! The Weir Gate is barred, and the Star Galley, that can only bear us deeper into the darkness and the madness. Well, that's the end then. Here, the password to my chambers is booster feeding. It's on a piece of parchment somewhere around here.
I'm glad they did that, so you don't actually have to remember it.
Chambers. Sever the last anchor and we shall be done. You will reach them through a mystic conveyor, if you can get past Methat, that is. You come strolling through here, you don't have a legion, and you know jack all. Nothing. Go to...
Okay, and that's all he exists for, is to tell you how to finish the level. So is this the password? Yep, both Stropheden. Let's take that. I think it's also here. Yes. Don't need it twice. It's just a battle axe. These are the anchors that we need to pot together, like that. If we sever all the anchors, the game will end. Or at least it's meant to end. I need to test that, if that works. But that's meant to be like the bad ending for this level. There's this. The 5 great anchors that moor the Battlespire in its place. So if you split all of these, what's meant to happen is that the game ends because you've taken the Battlespire's anchors and it floats away into oblivion. So while testing these builds, all I'm really testing is to see how fast we clear this first dungeon, if we have any issues. I'll say so far this build is very easy. I've not lost any health points yet, even though I've used up all my magicka. I'm not even worried about that because it doesn't look like we need to heal anytime soon. You can hear from those sound effects that they are really struggling to hit me. I mean, the first level is fairly easy anyway. The 2 hit chance for them is affected, based on the formula, it should be affected by agility. Our agility is decently high at 60, so yeah, they're not having any chance to take us down. These are our only issues. Well, it should be, as you see, if he didn't just fire his spells like that. It seems like what he's doing is firing his spells in the mode where it casts around him. But that's obviously not helpful because he's not right next to us. And this is also what happens a lot. This is a very common problem. They just get glitched out on walls like this, and then you can just kill them. Now this is obviously broken, but the readme does say to use strategies like this, to when you see an enemy that's too powerful, run away and attack them from a distance. It doesn't say wait for them to get stuck on the terrain, but it might as well have. It does seem to be the implication. I think that's why it's hard to really enjoy this game properly, because you are just kind of glitching your way through it. I believe this is another letter left by Trinell. Yeah, from Vitasha. He just tells you that the Weir Gate, which is the way back to Mundus, that's at this thing in the middle. As we get there. That's the Weir Gate. This is the way we came in. The way back is blocked by this sigil. The way through this sigil is through specific kinds of amulets. These kind of amulets that are called, you know, the sigil amulet, whatever letter it is. This one's Dote, and then it'll say of entry. So we need to find the entry one for this one. But the actual entry amulet itself is not on this level. You can't get out of the level doing that. Although that's what the game wants you to think you have to do. Instead, actually, you have to delve deeper into Oblivion. And eventually fight Mayroom's Dagon. Which, yeah, you know, it's a very similar story to Oblivion, the Elder Scrolls 4. The actual lore of this is that Jwlar Thon, the bad guy from Arena who took over the Emperor. This is during that reign, by the way. This is when the Emperor is currently under the control of Jwlar Thon. Jwlar Thon's trying to get Mehru's Dagon to come and take over Mundas. Very similar to the plot of Oblivion. It's part of the game Oblivion. So actually, all this game is about is delaying that plot by a few, not even that many years. Material isn't that essential because, as you can see, AC is all you have to care about. What material does is has a hidden modifier that adds +1 or -2. So, for example, Iron Cuirass, I think Iron is a -1 modifier. So this is actually an AC 4 Cuirass, but the Iron is negating that. The same, I think, as Silver is +1, so this is actually an AC 2, but with +1. For all that, we have to care about is that it's the same, so it doesn't matter. As far as I can tell, based on the player's guide, which might not be true, there is no difference in condition between the materials or anything like that, so it doesn't make a difference. The only difference that it does make is that AC is what determines if armor is light, medium, or heavy. So light armor, I believe, is 1 to 3 AC, medium is anything from 4 to 7, and then I believe heavy is 7+, or might be 6+. So for that reason, if you say gimp yourself and you say no heavy armor, then you will still have armor, you will still be able to use armor basically from the first or second levels, but at a certain point when AC gets too high, you just can't use it anymore. It seems a silly system. I much prefer how it is used in the later Elder Scrolls games, where medium, light, and heavy are actually specific kinds of armor tied to the materials and not just the AC price or the AC ability of the actual item. These ones want to talk to me for some reason. Now, I believe the only thing you can possibly do with the Vimai is make them scared of you, and that's based on strength, and our strength probably isn't high enough to do that. Yeah, see, I tried to say, like, oh, I'll hurt you, and then he's seen that as like, oh, you're gonna hurt me, and like, no, not me, you moron. I have to kill them. As you can tell by that horrific sound effect, that's them missing me. So this is a pretty decent build. It's based mostly on that high agility. It can't hit me very easily. This guy also wants to talk to me, but I'm not gonna let you. As per the readme as well, there are certain enemies in the game that have extremely high health pools. And the readme says this isn't a bug, that is just how some of them are. You know, some of them are just meant to be really strong. Skill issue, don't fight them. Which isn't helpful, because for me, I'd like to fight every enemy and kind of kill them so I know that the area is safe. Unfortunately, you will have to spend a long time doing that sometimes. It also seems to be randomized, because I have had it before where that Vermai that we just killed was one of them. We would have to attack him for like 5 minutes as a ridiculous amount of time. But he's obviously went down very fast, so that wasn't the case. Yeah, so this is definitely a very strong build. Nothing is able to hit us. I've actually not had a build quite this strong. Clearly, I need to put more points into agility. These are also the goal of this level, is to find these cogs. We need to find 5 of them in total to get to the next area. Silver dagger, getting comparable swimmer, that's pretty helpful. You always need more swimming for level 4, I believe. Hello everyone, hey, E.T. Gripper, welcome to chat. Victor, if you're still here, sorry that your messages got banned. Got deleted. I hope you weren't banned. The chatbot doesn't seem to be strong enough to do that. It should only be strong enough to time you out. So sorry about that, man. If you are still here, I have now fixed the chatbot, so it shouldn't be timing people out just for messaging. That's silly. We can try and get up here. I don't think our jumping is going to be good enough. No. The only thing that's up there is some pauldrons that help us. Ironically, I think they help you with your jumping, or it might be your swimming. Either way, we don't need it because we now have that dagger. The way enchanted items work is either on cast or from wearing it. So this dagger, for example. Oh no, we can't use this dagger, can we? Damn, okay, well this is useless actually. Enchanted items are only useful if you can equip them, and we can't equip that one, so that's a shame. But some of them work by wearing them. This is probably being used from wearing it, and some of them work as spells, and you can actually set a hotkey. So, for example, F2, and now when I cast F2, it's going to cast that sigil, and we're now ethereal. Actually, does that apply to all sigils? No, you have to manually set that. Okay, that's a shame. That would be cool if that automatically applied to the next one. But that's helpful for areas where we're going to be surrounded by enemies. You go ethereal, you can walk through them. It seems to be a failsafe to make sure that you can't get caught in a corner. This is the hardest point area. Yeah, this is the hardest hardest area of this level. If they don't hit themselves, you see he did a bunch of damage to us. That should be terrifying. But it's not, because he killed himself, and that is a very often case with Jwlar. Okay, we want our spellbook, which I believe I need to remember what I've set my hotkeys to. Very cool is that all the hotkeys are remappable. This is not the default controls. The default controls are based on the arrow keys, and jump is probably on J and all sorts of weirdness. But you can change it all, which is great. Okay, I've got spellbook on E. Let's go do that. E. Cure health. Let's pop that on F1. Yes. Overwrite. On myself, which is this one. This is the type of damage. See, the current element. So something like cure health, this doesn't make a difference. But you can set it from fire, ice, poison, electricity, or just raw damage or raw magic. So this is good for the spells like this. From what I remember, this is on touch. This hits a single enemy. There you go. Sets a single creature at range, or you can hit. I believe this is this multiple creatures? Oh no, this is the one around the caster. This is multiple creatures at range, and it affects the cost of the spell. The spell is how much the magicka costs. So this is obviously the most powerful kind of spell. Single one we're gonna use. I always set it to raw magicka because the only monsters that have immunity to any of these are the actual Daedra of that specific kind. So if you go to like a Fire Daedra, Ice Daedra, Frost Daedra, Lightning Daedra, they're obviously immune to their own kind of magic. But for everyone else, you might as well just use raw magicka, because based on the player guide, which might be wrong, they don't have any immunity to other than those specific Daedra. So none of that really matters. What that does matter, and a lot of this game is built around it, is the multiplayer, which we will be getting into in the next couple of weeks. I'm gonna take a break after this week, but then when we go back to test the multiplayer, that's where this is actually for. Because when you're playing against up to 8 people, players will set immunities and resistances. And that's when you're going to want to have a cause damage spell that you can flip on the fly. If you're attacking someone with fire and you realize, like, hey, that's not doing any damage, let's switch to ice or poison and see what that does. The actual single player mode, not really that helpful. Monster summoning, that is, as it says, that's just monster summoning. It's randomized, but it just it spawns any monster on the level. Etherealness, I don't know why I don't know why Don's gone for etherealness here, because the sigils are etherealness. The sigils, there are a bunch of them in the level. They're free to find, so this is not that essential, especially because it's so expensive. Like, look at that cost. That's crazy. Also, if you're wondering what this left one is, it's just the icon. Doesn't actually make a difference what you set there. Just for the spell maker. I'm late. I'm getting food. Sorry, Terranium. Yeah, that's my bad. I just realized I forgot to put it in the Discord link. We haven't found any of the sigils of entry yet, which is a bit annoying. We need one of those later. What we're going to do is we're going to heal, aren't we? There you go. Yeah, we can open one of these doors. There you go. Oh god. This is not cheating. This is legitimately what this is what the readme tells you to do. It says run away from enemies and let them kill themselves with their magic, because they're not very smart according to the readme. There you go. They also have a limited pool of mana. So it sees, yeah, based on him now chasing us, it seems like he's out of magicka. So we can just do this. There you go. Gaming. One downside of this build is does seem to be weak against magic. Masterful Swimmer. Oh, we can wear those as well. That's good. Okay, so we need those. Have you found out why they went with 3D weapons instead of sprites? Actually, no. That's a very good question. So the reason they didn't go with 3D enemies is because Julian LaFay didn't like them. He preferred to have a sprite that could be as detailed as the game would allow, rather than a blocky monster. He used Quake as an example, where like Quake, you know, they were like 12 polygons or something, so he did look like a bunch of squares. He didn't want that. He preferred that he could have sprites that look like, you know, this looks like what they wanted the actual character to look like, not just 6 rectangles bolted together with textures on them. So that was the reason for sprite enemies. The reason why they went for the weapons, I would just assume because they could look like what they wanted them to be. You know, this bow and arrow does look like a bow and arrow. It also has real-time shading on it, which was a big point of the advertisements. You know, they're saying how the lighting was so impressive. A lot of the previews mentioned that. And for the time, this is, you know, pretty impressive writing, on par with what something like Quake was doing at the time. So that's, I guess it's just something they wanted to show off, that they could have, you know, real-time lighting affect the weapons like that. Although it is very glitchy. And you couldn't do that with a sprite, I assume. Or not as well, anyway, because the entire sprite would go dark rather than just 1 or 2 edges. But no, I've not found anything else specifically that's mentioned. The reason why Archer builds are so strong, I mean, it's pretty obvious, I think, but it's because we can keep our distance. Okay, we've run out of arrows, so let's go use some more. How many do we have? 1. Nice. 1 arrow. That is the only weakness with these kind of builds, is that once you run out, you run out. Okay. Let's go back to my settings. What do I have my change hands switch to? Number 1. That's F1. It is also always awkward when the music just randomly cuts out. Sometimes, there you go. Sometimes a CD doesn't loop it. I say CD, I'm not, obviously this is a download, so that's not the case, but it was pointed out in reviews that for some reason the CD will sometimes just not loop the music. God, you can immediately see though why archery is so much better than melee. Look at that for gameplay. I love this animation though. Bonk. Bonk. It's partially because of the time it came out. Battlespire wasn't just 1 month apart from Quake 2. 2D sprites for the enemies remind people of Doom, which is 5 years old at that point. Well, yeah, that's why, you know, previews were saying that people asked, like, why aren't you using 3D models? Because 3D models are the future. And Julian LaFay was like, no. He understands that people are like, oh, 3D is the future, but he wants his enemies to look like what he wants them to look like. Like, this looks like the concept art, and that's what he prefers, rather than them being a bunch of squares. Which is fair enough. I mean, he was game director, that was his choice. They could have done it, because Red God proved that, you know, the engine could definitely run 3D enemies. It was just an aesthetic choice. And fair enough. Because these do look a lot better than, if you look at Red God, like, look at the Khajiit in Red God, and then compare it to something like this Dremora, that look, other than the fact it's got, like, only 8 directions, so that it looks a bit janky because of that. It does otherwise look exactly like the Dremora is meant to look like, not just a facsimile. They die by the sword. I need to check it out. But these are definitely pretty janky. Maki, I want to bonk you. Bonk. Nice. Shirt of Fire Heart. I think that's a fire... Okay, so if you double click an item, it should cast it. The fact that that's not casting tells me that it's instead an item that affects us somehow. So let's take a look at our character sheet. That's what we're at now. Let's put it on. None of those have changed. None of those have changed. It did nothing. Nice. It will have something set to it. You can always check the player's guide. Cure health, I'll take that now. Cause damage. That does as it says. You know, there's no poison in the game. You can't set a poison onto your weapon. It will just cause damage. These are the jump puzzles. We don't need to do those. Those are always almost always optional. There's a few later on in the game that are required, but they're pretty easy. They aren't worth doing because jumping is janky enough as is. Red God is beautiful jank. It's such a bizarre game in so many levels. Tomb Raider, but open world. I actually love the open world part of Red God. I thought that was really cool. Because you can just go off and do whatever you want to a point. You will get killed really easily. A DOS game in 1999. Yeah, I know. And they tried to hide it as well. They de-installed it. They had the Windows installer. And they tried to hide the fact that it was DOS. People were actually asking Julian LaFay, this is what we need. The entry. People were asking LaFay for this game, like, why is it still in DOS? And they said, oh, you know, it's because the game was developed on an older engine, but come Red God, it will be all based on Windows. Which was a lie. This is where most builds will die, because this is, as I mentioned, like some platforming is required, and this is one of those required ones. It's not too bad, though. Bonk. Bonk. The reason you want to go for the bonk as well is because it's got 1.5 times swing multiplier, so it's increased damage. It does have a lower accuracy because of that, though. The best, actually, is diagonal. But the diagonal are the most awkward to hit. Diagonal is 1.25 times damage, and only a slight accuracy loss. The base attack is this. This is 1 times damage, 1 times accuracy. Thrust has increased accuracy, but lower damage. Okay, I think we have... Oh, dear. How many iron arrows did we find? I know we found some. 11. Let's use those. As you can see, though, they got -1 damage, so between whatever your randomized range is between this, it's in the -1 off it. Can't help but think of the ultimate 8-pack platforming system with that weird pyramid jump thing. I mean, yeah, anything that has platforming from this era was... Oh, God! Don's build sucks because the jump-in is not good enough. Well, okay, well, that's Don's build. Tested. No, Don's build was actually pretty decent. Right. And that's how you die, and it will just kick us to DOS. There you go. That's what the game does when you die. Okay, well, that's Don's tested, so let's write some notes on that. Okay. Actually, we want to go to... Battlespire Athenium. Okay. Ew. Not that. Oh no. I forgot how to do hashtags on my Windows keyboard. I normally type on my laptop, which works differently. Because I think this is set to a different language. But for some reason my keyboard... Well, my keyboard's American, so it doesn't work on the European standard, which is a silly thing. Okay. Hashtag Windows American. It's meant to be Alt 3, right? Shift 3. No, that's... Oh, dear. Yeah, see, that's what I was doing, but that's the pound symbol. So it must be set as a UK one. It's UK? Left of the Enter key. Oh, it's his own key. Oh, there you go. Nice. Builds. Okay, so we're doing Don. How do you spell your name, Don? That. Okay. Archer Mage. Actually, let's do... Nice. Ranged is strong. Jumping weak at skill level 5, led to death. Also skill issue, because I did jump off the edge. That's where the cone was. Agility high. Dodged all melee. I think did I get hit in melee once in that? I think I only got hit by spells. No spell resistance at all. Oh, but to be fair, did use etherealness, so that's actually a skill issue for me, because we were meant to use that. Should use for dodging spells. Okay. Anything else I pointed out? I think this is pretty much it. Oh, longsword not needed. Should have used a javelin. Yeah. Should have used a javelin. Because the longsword skill level 35 was too low. We sucked at melee. I think that's all I have to say there. That's pretty much it. Right, okay, so Don's build was fine. Nothing special. Got me through the game just fine. I didn't die to anything, you know, actually to do with the difficulty other than this. But you could put that down as a skill level. Gotta go. We'll try to watch the other streams, but odd times for me because of the time difference. These will be VODs, right? Yes, they will. Retro Necro. They will be VODs on the second channel called Jwlar 2 TOO. It's, if you look at the posts, the community posts on the main channel, you can find a link to it. I'll also put links to it later in the week, just to say if you want to watch the VODs, that's where you can go. But yeah, they'll always be up there. Should be uploading tonight my time, like 5 to 6 hours after the stream finishes, because that's how long it takes for YouTube to kind of process the video in HD for me to download it and re-upload it. But yeah, check out the VODs. I use Obsidian to organize my RPG campaigns and making game design documents. Yeah, it's really helpful. I mean, I got all of this all linked together. It's going to look like a mess because I've not organized it. You can see it's just an absolute mess. You can see Making of Battlespire linked to everything. Obviously, Julian the Fae linked to everything because he's the game director. Ken Ralston, game designer. The manual, because the manual's meant to link to everything. But yeah, really helpful. Right, back to what we were doing. Okay, so that's Don's. Not bad. Next, we're going to do a Wood Elf character. This is Bruce Nevsmith's character. Let's get over to it. This music will be burnt into your brains by the end of today. What we'll start doing, actually, for our next... for this next one, we're going to start testing to hit chance. So this was the mind-melting dilemma I had last week. These are the formulas pulled from the player's guide. And this is the paragraph that goes along with it. So this, your to-hit roll is your to-hit roll. That makes sense. Your anti-to-hit roll. It explains that this is the probability that your opponent will hit you. I'm not sure that is necessarily correct. I think the enemy is actually rolling their own to hit chance. It's possible that this is also added onto it. Again, not clear because the player guide doesn't really tell you. This is all we have to know. Then we have the actual to hit, which is, as it would imply, seems to be your actual to hit chance. I thought that this was too low. Haven't just played the game then? Maybe it's not, because if I go to my sheet of calculations here, you can see when I've used the calculations as they're given to us, these are the ranges, which means the worst you can possibly be is a 46% chance of hitting. And that's really not that bad. Now, when we were playing then, we had, actually we can calculate this, so let's change this. We had an attack skill, our longsword was 35. Our luck was 40, our agility was 60, and we were using bonk, which is a 2 times multiplier. Oh, I think I said it's 1.5 earlier, it's actually a 2 times. The defense skill, we were fighting a scamp. Yeah, so that's correct. No, see, that doesn't line up. I don't think... Was it a 75% chance of hitting when we were using that? I said we also did horizontals. Like nearly 70%. That's what we're going to test on this next build. We're going to test this. Because that just doesn't seem right. Let's pop that back to the bottom. That, yeah, it seems wrong. What I almost want to do instead is use this as the to hit chance. Just the standard to hit. Because if we go based on that, see the standard to hit ranges from -1 to 130. Now if you add on the min-max, so instead, oops, broke the thing. If we instead go over here and we add that min-max in, there, that should work. Oops. Not if you start adding random values in. God damn it. Google Sheets, please. Stop adding random values where I'm clicking. Enter. Yeah, we want to do that. Cancel. Enter. Plus enter. See, if we have that capped. This is what I think is actually the to hit chance right there. This doesn't seem to line up, because that would mean at your worst possibility, 5% chance to hit. That makes sense. At the best, 95% chance. This seems to be a range that makes, you know, that, as I said, makes sense. This, less so. So, we'll start testing that. Just gonna go stand in front of some enemies and start trying to hit them. Right, anyway, let's do Bruce Nesmith. Name file. Bruce Nesmith. Is that the max limits of the... Okay, you can't actually type in Bruce's name because that is the max limits of the name. Wait, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's not do that because that would be 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 characters. That seems pretty... Well, 16 characters. That seems pretty low. Okay. Bruce Nesmith. Like that. Male... Right. What elf? Is there anything janky here? As we mentioned earlier, it says high elves. Immune to paralyzation. They are not immune to paralyzation in this game. That's a lie. These are copy-pasted from Daggerfall and have not been updated. Anything here? They are the cousins of high elves and dark elves. That's still true. Nimble and quick as wind. Because of their curious natures and natural ability, wood elves often become thieves. Whoa, racist. And I believe you want to actually say Khajiits there. Ooh, I like the scar. Nice. Let's go with that. Game footage looks... Oh, yeah, thank you. I forgot to change. There you go. My bad. Need to remember to change over. I'm still of the mind that it can refer to the deleted block skill. Yeah, so actually, we'll go back over. That's what Tronium has mentioned there, is that there was a deleted skill called Shield. So we were trying to understand last week what this defense means. So defense is a part of the calculation of the actual... Where is it? Of the anti-to-hit. So you see here it says defense skill plus agility plus luck. We didn't know what the defense skill was for a while. It turns out the UESP has the formula pulled out of the code. It just wasn't linked easily on the UESP, because the UESP for Battlespire really isn't that well maintained compared to the other parts of the site, and I can't blame them because it's Battlespire. So, the defense skill based on the UESP is this formula, which is based on the image file. That's right, that means that we go in here. These image files, you know, helmet 500, helmet 501, now those determine the defense of the item. Seems like a really janky way of doing it, but that's how they wanted to do it. Why didn't they use these numbers instead, which is this is the actual AC number of those items? No idea, but there you go. That's how it's done. So there was a cut block skill. If we use that cut block skill in the calculation, unfortunately it doesn't make much of a difference because it still equals this, it's the to hit, the actual to hit. It's a really similar range. And because the range really is based on the normal to hit calculation, the anti to hit, even on using the UESP calculation, doesn't make that big of a difference. And the actual to hit is 50 plus to hit minus anti to hit divided by 2. That division by 2 makes this second number so low that it just makes the range doesn't make sense to me. I just don't think that's correct. But yeah, with the cut block skill, which would be hilarious if it actually is the cut block skill, just because that's really funny to think that they've got a formula in the game that doesn't work because one of the skills needed is cut. So I've set, I've tried it with 0 because the skill's cut, so the actual code can't pull on anything. So it's just using basically luck divided by 10 plus agility divided by 5. Or it goes to a default value. So the default would be 50. Still, if we do it, set it to 50, this range makes a lot more sense. 23%, that sounds possible, right? 1 in every 4 hits you hit. It's just that 75 seems too low. If you're going to have your to hit chance capped at 5 to 95, which is mentioned in the player's guide, why would the range be like this? You would think the range would go higher, but this does line up as being a more realistic range than the worst it could ever be, being essentially 1 in 2 every other hit you hit, which doesn't line up. So yeah, it would be funny to think that it's based on a skill that is cut from the game, though. Why would what elves become thieves when when they would more likely become archers? That's rangers. That's a very good question. You got to bring it up with Ken was the designer on this, so he probably wrote that little lore snippet. If it isn't just copy pasted from Daggerfall, I need to check that. It's also possible that there is something else happening with the math. Yeah, I think it's what's likely is that what we're looking at, or what we've been given in the player's guide, is the design formula. Because Ken mentioned in an interview somewhere that the player's guide for Daggerfall was hard to write because there wasn't a design document, whereas the player's guide for Battlespire was much easier because they did have a design document, which to me implies that it's much of it is copy-pasted from what they were using when they were designing the game. The design formula probably isn't the formula that was actually implemented by Julian. It's probably similar, but there was probably, there's some changes made, there's some caps, some ranges shifted somewhat to fit better within that 5 to 95% range. That's entirely likely. As we've seen, the defense skill was based on an image file, so clearly some janky stuff was going on here, and that's probably the case again with these formulas. What's weird is that when Ken was running the formula, he didn't notice that there was this weird range, but again, we don't know what his defense skill numbers he was working with. If we base the defense skill on a mythical number that Ken was working with when he made up these formulas, it probably does work, so who knows. The weird one. LeFay mentioned that Ken Ralston wasn't as good at numbers as Bruce Nesmith. Bruce Nesmith did go on to ruin Skyrim's magical system and skill system and everything system, so take from that what you will, but yeah, both pen and paper guys, both LeFay sung their praises. They said they were both really good at making these formulas and making everything. This was the first time that he had ever made a design document, which actually, if it implies anything, it means that Bethesda's actually worse when there's a design document and better when there isn't one, which Starfield would say isn't true, but Morrowind basically didn't have one, Daggerfall didn't have one, Battlespire did, Oblivion did though, and Skyrim did, so, all over the place basically, very inconsistent at that company. Right, so this is called a Wood Elf character, very inventive name. Okay, I start with a Wood Elf character primarily because of the excellent bonus to missile skill. Okay, it's another ranged one. As you can see, the playtesters also identified that ranged is by far the easier skill type of playstyle. And the 15 bonus to jump and dodge always makes easier. Thank you, Bruce. Bruce understands that jumping is actually very helpful, as we've just learnt, as we jumped off the edge. I then picked the class of Archer as a base to build the perfect Battlespire survivalist. Oh, okay, so interesting. Cancel, sorry. Actually, what Bruce does, he actually uses these as a base, so we're going to do that. Oh, well, seeing that, that's what these exist for. I was saying earlier how the default classes are pointless, because these are not set up very well. For example, if we go into, let's say, a bard, which should be the catch-all kind of, you know, jack of all trades, this isn't a very good build. Your attributes are all even. You don't want this. You want to have some dump stats in this to get some points. Now, the wounds are actually decent. I thought the wounds would be really low. A lot of them are around 50, which is way too low. You want 60 plus. These wasted. Keeping these at 15% is not great. You want to get, again, you want some more dump skills. Bring these down to 5%, like that. Get some extra points and pot those into your advantages and disadvantages. 1.5 isn't bad. But, like, there's nothing else here. Like, why aren't you taking some tolerances? Why aren't you... you could forbid the weapons. Look how many points you get. Now you can pot that into rapid healing so that you heal more. You could even... Can you even afford some spell absorption? Okay, you can't get spell absorption. But, like, that's what I mean. These default classes, not well made. But, as Bruce has just shown, what they should be used for is as a base. Okay, so... At least I can say that. They have that. So, a wood elf character... Thank you, Bruce, for showing me that. I didn't realize you could edit these classes. That makes it a big difference. Okay, I rearranged the skills a bit to suit the needs of a character bent on... I'm going to shift my screen so I can read this. Bent on surviving. Other than missile, I removed all weapon skills from my primary, major, and minor skills. Thank you, Bruce. Bruce understands that you don't need to take Longblade like Dawn did because missile has the javelin item, which javelin is melee. There's actually quite a lot of things like that are thought quite well about, because you don't need multiple melee skills, because you can just pick missile, which has both. You don't need, for example, when Dawn took destruction and restoration, you don't need that. Take restoration. Restoration has the vampirism spell, which is a damaging spell, so you can take vampirism and cure health. You get best of both worlds, and you don't have to waste skill points on destruction. That does mean, you know, things like Missile and Restoration are overpowered, but I like those spells, so good game design. Now, if I didn't like the spells, bad game design. That's how things work. If I like it, it's good. If I don't, it's bad. Why would a bard know hand-to-hand? I guess because it was meant to be jack of all trades. That's how they sold it in Arena, right? So it's like, it has to have everything. That's the only thing I can think of. The way the skills work is you only ever miss like 2 skills off of this, so there's only so many you don't have to have. Does luck actually do anything in Battlespire other than the 2-hit chance? Not that I can see. It's apparently meant to affect everything, but we don't have formulas to prove that. It does affect to hit chance very minorly, like 2. You know, the difference between having 10 luck and 100 luck is something like 2 to 3%. So it's a dump stat, essentially. It could affect loot. That's what we need to check. Enchanted loot is really good in this game. It's what's going to help you get through the harder levels, because you're going to need destruction spells, you're going to need healing spells, and once you run out of magicka, you can use your enchanted items for those. Might affect that. Maybe not. That's one of the things we need to test. Right, okay, so Bruce says here he removes all of these spells. So let's flip them instead for... What does he replace them with, though? Other than Missile, I remove all weapon skills from my primary, major, and minor. I like to shift Restoration up to primary. Okay, let's do that. Where is Restoration? Let's just flip it out for critical. Restoration up to Cure. Ensure that those Cure health spells aren't too expensive, yep. And then I do what at first seems very counterintuitive, but pays off after a bit of hard work. I reduce all my other skills other than Missile and Restoration to 5%. These I set somewhere around 30%. I mean the Missile and Restoration. What? You set Missile and Restoration to 30%? I like the idea of a character with very few refined spells, as most will be developed during our journey, but rich in raw abilities. Okay, that's crazy for missile and restoration to be so low at the beginning. But I get what he means, because what he means is he's going to save loads of points to make himself overpowered in raw ability, and then you can just level up this as you play. So totally understandable. God, the early game's gonna suck now, Bruce. What the hell? Okay, it's gonna make it really hard to compare his character to another one, because the first level is this is gonna be awful. Okay, so he takes out all of the weapons, as he said. Let's bring up... what should we bring up? Critical Strike. Let's bring oh, I don't really need anything else. Okay, let's put Critical Strike here. That's honestly all we need in this level. Swimming, I guess? Oh, maybe jumping? I don't want any of those in my major skills. There's a very big shortage of skills, as you can see in Battlespire, because they're all combat-based. They really did need that shield spell. Okay. Let's switch that for jumping. I'm not sure if that makes sense. Maybe backstabbing? I think backstabbing only procs if you're on stealth, though, and we're not using stealth. Okay. Right, and so everything else down to 5%. Dodging down to 5%, Bruce. Dodging down to 5%. This character's gonna suck. Okay, I immediately don't like this. Jumping down, as I mentioned in the first build, like, jumping down to 5% is fine. We can, like, let that levels up fast. Everything else levels up fast, but dodging, you actually need dodging to proc for it to level. And if it's at 5%, I feel like it's just not going to proc very well. If we go over to my notes, here, your dodge is your to hit minus your dodge divided by 5. With your to hit divided by 100. If your dodge is 5, that means you get to hit minus 1. It's awful. Basically, I can't do the math off the top of my head, but terrible. What are we doing? Why are we doing this? Okay, I'm not on board with this at all. That's going to make this testing less objective, because I can't just compare it one-to-one with Don's build, because Don's build, you could tell how good it was from level 1. Bruce's, it's going to be just awful. What if the math is wrong because Luck's hidden numbers were different, or something about Luck just isn't functioning properly? You only need one single typo to mess up the whole thing. That's the thing, right? Like, I don't trust any of the formulas based on, like, how buggy this game is. It's entirely possible that all the formulas in the code are messed up. It's really, it's very annoying that I almost wish they just didn't give the code. Just didn't give the formula. Just don't give us the formula so we don't have to wonder how this works. Because there's only like 3 people in the world who actually cared what that formula means, and now I'm one of them. Very annoying. Does Luck actually, yeah, we've read those. Okay. I focus on the abilities that are going to give the maximum benefit to my character's skills. Agility is the prime ability for missile skill. Yep, that's true. We mentioned before, though, what this actually means. Agility doesn't make you stronger in that skill. Actually, I need to test that. I think that's in my testing notes. We need to test if this being higher actually equals more damage. I don't think it does, because it doesn't mention that anywhere in the manual or the player's guide. What this actually does is simply the maximum level this can attain. So when you're playing the game and you're leveling up in between levels and you're leveling up just actually performing the skills, the cap is whatever this is. So at the moment the cap is 75. Agility is also used in the hit chance calculation, so that will be very beneficial anyway. Okay, yep, agility up to 75. Strength is important for lugging around all those arrows and armor. True, so that's a good use for strength. Strength may affect weapon damage, but doesn't seem to. Again, I need to test, because it doesn't seem like your attributes actually are tied to weapon damage or anything. So the only thing strength does, though, that I'm 100% sure of, is affect your carry weight. Okay, so he says 55 or 60. Willpower is going to be very important when you run into magic-using creatures, as it is the governing factor in just how effective you are in absorbing spells. Is that true? This is the, you know, is that true, Bruce? I've not read that anywhere else except what he has mentioned there. Absorbing spells is a advantage that we have to take. But spell absorption is 100%. In my testing, if you have spell absorption, as long as you have empty magicka for the spell to be absorbed into, if your magicka is full, you will be hit by it. As long as you have empty magicka, you absorb everything. So I don't think willpower actually has an effect on that. I guess I have to look into that. You know, Bruce should know more than me. He was at Bethesda, but he didn't work on this game. So I don't know if that's true. Okay, so he says to leave it at 50, but then increase it to 60 as we level up. As a little more insurance against those spellcasters. Intelligence, personality, and speed are fine around 50. Yep, speed does affect your weapon speed. It's intuitive. There is a formula actually for that. If we go over, we go up to speed modifier, I think it's called. Yeah, you can see here. This is your weapon speed. From what I can tell, this is literally just how fast you swing a weapon. It doesn't affect weapon damage, doesn't affect anything. It does affect DPS. Of course, faster you can swing a weapon, the more damage you can pop over time. That's all that's for. Honestly, as far as the formulas go that they've given us, this is the least helpful. I care less about this, and I care more about, like, how do enemies to hit you? Like, well, that kind of stuff. Some of them don't even make sense. This one we have to test. Fail to hit. It gives us the percentages, the percentage chance of these things happening to us. Where does the number come from? What's the fail to hit formula? Is it if you fail to hit, these are the chances of something happening? But that can't be true, because you don't, every time you fail to hit, go off balance. Because that would say that this procs between 0 and 49%, guaranteed that this will proc. So guaranteed one of these happens if you fail to hit. Seemingly, but that's not the case. This I don't understand. Honestly, they shouldn't have given them. For a 50 quid player's guide, for 3 pages, don't include it. This is the most confusing thing. This is true, because this is how it works in Daggerfall, so we can assume that this is true. This is how which percentage of your body's hit, and this determines, like, what armor takes damage. That's probably true. The critical hit, probably true. Again, it's very similar to Daggerfall. The special hit, this is an additional button that is essentially like a body slam. The only interesting thing here is that it says skill divided by 100, which implies that there is a skill for knocking back someone. Maybe it's your hand-to-hand. It doesn't say whatever this skill is. But funnily enough, all of this is thrown out if your backstab skill is greater, which isn't actually mentioned anywhere in the manual, that your backstab skill is calculated when you use a special hit. Again, might not be true. Let's just... who knows? Backstab, this is how a backstab is done. If a backstab is successful... how backstabs work is like Daggerfall, I assume, which is where if you're behind someone, you have a chance of proccing a backstab, which is, as it says here, automatically dies, extremely powerful. But it doesn't, otherwise the chance to fail is the same fail chance, which applies to all combat. Doesn't specify if a backstab has to be in sneak or not. The manual says it's for stealthy players. Who knows what that means? Yeah. Nightmare, trying to understand what they mean by all of this. Anyway, let's actually finish this damn build. Back to Bruce Nesmith. Even Bethesda's guides are glitched to all hell, yeah. It's so frustrating. I wish they just didn't give it, because it's made it so much more complicated trying to understand what happens. It is better to just base it off vibes. Just go in, assume what these mean, and you'll have a better time than actually thinking you know what they mean. Because it turns out you don't at all. For those abilities that are not as important to the initial character, I lower the scores dramatically. Endurance is an absolute necessity for holding your breath, but not until level 3. Yep, that's true. And later, level 3 and later, so you can afford to drop it down to 30. Endurance as well, I'm glad he didn't mention this. You would think endurance affects your, you know, how much damage you take, but I can't see anything that indicates that. It's purely raw wounds. Like, this is your health. It's just, you want as much health as you can do. Endurance doesn't seem to be calculated into anything else other than breathing. Luck, on the other hand, is fine at the minimum of 10 if you're really in the spirit of things. There you go. Bruce confirms that luck doesn't seem to do anything, so let's drop that down. We can actually compare now this next playthrough of level 1 with what we did with Dawn and see how many enchanted items we find. With Dawn, we found like 3 or 4 on enemies. That's the random pool. We can, let's see how many we find on Bruce, and we can kind of do a quick mental calculation to see if that made any difference. He says, okay, 10 is really, really too low. I mean, is it? Well, I guess we'll find out. So at the last moment, after everything else, I usually spend points to raise it up to the mid-20s. Depends how many points you have left. Fair enough. That was what was hard for them making these custom classes, I guess. Because things like the equipment pool is randomized, they don't know exactly how many points you'll have left over, so they can't say, like, oh, do this exactly. Because as we saw with Dawn, where Dawn said you need wounds of 65 minimum, and we could only get to 60. It's not an exact science, unfortunately. That's part of the rogue-like elements they were going for, I guess. When it comes to modifying character spells, I always add Dispel Magic. Fair enough. That Dispel Magic does as it says. Any spell that's affecting you, particularly poison, which is very strong, is completely dispelled. So let's grab that. Dispel Magic. Oh my god, it's 240. That's expensive. Actually, oh no, what am I saying? No, it's not 9. I thought, yeah, in my mind I read 960. 960 is expensive. Okay, 240. We also want the spell as a must for removing nasty spells, such as continuous damage, yeah, but the real payoff is in identifying items. Oh. Okay, we're learning something. If you use a magic item and it doesn't send a sputtering ball of nastiness off towards your enemies, then chances are it's done something to your character. Cast Dispel Magic and a nice little list of all the spells affecting you pops up. You can then note what the spell effect is and dispel it if it's too bad. Okay, fair enough. That's pretty helpful, actually. Again, it would have been nice if the game told you that at any point. We have to buy the £50 player's guide and have Bruce Nesmith tell it to us in the little notes page at the back. I often add Vampiric Drain. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Vampiric Drain is the damage and restoration spell. It means that you just don't need any destruction spells at all. Because I'll know it'll be cheap. It'll be in a cheap offensive spell due to my high restoration. Be certain too that your character has the Cure Health spell, as potions can be hard to find. Yep. So, with that done, I'm somewhat want to remove cause damage. I'm not sure that's needed anymore. So, he doesn't mention to do it. Let's see how many points we work out. If we need more points, we'll remove cause damage. Equipment is a nice place to gain a few points. I get rid of everything other than the best bow and all the arrows I can find. Right, well, let's get some clothes, because we don't want to be naked. Right, he gets rid of everything. Is it even... None of it's even taken. Oh, no, some things are taken. Okay. We don't want thongs. We don't want a sword. It's just bow and arrow. Don't want a helmet. Cuirass. Boots. Gauntlets. Okay. We want more arrows. Yes. And the best bow we can get, which is the silver longbow. Yeah. And a silver longbow. If the armor is an exceptionally good value, I'll get some, but generally I plan on finding that stuff in the game. Yeah, so I won't get anything here. The only magic items I choose are clothing items that heal and restore magic points. Let's do that then. Magic items that heal, health, and magic. Which doesn't look like any of these. Subtle Force, Minor Shock. Oh, Magicka, Restartus, Tunic of Healing, which was already there. Longbow of Service. Let's remove that. Okay, that's all of our magical items. Now comes the area where I really spend the points. Advantages and disadvantages. I usually forbid the use of all weapons other than missile. Yep, that's what I do as well. The further I am from the enemies, the healthier I'll remain. True. A javelin can be used in melee in a pinch, so I don't worry too much about not being able to use anything else. Exactly, that's why you just don't need any other melee skills. I make certain my character is able to equip all armor and usually all materials as well. Fair enough, but sometimes a good place to get a few hundred extra points is to give up the use of Daedric or Orcish. Yeah, let's do that. Bring it down to Ebony. All the armor and arrows in the world are not going to save you from an adept magic user with a good few distance spells. My approach is to select spell absorption, yep, that's what I do, and a few magical resistances to increase my chances of surviving those magical encounters. Right, can we get all the resistances? We can, that's probably too many points. Let's see, brings up his magicka. 1.5 or 2 really helps. 2, Bruce? I wouldn't go lower than 3, but okay, that's what he's done. Let's say raw damage, just with raw magicka as well. The final touches are to add any remaining points to the ability Luck and Skill Missile. The first level may be tough, but the trick is to take it slow and improve your various skills through use. Yeah, so that's the thing with this build. This is going to suck early on, but I guess it might be a good late game build. I spend the majority of my points on abilities. Skills actually increase during gameplay, so why bother wasting points to increase them? Absolutely based. The skill you use the most will increase the fastest, so you have to have a focused approach to the game, and you will advance quickly. Yeah, he's essentially saying, hey, choose a game, jump in a corner for a while, level up that way. Fair enough. Use the bow to avoid personal confrontation, and be certain to set Cure Health on a hotkey to survive those encounters that can't be resolved at a distance. Fair enough, okay. I'm going to take Fire, Raw Magicka, and Poison. And then you said the rest into Luck. Luck 20. Well, actually, I want to do Luck 10 because I want to test it. No, we're going to do Luck 10. Fuck it. Okay, let's just bump up our... Ooh, let's get some wounds up to 80. And do our melee skill as high... missile skill, sorry, as high as we can get it. So that it doesn't absolutely be a nightmare to play. There you go. And more wounds. There you go. This is looking good. I bump my dodge in. Yeah. Right, this is the Bruce Nevsmith build. Let's save that one. And let's go. And we'll actually save the game this time. I don't care about these previous ones. Bruce Nevsmith. Right. Some clothes on. Arrows. Elven. Okay, we start with 45. We combine these pools. Yeah, okay, 45. Start with 45. That's pretty good. Cape of Magic. Tunic of Healing. Oh, I don't want to wear those because they'll get damaged. Just keep them in our inventory. Right, and then we want to look at our spellbook. We want to hotkey. Cure Health. Yes. Dispel Magic. No, I'd rather have Vampiric Drain. We're going to set this on distance, single creature. This one, damage type, I don't think matters for this. Dispel Magic, we'll have a hotkey free. On self, yeah, okay. Right. Does speed actually affect movement speed? Yes, it does. Because you could use that to max out and kite the entire game. Yeah, you can. That's actually recommended in the README. It's recommended that kiting is like the skill is like the method of play you should use. I mentioned earlier, but it says in the manual, oh, the Daedra are dumb, so they miss a lot, so you can kite around them. What that actually means is that our AI is stupid and will kill itself. So just use that to your advantage. Like all the potions are identical, not even a difference in color. Nope, you gotta read it. I will never understand the PC just kneeling like that on the inventory screen. Ultima's paper doll is much better. I mean, even Daggerfall's right. I don't know why they've done this. What is funny though, oh, that's weird. So the bow, you see, they've edited the bow to cut off. That, you think that makes sense? If you use a claymore, we'll have to find one later. Oh, we can't use it on this build. But if you use a claymore, the claymore goes across the screen. Like it literally blocks half the entire bottom half. Whatever editing that they've applied to this bow did not apply to the claymore. It's ridiculous. Even Bethesda agrees as they took that for a Morrowind Oblivion. Exactly. I think in Daggerfall is right, isn't it standing with the paper doll? I can't remember. I think it's standing in Daggerfall. Okay, yeah. We've talked to you before. You are no help.
Okay, sure. One way back to man
Oh, because we have personality 50, he actually does help. Yeah, so he tells us that we can't go back that way. And for that reason, he's joined our team, you see? So now he's attacking the other scamps. He will get killed because it's 2v1, but, you know. Oh, no, they... and they've glitched. Classic. But this guy's our buddy now. Hey, bro.
Yeah? You what?
Oh, I guess... Nope, not our buddy anymore. Maybe the glitched one was our buddy. Oh, we scared him, so he's running away. That works. Okay, so far, no enchanted items. Daggerfall has it too, yeah, but they removed it from for Battlespire and Red God. Yeah, they're not glitched; they're stunned. It's a feature. I wouldn't be surprised if that's mentioned somewhere. Oh, actually, that scared scamp was on our side. He was still in our team, I guess, because the Vamai killed him. Oh man, it's just going to be one of those random enemies that has like almost infinite health. No, that's a thing. I couldn't believe it when I read the readme. It literally mentions that some enemies aren't meant to be killed. Some of them are just made to be extremely powerful, and it's almost random. Shirt of Spite. Right, okay. So we're still getting randomized random loot, like enchanted loot. So it doesn't seem that the loot luck has affected us too badly. How does this work? Okay, it's a spell. It did something. So the Dispel magic won't work on that because it only works on items that affect us when worn, not on spells. So far, it's hard to actually tell if this is much different than Don's build. I'm preferring it because we have better... Oh, wait, no, hang on. We don't have better jumping. Oh, we do. Oh, I messed up. Man, I was meant to bring jumping down to 5. That's my bad. Okay, so let's not consider jumping when evaluating this build because I've messed up. Oh, man, we could have got some extra points out of that. Oh, well. I like the use of spells. I like that we've not wasted skill points on a melee item. So far, I think Bruce has the best build. Let's test it in the gauntlet, which is in here. When we fight the Dramoras in this arena, that will be the real test. Okay. Legitimate strategy, just hide behind you. There you go, see? He one-hit himself. Didn't even have to try. Hide behind this. Oh. Go away from mine. Oh no. Oh. Because we have slightly higher wounds than the last build, the spells aren't doing too much damage to us. Okay, and he's out of spell points. Use a heal. Let's use a Vampiric Drain. Okay, the Vampiric Drain did a ton. Ah, because we got 2 times Magery. I don't like that. 2 times Magery sucks. Okay, Vampiric Drain actually we're going to set to touch. Because that does affect the cost. The game audio is a bit low. I can try increasing it. See what that's like. Holy knockback, Batman! Why does it fly back? Yeah, but the knockback is based on your skill, on your weapon skill, and because our weapon skill is pretty high early game, like anything above 50 seems this game considers really high for level 1. So yeah, the knockback is crazy. We also have a knockback button, which is which button is that? Let's check my controls. On the special attack, special moves V. This is literally a body slam button. You do this, and it body slams people across the room, so you can just throw them off the edge. It's also completely balked. If I save, If you body slam a wall too hard, it hurts you, and you can just kill yourself. See if I can get it to work. I've done it by accident before. Couldn't tell if it was like on a random seam. It's not going to work now because I want to show it off. But, oh, there you go. Yeah, see? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. That's why it's very risky to use that. But it's pretty cool. Based on the player's guide, that's apparently based on some sort of skill. It doesn't say which skill. The knockback skill, which doesn't exist. Mighty Boot, when you mention that the knockback thing, and never address it. Literally, that seems what it's referencing. It is referencing something like the Duke Nukem kick. Let's see if we can... Well, I'm not going to risk it on this Dremora because he's got magic. If I can just knock the Vermai about. Come on, use your spells. Use your spells. Do it. Idiot. Absolute idiot. Okay, go on, Vermai. Me and you. There's also like, not much feedback to say if we're actually hitting him or not. Funnily enough, yeah, it does seem to be tied to some kind of skill because the knockback is dreadful right now. The knockback of my bow is better. Alright, we don't have to identify what skill that is. I want to say it's hand to hand. That would make the most sense. When I was doing this on another build where I didn't lower my skills so low, they were going flying across the room, but this is pretty bad. My hand-to-hand's 5 right now, so maybe that does have an effect. The only reason I'm not sure... Oh, we actually made him so scared he just ran away. Does it level your hand-to-hand? Damn it. My button's right next to my character sheet, so I keep on misclicking. No, see, it's not leveling hand-to-hand. Whereas if we were to unequip this... Our hand-to-hand should level pretty fast. Oh, you want to talk to me? I'm a friend. That did not work. Okay, let's see how fast... Oh, that's actually, this is a good... Wait, let's test... Oh, no spell points, blugger. Not a good time to test. Let's save. To hit. Let's do it. Right. So, we know that our hand-to-hand is 5. We know that our luck is 10. These are both determining factors. Our agility is 75. So, if we go over to here, we could do that. 5. 75. 53. Now, we're fighting a Vermai. Vermai has a defense skill of 4, so let's change this. Why have I done it like that? That's weird. Oh yeah, that's the anti to hit. No, that's based on our... No, the anti to hit is not based on them, it's based on us. I'm using the lowest level of armor, so this is actually should be 0. So let's say this is... Just remove this. Put that as 0, which is 0 there. So the anti to hit is 3. It's based on agility, and agility is 75. Right, okay. So that's the anti to hit. And that puts this still at 48. That should mean that we should hit almost every other time. I already know from that small test we just did that is not the case. Right, let's test that. It's hard because it's based on sound effect. Maybe? Get back here. No. I'm not sure, actually. It's just that our damage is very low. Let the game boot us back in. Because, yeah, the game just kicks you out when you die. As it should, you know. That's how games should be designed. Kick back the desktop as soon as you die. That's hard to tell because there's no feedback. It's just the audio feedback. Let's see if we can... music. Let's turn the music off. Right. Sounds like we're missing most of them. But obviously we're hitting some because we're leveling up. Maybe it is correct. That's weird. Maybe it is just because our damage is so low. What is our damage? Our damage is 2 to 4. Maybe it is 48%. Not a great time to test it because we're so low health. Let's try it again when we're at a higher health. We can actually just load at the beginning of the game. Let's go back to here. So we have max health here. Let's get out of this room because this is where the Jwlar are. And let's flip back over to hand to hand. Oh yeah, music. The options are tied to the save file, not to the actual the game. Which does mean you can have different save files with different hotkeys, which is pretty cool. I would love to play Starfield with these graphics. God no. Absolutely not. I love the stock sound effects. Yep. Okay, here we go. Let's hope that Jwlar kills himself. Come on, buddy. Actually, if he's out of hit points, oh, there you go. Okay, let's try. Okay, let's try. 1, miss, 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 miss. Is it a hit? I'm basing it off sound effects, but do you think it's a hit when we get the sparkle? Oh, there you go, perfect. So he sparkles every so often. Is that a hit? Is that what that's indicating? His sparkle, is that hit? Let's say miss, 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 hit, miss, hit, miss, 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 hit. Maybe it is 48%. If that is a hit, because what that could be indicating, the sparkle, is that maybe him dodging? It must mean something. Maybe it is 48% because something was proccing. In which case, that's the worst you can get. That's not even that bad. Like, it's really not even... You can just nuke your skills and it doesn't seem to matter other than damage. That's why you don't want to nuke skill, because that means your damage is awful. Oh, is that when I dodge, maybe? You see, my dodge is increasing. I don't know. Either way, F off, buddy. That's what it did. The special move is great. You could just hit him off the edge. That's weird. That is weird. I actually don't know what to take away from that. Does the sparkle happen with all enemies? That's a good point. Okay, let's go up to that Jwlar. Now, this is going to be harder because the Jwlar is going to hit like a truck in comparison. Whoa. Okay. The hit chance. Sparkle, miss, hit. If the sparkle's a hit. Miss, 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 hit. Miss, miss, miss. Miss, miss, miss. Hit, hit, hit. Miss, miss, hit, hit. Maybe it is 48%. That's crazy. Hit, hit. Miss, 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 miss. Hit. Miss. See, that seems less than 48. Hit. 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 No, but then sometimes you just get on a lucky streak. That's crazy. Okay. It does say your hand-to-hands, yeah. So is it the sparkle's a level up, but it doesn't sparkle with every level up. That is a weird way of telling the player you hit something. Yeah. It seems like that should be... I don't know what would be a better effect. Like maybe like a little, like an anime, like white, like a white star kind of thing. I'm trying to think like a anime hit graphic. I guess manga would be better. Yeah, I'm thinking of something like that. Oh, like this. I mean, it wouldn't fit the art style, which is why they've not gone for something like that, but that's more, I think, colloquially known as, like, that being, like, a hit, you know? The level up didn't happen with every sparkle, but it has a sparkle a few times for the level up to happen. Yeah, that is really weird. I think what we need to do, actually, is, make a build. For some reason, my mouse cursor is completely missing on the game. Again, we're gonna have to use hotkeys. Say load save. I have to reboot the game here. It has completely lost the mouse. Okay, let's reboot game. That's gonna happen a lot. And not so much the mouse, but like rebooting the game, because it just glitches out for random things. Whenever it has to boot itself back up after going kicking itself to DOS, that happens. Why that happens, I don't know. Who decided, oh, you've died, kick you back to DOS. That's how we're gonna make the game. I mean, they could have also just used a blood sprite. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's what they've done in Daggerfall, right? I think Daggerfall is just a blood sprite. Oh, in that case, because I have Child Guard on, because there's full-on frontal nudity in this game, maybe this is the Child Guard. I'll have to test that off-screen, off-stream. I'm not going to risk it on-stream, because like there's literally just like full like vagina and everything. They did not care. So in that case, yeah, it could be the Child Guard. I need to test that. If that's meant to be blood, then that is a hit. In which case, 48% actually seems accurate. Because we do go on a streak sometimes of missing, like a load. But then we'll hit like 4 times in a row as well. Kicking back the boss was somewhat common. Yeah, some games did it. I just didn't like any of them that did it. Test it on stream, but quick. Yeah. It's just annoying because I guess I could do it next stream. To turn off Child Guard, you have to go for the installation instructions on a separate exe. So it's a bit of a night. It's just a bit long, basically. So I won't do it this stream, but yeah, maybe start a next stream we'll test. But I think there is meant to be blood sprites, and that's probably the Child Guard. And the drummer just killed himself. Classic. Well, I would say based off that simple testing, 48% doesn't seem wildly off. Which means that it really is just a case of... Why do you take agility? The only reason you're taking these attributes is because they are the cap of your given type of damage. But if you were going to take a pure mage build, you don't need agility. It's just a dump stat. That's what that would imply. I wouldn't take a pure mage build in this game because the spell points are really hard to come by because you can't rest. But that is really weird. Okay, next, after we've done the character build, after we've done the actual custom Bethesda builds, we need to test a 10 agility, 10 luck build and see what that's like. I've never known the attributes to be so pointless in this game. That's all they do. It seems to be they just are a cap. Strength is for encumbrance, so that has some use. Luck doesn't seem to have done anything. We're still finding random loot. Is it worse? Maybe we're finding less. We haven't found a lot of armor. But we're still seeing like, so we're still getting some good weapons. Can't use a spear, so we're not going to take that, but we're still getting enchanted items. Iron Claymore. Okay, and maybe we're not getting as much armor. So possibly there is some effect. So we also need to test the build with max damage, which would be 75 on the character creator, and then see if that is a dramatic increase in armor. Particularly armor type I'll be looking for. Yeah, we aren't finding a lot of armor, so it's possible that it does affect the random loot pool. Take the health. This is my favorite Daggerfall game. It was meant to be an expansion for Daggerfall, but there's no way this could have ran in Daggerfall by the time they've made all the changes they have. I've seen some people try and import in some of the assets into Daggerfall Unity, which is possible, but it requires quite a lot more work than just a one-to-one implementation. And playing the game, I don't think it would work using Daggerfall Unity's mechanics, because that would remove any challenge. The only reason the game is difficult is because it's built on Daggerfall's mechanics. You give it, like, the mechanics of Daggerfall, especially Daggerfall Unity, and it'll be a cakewalk. Particularly like all the platforming and moving around. You lose the real Daggerfall experience, which is meant to be pain and heartbreak. It's such a weird trope in RPGs that luck is either the best attribute in the game or completely useless. Yeah. To be fair, so it's been pretty useless in all Elder Scrolls, really. Okay, we finally got a javelin. Nice. So we got a melee weapon now. I will say we were finding a lot better armor in the last game with Don's build, which had base 50 luck. Actually, no, he lowered his luck to 40, so yeah, maybe luck does definitely affect something. Because even the difference between 40 and 10 is a lot. These, I won't count because this is static. I know for a fact I always find this every time. So that's static. Got some anchors. That doesn't open from that side. What's that jumping at? Because we're not leveling jumping very well. Oh yeah, because I forgot to take it down, of course. I mean, you can use the enemy sprites for new enemies, like how people ported Arena to Daggerfall. Yeah, there's definitely some stuff they could pull. Like the sprites in particular, I think the sprites in Battlespire are really well done. Like, they are very, like, high resolution. Or not, maybe not high resolution, but better resolution than Daggerfall's anyway. I got another javelin. So there's, yeah, they can definitely take those. I think I can say that, yeah, Bruce's build, I would say, is better than Don's. I think I'm happy to say that. So far, it's just been a little bit easier to play. Partly, though, because I messed up. I was not meant to take jump in 20. Jump in 5 really sucked. Actually, so yeah, saying that, I retract that. It's exactly the same, because of the actual factors that would make the game any different, being the missile, being the lack of a longsword. I just think it's a better build, because he's not wasted points on longsword, like Don did. But in actual gameplay, they feel the same. Because it's pretty much the same. Burris, some Greaves. Yeah, we're not finding any steel. We found steel and silver in the last build when we had 40 luck. So maybe that is what it affects. I wouldn't say our hit chance is dramatically different. It does feel like 48% is accurate. Oh, and this is why I go melee, but range, by the way. Ranged is 100% accurate as long as you have that little... Nope, we can't see it because we're so close. He's going to be honest the entire time. It's annoying. There's a little target next to the spell point bar in the bottom left. If that target is there, you always hit, guaranteed. So it's a matter of aim. That's actually what determines whether you hit or not. I guess like the later Elder Scrolls games in that regard, especially Oblivion and Skyrim with their Havoc-based archery systems. Which is why ranged is the best. You know, you can't miss ranged. I'm guessing this item is static as well, because we had that in the last game. Unless it was just happened to be pulled from the same pool. These little purple things are heal crystals. I don't know how people are meant to know that. Was this made before Todd? Todd was at the company, but he was working on Redguard. So it's simultaneous with Todd. We actually have the build we're working with at the moment. This build was designed by Bruce Nesmith, who was the lead designer, co-lead designer on Skyrim. Worked on Oblivion, worked on Morrowind. No, sorry, he was missing from Morrowind. I think he left the company temporarily. He worked a little bit on Daggerfall. I think just mostly as a playtester. He was a playtester on this, and he was working on a cancelled game called 10th Planet, which never came out at Bethesda at that time. We've also got a build later coming up from Kurt Kuhlman, lead lore master on the Elder Scrolls until recently when he left the company after he wasn't chosen to be lead designer for the Elder Scrolls 6. That's why he chose to leave. He was working on Redguard at this time, but he was a playtester on Battlespire as well. All the lore in this game was created by Gary Noonan, who was an animator at Bethesda, still there, and Ken Rolston, who worked extensively on Oblivion in particular, but he also worked on Morrowind. The lore in this game is still valid as well, it's not been retconned. This game, notably, is where a lot of the Daedric lore first came from. Daedric symbols are from this game. How Dremora act is from this game. That Daedra don't die, they go to like a realm. They go to like a kind of like a realm in Oblivion, and then they get reborn. That's from this game. Quite a lot of the lore is from this game. So you see that little, what I was talking about earlier, that little target in the bottom left. If that's on screen, you never miss. Which is why ranged is one of the best skills in the game, because you don't have any of the RNG. All you have to worry about is purely your damage. You can see is 7 to 15. That's based on the type of weapon, a longbow, the material, silver, and the actual weapon skill in particular, which is 68. So as your weapon skill goes up, so does that range. Yeah, I think luck affects loot. I'm going to say that. We're not getting any enchanted items. Have we actually found any? We found items. We started with the Tunic of Healing. We started with the Cape. We found this. We found the Shirt of Spite. One enchanted item. Yeah, that's pretty terrible. This must be static, because this was in the last game as well. Okay. Alright. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this build. I think we've established what we need to on that. Let's save off. Make some notes. Right. Back over to Obsidian. Right. Bruce Nesmith. A Wood Elf character. Like Dawn's, but better. No wasted melee skill. More points in ADV. And advantages, I'll say. Advantages, notably resistance and spell absorption. That's all to say really on this one. Yeah. Pretty easy. Pretty easy. Missile 100% chance to hit. Right, I think they're all going to use ranged based on this. Oh no, okay, we got, this is, who's next? Coming up, we have, scroll up really slowly, Gary Noonan. Gary Noonan is an animator at Bethesda. As mentioned, he was the artist on this game. The perfect Battlespire character. Okay, well, we're going to see what he means, if that's true. Death Knight. Alright, using the Nord race. Nice one. Alright, I'm going to quickly go to the toilet, and then we'll get back to this. Okay, the music just randomly cuts off, as it does. I also just remembered as well, let's add in here. No, I'm testing. The hit chance. Does seem like 48% hit chance is accurate. Need to check if the sparkle effect is from Child God. Okay. Nice. What can we test on this next one? Descriptions of the default classes mention that a high strength attribute gives more penetration for arrows. I don't think that's true. Yeah, we need to do a build with low strength. Can we do anything else on this next build? Strength apparently affects the damage modifier. Gotta do that on a separate build. Weapon skill, higher chance to hit. Magic will do something. Oh, so yeah, this I actually don't need to test. Magic can't miss unless you physically miss. Skill issue. Yeah, I already know that. Magic can't miss. Magic can be absorbed, however. Absorbed or resisted. However. Okay, yeah. We have to check that. Rapid healing. I need to check if that works alongside regenerate health. Regenerate amount points. I don't think any. Yeah, we don't think we can do any of that on this. On these build tests. Alright, let's just try these. Alright. Back to the game. End game, yes. LGR is a good short video on Battlespire. Yeah, that's the first time I learned about it all those years ago. I just thought of something. Battlespire was a game that came out in 1998, but it looks like a game from 1996. Yeah, it doesn't look that much better than Daggerfall. I'll say the lighting is better. The sprites are higher resolution. And that's about it, really. Although the sprites were an artistic choice, not a an engine limitation. It was meant to run using Voodoo, and it probably would have looked better if they got that working, but they couldn't get it working in time. Because they didn't have enough video memory on the Voodoo card. The game uses like 32 megs of memory, and the Voodoo cards only had, I think, 6 meg, so they couldn't make it fit. And that's because they tried to force it onto the Voodoo card like mid-development. I'm sure if they were building the game from the beginning for Voodoo, they wouldn't have had that issue. So next we got Gary Noonan. Right. Get PDF up. The perfect Battlespire character must be one who has an attribute in every aspect of survival, same as Bruce Nesmith then. The character class will be known as the Death Knight. In the Death Knight's case, kill or be killed is number 1. The death of all his foes is his justification, and their loot is his only reward. To begin with, okay, so he's not going to talk to anyone, so I assume personality is going to be a dump stat. To begin with, I choose the Nord for their strength. A strong character will be able to wield a weapon of great destructive damage. Sure, yeah, okay. Doesn't really say anything, it just means a heavier weapon. Next, I will select a new class. Yeah, fair enough. Go with that. New class. Because heck, no one could possibly ever want to use a stock Death Knight in their game. I mean, a Death Knight is in it for most kills anyway. It's a bloodbath, and some class has to do it. Fair enough, Gary. Death Knight. Okay, now to the good stuff. First, I knocked down some of my regular attributes. I took my personality down to 20. No need to make friends in a world like this. Luck was shot down to 30, since just being here is pretty symbolic of how your luck is. Okay, Gary's going for the full roleplay behind his character class. Yeah, we can't have good luck because we're in the Battlespire. Intelligence was reduced to 10. Oh, it's doing the Todd build. This is the Todd Barbarian build. Okay, we are going to get this S1. You don't need smarts to kill. Now, with some of the points you've just saved from deductions, boost your strength up to 65. Feel their muscles ripple. I just realized we're going to have no Magicka. This is going to be interesting. How does he heal? Isn't Battlespire the actual location? A big upside-down dungeon prison? Like the Stygian Abyss in Otherworld, the main inspiration of Elder Scrolls? Pretty much, yeah. Although you're actually only on the Battlespire for the first 2 levels, and then you get warped off to different parts of Oblivion. I think Battlespire is like some kind of Battlespire tower controlled by the tower? Battle Mage Tower. It's like, yeah, it's a Battle Mage training facility where the Battle Mages in particular were the ones that would be on the Imperial Guard, so the Emperor's personal guard were trained in the Battlespire. But the Battlespire was destroyed in this game, so we don't actually ever meet any of those specially trained Battle Mages. The game hardly gets discussed. I know that's quite sad, because I think there's some interesting aspects of it. The lore in particular, none of it's been retconned. And the level design, I think, is pretty good later on. The level 1's pretty boring. Level, I want to say 5 is the best one. It's quite open world, level 5. For that reason, though, it's the most broken level, because it has a save bug. If you save too often, the save gets... Here it is. The save gets too bloated and it breaks. Oh, I wonder if that's a problem that will affect Bethesda forever. Completely different engine, still the same fucking problem. Save bloat, that kills the game. That's still a problem, but that level is really cool. Open world, island level. Just a shame that you can't spend more than like a few hours in that level before your save gets too bloated. Unbelievable, man. Different programmers, different engines, same problem. Now in your primary skill bonus, select Long Blade 60. Okay, we're going with like Claymore kind of build then. Blade 60, Missile 30. Oh, we are taking Missile. Oh, why not? Okay, that's our backup. I'm not against having a backup as Missile, because I really like the Missile skill in this game, but I do find it's a bit of a waste to have 2 damaging skills, sorry. Destruction 50. Why are we taking Destruction, brother? Our Magicka's gonna be like 1. This doesn't seem well thought out. Okay, critical strike. Not against that. 20, jumping 20. We've found that you need jumping skill to not die in this game already. Dodging 20, fair enough. Don't hate that. Oh, what? Stealth. Stealth 15. I'm not sure about this one, Gary. Swimming 15, fair enough. So there's a level with a lot of swimming later on. Hand a hat, what? This is a waste of points right here. Axe. Well, what's going on? And they're all 15%. Did Gary not know that you can? These are 3 points? And restoration. Now, I would take these down, because look, you get points for doing that. But nope, he said keep them at 15%. That seems a waste. Why are we using stealth? Who's ever thought of a stealthy Death Knight? Alright, moving along to equipment. You want to select a sturdy, long-bladed weapon. I chose an Elven Broadsword. Yeah, unfortunately it's randomized, so we'll get what we get. The Claymore looked pretty tasty, but costly too. Yeah, 790. He took a... Oh, yeah. Okay, fair enough. The Broadsword is a lot cheaper. He'll have an Elven when we get Steel. As a backup weapon, I went for a Mithril Javelin. This will come in handy when you lose access to the primary weapon. I will also boost your missile skill, which will come in handy for bow and crossbow later on. Fair enough. Okay, so he's actually not going to use a missile weapon straight away. Right. So, basically, I'm choosing then between... He went for the broadsword because it was cheaper. I think I'm going to do the same. Right, broadsword. Let's get some clothes because they're free. And a javelin. Right, okay. So he went for the javelin because you don't have to pay for arrows. That makes sense because arrows are quite expensive, I think. If you even get any. I don't think... Do we have any arrows here? Oh, here we go. Steel arrow. Oh, what? Why would you not go for arrows and bows? Because you could have got a crossbow for 250. You could get a crossbow and arrows for cheaper than the javelin. Okay, I'm going to actually make that note now. Yeah, so this is Gary Noonan. Gary Noonan. Death Knight. Oops. wasted points in minor skills. Why javelin and not ranged? It's cheaper for crossbow and arrows. Yeah, there's no bolts in this game, by the way. They are arrows for the crossbow, which doesn't make sense, but there you go. It's cheaper for a crossbow and arrows than javelin. And the javelins are melee only. You can't actually throw them. And a javelin. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this, Gary. Fair enough, that's what he's gone for. Right. The claymore look... Okay. Wait for the better weapon. But you'll find plenty in Battlespire. Fair enough. So that's why he's gone for like a weaker weapon. Fair, because our luck is 30. Why, Gary, why? Yeah. Some of these preset classes feel like the people didn't actually play the freaking game. I know, right? These are meant to be the best classes in the game that you paid $50 to find out about. Because the default ones do actually suck. I was going to say the mages in Oblivion are kind of pansies. No way they would have survived Battlespire. No, no chance. Okay. What did he mention here? I also abuse your melee skill. Yeah, it will come in handy for a bow or a crossbow. Okay, we have a quick killing tools. Now let's get more handy skills. Go to spells. And grab pause damage. Pause damage. Wait, is that it? Use this very sparingly. That's it. Okay. Fair enough. Use this specifically to cast a fireball or an ice bolt. Use your spells very sparingly. However, spells can be very costly in spell points. Yeah, that's because your intelligence is 10, Gary. What? Okay, I don't think Gary played the game. The reason it's expensive, Gary, is because you've done this. What have you done? Okay, more spells will be acquired in gameplay. That's true, but it's very rare. Right, okay. One spell. And we have Destruction 50 for one spell. What a waste. Right, okay. This is where he's going to make up for it. Advantages and disadvantages. I decided it would be best to build up some defense against those magical baddies. First, I forbid myself the use of blunt weapons. No bashing tools for me. With some of my new points, I pick resist fire, ice, and shock. And poison. This will help against some of the spell effects when I'm dicing up a magical critter. Then I select rapid healing. So I could heal up faster than the ordinary person. Yeah, but only with potions, because we're not taking regenerate health. Okay. But we haven't got cure health as a spell, so this is almost pointless. You find like 2 potions a level. Great, now the potions are worth more. I guess it's enchanted items. But he's not taking any either. Okay, with any points I had left, I invested them into my primary missile. What? You have so many points left, bro. You're not gonna do anything else. Right, okay. With any points I had left, I invested them into my primary missile skill. Well, why do we have longsword then? Intelligence and wounds. Okay, well, okay. The intelligence at least go up, back up. But first, I'm gonna bump these up first. 50 is way too low, so let's say 75. Fair enough. You saved yourself, Gary, because you're bumping your intelligence back up. Let's see if I can get 30 intelligence. Why did you take it down to 10? It seems like a waste of time. 45 missile, even more wounds. Get that right up. Nice. Okay. The Death Knight is a character that is not too squeamish. One must be prepared to go head-to-head with hordes of beasts, face first into a heap of firefalls, and mindlessly leaping into almost certain death, only relying on blade and the occasionally fiery burst from your fingertips. The big trick in Battlespire is saving often. Yeah, you have to save often, Gary, because your build's a bit balked. Okay. Not sure about this one, straight away. Bit weird. Oh my god, I thought I was going to load Bruce's save. That would have been a waste of time. Right. Save. Gary Noonan. Okay, we got the first melee one. This is what I was talking about earlier. Like, what is this? For whatever reason, they knew to cut off the bow and arrow so that it didn't go across. Oh, see, the javelin's cut. It's not cut in the right place, but it's cut. And then this just goes straight across the bloody UI. Alright, this is all we have. A sword and a dream.
What? Man key?
Yeah, go on. Okay. Bonk. Well, yeah, so actually it's going to be decently strong, right? Because our strength is 6, yeah. Sorry, our long blade 65. Our agility and our luck is high. Okay, let's, what are we talking about? What are we looking at here? Attack skill, 65. Luck is 30. Agility, 65. If we bonk, almost guaranteed. And we aren't wearing any armor, so this is correct at the moment. Defense 0. It is weird that this implies, actually, I just realized, hang on. So if you're wearing armor... Wait, what? If you're wearing armor, your to hit chance goes down. I just figured that out. What the fuck? Who designed these formulas? What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, if you're wearing armor, this is the best armor. Defense 9, which is the highest you can get. Based on this formula anyway. Your to hit chance goes down. Okay, well based on that, maybe Tyrannium's right. It's based on the cuts block spell. Because if we do it in here, 65, 30, 50... Using the best we can use. And then our luck is also 30, 50. Oh, actually, did I do the luck? Did I miss that? Oh, hang on. Nope, maybe made a mistake here. Luck is 50. Oh, I look 65. Agility 65, sorry. So... Nope, that is definitely the case still. Less armor... Better to hit chance. Or maybe it's meant. Maybe that's meant to be like to show that armor is restricting your movement, but that's not explained anywhere. Let's try that here. So if we did that here, does that mean that in using this formula, better agility equals? Yeah, this would mean that the better your agility, the worse your to hit chance. But the better your to hit chance here? It's so weird. Okay, let's assume that is meant to be that armor is affecting your movements. Well, I don't know. You might know what might happen. The character was probably smaller at some point. Oh yeah, for the weapons. And then some weapons are cut off further away, and some weapons, yeah, they straight forgot to cut them down. I think that is the case. This math isn't mathing. Yeah, the math is not mathing. I don't know what's going on there, but that straight up. If I set that this is meant to be the formula, by the way. I've turned the formula off for this one just so we can change things quickly. If we put this as defense 9. Our actual to hit chance goes down. Okay then. And that's something. Hello, Mr. Beginning. Hey, welcome to the stream. We are testing some to hit chance. I don't even know what to describe it as. The to hit chance formula doesn't make sense. That's what we've established. I don't think the formula is real. The lie. Whatever they gave us in that in the player's guide was not true. But I can say definitely this does feel like 85% chance to hit because we're hitting everything. Oh, we're immediately getting more loot as well. I think luck definitely affects the randomized loot pool. Instantly we already got, I mean it wasn't great, but we got something. See, hit, yeah, oh wow. That damage is crazy. What is our damage? 4 to 12. Huh. Okay, maybe I guess the Vermai was already damaged from that scamp, let's assume. Good morning. Welcome to the stream, Amber. Oh, Ember, sorry. Ember. My bad. Interesting. This is a mechanic that I believe is actually... Oh, maybe he was just aggroed by the scamp. There is a mechanic in the game where the higher your strength is... I say it's in the game. There is a mechanic mentioned in the manual, that may be in the game, where the higher your strength, the more likely enemies are to run away from you. I thought that's what was happening there, but I think what's actually happened is he's gone to aggro the scamp, who is on our team, because we must have selected the right voice option. Dialogue option, I mean. This build is strong. Like, really strong. Oh, wow, we actually... Huh. When I was making this build, I was negging Gary Noonan. This is Gary Noonan's build, an animator at Bethesda. I was negging his build because he said, "Oh, you'll find spells in the game," and I was like, "That never happens. I found like 2 spells in 20 hours of playing the game." Well, there you go. Straight away, I found a spell. The game knows somehow. We only have 2, and the Vampiric Drain's not going to be helpful because our restoration is really low. But there you go. Okay, so he said to use fireballs. So I'll do that. I'm surprised, actually. This build is pretty strong. We are almost one-hitting everything. So far, anyway. Oh my god, was that the same sword sound effect you use in Age of Empires 2? Yeah. It's all stock. Everything's stock. Even the well, the music's not stock, but the music was outsourced. Battlespire was after Daggerfall? Yes, Battlespire was 2 years after Daggerfall. Kind of looks like Daggerfall, though. It's not that much dramatically better. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't like that we haven't got any defense, though. That is not... Oh, my God. Yeah, this is what I was saying. Gary, this build is awful. The cause damage spell he asked us to make, we can't cast it. Our spell points are less than the casting cost. What the hell? Okay, immediately I've got to write that down now. What was he thinking? Oh, I just realized. Sorry, guys. You should have mentioned that we were on the wrong screen. Oh my god. Not enough spell points to cast one spell. What was he thinking? Damn. That is horrendous. I sometimes hear stock sound effects that were used in old licensed games like Harry Potter and get mentally thrown back to childhood. Such a wage of nostalgia. Yeah. Especially the door opening sound effect that is in Morrowind. I hear that in so many TV shows. AVGN. What were they thinking? Literally. What was going through his mind when he designed this build? I really don't think Gary tested it, which is... I don't want to say that's the case, because Gary's one of the designers of the game. He's credited as a designer. How? How have you made that mistake? I mean, fair enough, he said to increase, like, the intelligence our styles. He didn't give us an actual specific number, so clearly I didn't increase it enough. I should have increased it to 36, so that we could cast a single damaging spell, which doesn't even seem worth it. What we can do is set it to touch. Nope. Even on touch, which is the lowest this can cost, it still can't be cast. He's a designer, not a player. True, but you hope he would have playtested the game. Like, when you're creating the numbers that are going to be in your RPG game, maybe consider... I think this guy's on our team, because he's not able to... You can't hit him. Fight! Go, go, go! Okay, my one's on the left. Let's see who wins. This could go on for a long time. I'm gonna leave them to it. Oh! Oh, which one died? Oh no! Our one died. Aww. Our friend. I will say he has built the melee aspect of this character well. Like, it is pretty easy to take out these scamps. What we need to do is go test it on one of those Dremora. And actually, as we've learned, it seems to be better to wear less armor. That's a choice. That really is a choice. I love and hate that freaking bonking animation. Yeah, I love this for when you've got maces. If you use a mace, it just looks correct. Like, that's how you should just say bonk. It's the same in KCD actually. Like, the overhand attack with a mace just looks like that. That's like, if you want to just, like, you know, hit someone on the head really hard with with a mace, that's what it's gonna look like. We're doing work streams like Patrician? Yeah, basically the difference between a work stream and a playthrough is we're going to be stopping every so often to write a bunch of notes and slag off developers. Mostly at this point we're slagging off Gary Noonan because he designed this build, and it's, oh my god. And that's really rare. That is, actually, so losing your weapon is based... Let's go up to this formula. Well, we were talking about this earlier, actually, about how this doesn't actually make a lot of sense, but it is what it is. That's based on this formula. Losing your chance is, yeah, you've only got like a 9% chance of dropping your weapon. We have no idea what this percentage means, by the way, because as you can see, this would imply that every time you fail to hit, you are guaranteed one of these will happen. You will go off balance, which does happen. It actually says in the game you've gone off balance, and you kind of, like, the screen sways. Your weapon takes damage. 10% of the weapon's hit points are lost, or you drop your weapon. This implies that you're guaranteed one of these every time you fail to hit, because 0 to 49%, this will happen. That's not the case, so don't really know what this means. But this is extremely rare. It's only happened to me once in 20 hours. I would say it's based on luck, but really have no proof that that's the case. We were playing earlier with a 10 luck build, and it didn't happen. Although we were playing with melee weapons, so... That was the sound effect of a timer running out. But we haven't got a timer running, so I don't know what that was from. That was like when we used to do the Fallout streams of a 1 hour 30 timer running out. But we've been streaming for longer than an hour and 30, so I don't know what that was. Did we lose our... Oh no, it's just because our we ran out of arrows. Okay, well that's why we've got this as a backup. We're gonna have to use a cure health potion. I'm not liking this build already. I mean, we didn't have to struggle this hard with the other ones because they're arranged. Pull out my weapon. Where the hell? Okay, here we go. Ah, and he got glitched. Okay. Really unfortunate to have dropped our weapon there. You can pick it back up. Here it is. Jwlar, do you have experience with other DRPGs like Wizardry 7? I have played Wizardry 6, but not extensively. I just have some experience of playing it. But no, not a lot of experience with some of the older RPGs. Mostly Ultima. A lot of Ultima 7, a lot of Ultima Underworld. First one, a little bit of the second one. Because I played a lot of the first one for the Daggerfall video, or maybe the Arena video, I can't remember which one. Big Arena. And then Ultima 7 for the Arena video as well, for some footage. I played more Eye of the Beholder than I have played Wizardry, but they're pretty similar. Wizardry 8 is amazing, if not for having 65% too much combat. Well, you can't get more combat than this game. It's all combat. Oh my god. Whoa. Whoa. That's why you need to kite these enemies more. Yeah, I'm not liking this build, Gary. He's made it melee focused with no way, like there's no etherealness, there's no way of stopping those spells. Fair enough, I should probably step up then and start getting those. If you cast one of those amulets, it makes you ethereal so you can dodge spells. Oh, okay, so there's collateral, clearly, because I managed to hit both of them. Good to know. Let's write that down. Sorry guys, I keep on forgetting which screen I'm on. I need to look over to make sure I'm not on the smallest screen. Right, that's gonna go in. We got gameplay notes. Combat. There seems to be collateral. Oh god. Yeah, let's go with that. Collateral damage. I killed a Jwlar and a Vimai with one sword. Bonk. Okay. We have no way of healing. I'm going to see if we got a health potion. This. Etherealness. That actually doesn't do anything from what I've read on UESP, because that's meant to cast Chameleon on you, but there's no Chameleon in the game. See if it works. Oh no, never mind. UESP might be wrong on that. It did cast Etherealness, but it casted it for about 1 second. Oh, the Dremora killed himself. That didn't feel like 85% chance to hit. Sometimes RNG can just be really against you, though. I'm not going to guarantee that that was a mistake. Try and hit me. Haha, you can't. What? How did he hit me? I'm ethereal. Stuff like that, it makes this game so frustrating. I was talking about earlier with, there's, in the advantages and disadvantages, you can choose full immunity to spells. And that should make you immune. You know, that's what it says in the manual, 100% immunity. But it doesn't work that way, because spells will still damage you. The same way there, I was ethereal, which as per the manual means nothing can hit me. I can walk through enemies and they can't damage me. And yet, clearly, I did get damaged. That's something. Shirt of Swiftness. Is that speed? Speed's still 50. Okay, let's do a... Oh, yes, it's a usable item. Which has given us an icon. Hasn't done anything. Based on the icon, it looks like we're ethereal, but we have no way of testing that, unless we have a Dispel Magic spell, in which case it can actually tell us what is happening. I'm not doing that. After David Bradley left the team, Wiz 8 was made by John Romero's wife, actually. Oh, that's pretty interesting. Wizardry 8 was bugged and hard as fuck. It was 25 years ago. Well, that's pretty similar to this game. This was also bugged and known to be very hard. Not getting any good loot either. I do think loot is tied to luck, funnily enough. Right, let's kill these Dremora, and I think I'm happy with this build so far. Oh, let's hike these guys. Why are you running away? Come on, throw some spells. I'm ethereal now. It worked that time. That spell definitely hit me. But it didn't do any damage. Spell resistance. Okay, did we not find any enchanted items this time round? No. Other than this shirt of swiftness. Okay. Well, the first build we had where we had 50 or 40 luck, we found way more enchanted items. Could have been coincidence. Seems to imply something, because this has 30 luck? Yeah. Alright. Well, that was Gary Noonan's build. Not a fan. Not a fan. Gary Noonan. Feeble. No means of healing. Forced into melee. Yeah. Not too well thought out, I'd say. And finally, we got Kurt. Kurt's Coolman. Are you 2 U's or 1 U, Kurt? Kurt, 1 U, 2 M's. 2 N's. Kurt Coolman. Right. And Kurt is giving us... Oh, God. The Samurai. Oh, nice. That sounds pretty interesting. Samurai. Windows 11 exists? Yeah, I wish it didn't. It is Windows 11. I had to upgrade because I had to reinstall Windows sometime last year. DaVinci Resolve stopped working on the Diablo video, I think it was. When I was editing that, like the 2 or 3 days before I had to go live, the full 6-hour one, it just completely stopped working. DaVinci Resolve balked. I tried everything to the point where I was just like, I guess I have to reinstall Windows, because I deleted everything from like user files, app data, like the percentage app data percentage, like completely everything, fresh install of DaVinci, just wouldn't boot. It was a nightmare. I worked on it for like a full 10 hours trying to get it to work, and I went, screw it. Full reinstall of Windows, reinstalled Windows 10 off of a USB, and then it upgraded the Windows 11 randomly. And I was like, because I had to get the video out. I was like, fuck it, I don't care. And then here I am, still stuck on it. You get, yeah, looks like Mac. If you've ever used a Mac before, that's what it looks like. Other than that, I've used, I can't remember, one of the videos online to like get all the bloatware off it. I think it still has Copilot. You can't get rid of that. But I've not upgraded it. I've not updated it since I scrapped all the bloatware from it. For as much as you can, anyway. Character should have a theme. Okay, right, let's start making this one then. Back to the game. Cancel. Nope. Endgame, yes. I said endgame, not drop with the DOS. What the hell? Never mind. Single player. New game. Kurt Coleman. Oh, can't fit that name either. Kurt Coleman. What? How? Hang on, so... I can't fit it. Is space not a character? No, space is a character. I must have spelled it wrong the second time. I don't know how that makes sense. Whatever, either way, I can't fit it in. If I do this. There you go. Kurt Coleman. Right, what are we doing, Kurt? A character should have a theme. Pick a few major concepts and stick to them. This character is built around the sword, the cure health spell, and spell resistance. Thank you! Cure health and spell resistance, that's what I want. I will sacrifice most things that do not relate to these concepts. Before you even select a character, you will need to select a race. For this character, I choose High Elf, because they get bonuses to both Longblade and Restoration spells. Is that true? Yep. And Restoration skills, which fits this theme. That the best for that? Yeah, okay, no, he seems to be right. Fair enough, yep. There is only... That's the only one that does long blade and restoration. Okay. Ooh, I like the actual one that kind of looked like a samurai. See if we could get that. Yeah, there you go. That works. New class. Oh, we're making a new class. Now it's time to actually build the character. Let's start on the... Oh, okay, yep. Straight into new class. Samurai. I missed a U. Samurai. Now it's time to actually build the character. Let's start on the advantages and disadvantages section. Pick one class of weapon for your character to use. I prefer long blade because the claymore does more damage than any other weapon. Fair enough. I click off the short blade, axe, blunt weapon. I always keep missile weapon skill. Fair enough, because it's really good. Next up is the metal type. The type of metal of an item determines how long it takes to break. Does it? Does it? Does it? I'm not entirely sure that's true. Material. Materials used in weapons. Armor. Character can gain... Oh, I get... Okay, as in... No, I see what he means. As in a higher armor material has a higher chance of being a better armor class. Sure. Okay. But it's not a direct correlation. It just kind of is. You can have Daedric that has like 4 armor class as well as you can have like Steel that has 7. But okay, that's what he means. Fair enough. I'm not going to call you out on that, Kurt. Next up, okay. However, you only need to get the high quality metals on the last levels. Yeah, you only get Daedric, I think, on the last one. Where they do the least amount of good. Therefore, I roll back metal type a few notches to ebony to get a few more points. On the advantages side, I consider regenerate spell points. Oh, why? That's not very good. And rapid healing to be must-have selections. Regenerate spell points isn't very good because it happens in real time. You can't rest in this game, and it's very slow. It's something like 1 spell point per 10 seconds. So unless you're going to go wash the dishes while the game sits in the background, you will be out of spell points quite often. Okay, rapid healing is expensive, but worth it. Yeah, so rapid healing increases the percentage of like healing items. So if you use a potion, it's just better if you have rapid healing, so fair enough. Regenerate hit points is not needed since you can cast Cure Health an infinite amount of times with regenerate spell points. Technically true, just very slow. While you are at it, crank up spell points to at least 2 times. I usually go for broke and make it 3 times. I usually select athleticism and adrenaline rush, just because they are cheap. I mean, fair enough. So athleticism, as I said, as a bonus, I think it's like +5 for physical skills, so whatever. It's 400 points. I won't say that's that cheap. And then adrenaline rush. Adrenaline rush is, as it says there, you get higher... Actually, I need to look into adrenaline, because I think adrenaline rush increases your endurance when you're low health. But that's not that helpful, because endurance, as we established earlier, doesn't really do anything in the game. Adrenaline. Wait, is adrenaline really not... Oh, I spelled it wrong. Classic. Adrenaline rush. This advantage gives the character a burst of increased energy and agility and ability in combat. Oh, thank you, Manual. You really made that clear. What the hell does that mean? Okay. Right. The $50 guide that you pay money for. What does this say? It says that there's an item that gives it to you. It says that a character class has it. It says how much it costs on the character creator. Oh, great. Oh my god. This research in this game is a nightmare. There's just nothing. Right, UESP, Battlespire, Adrenaline Rush. Okay, UESP, what are we looking at? What does it do? Save me. It just says what the character classes have. Oh, no. No, no, no. Character creation. Adrenaline. Disadvantage gives it. It's just a copy paste of the manual. Okay. Testing. What does adrenaline rush actually do? Manual says it gives a burst of, what did it actually say? Burst of increased energy and ability in combat. Where did I lose my testing page? Testing. What the fuck? I'm using the iCloud version, fuck's sake. I have 2 Battlespire vaults and I'm using the wrong one. Classic. There you go. Nice. The one on iCloud, I use to sync between the different versions of Obsidian because it's free rather than paying for their own one. But iCloud is awful on Windows because it updates like as it's going, and so it just breaks. So I had the wrong one open, but because of that, we will copy paste these over to this correct one. We'll call Battlespire Athenium. Oops. Too many things, right. I don't think, did we add anything here? Okay. Close that one. Go back to this one. What does Adrenaline Rush do? Apple product is awful on Windows, you don't say, I know, right? Works great on your phone, which is why I use it. Because I can use Obsidian on my phone then, but yeah, just dreadful. On Windows. I think manual was made while the game was in development and became obsolete when the game launched. Yeah, that's definitely the case. A lot of the manual actually seems to be copy-pasted from Daggerfall's manual, which is a choice. Not only is there very little information, but a lot of it is just straight up wrong. Yeah, the UESP, unfortunately, is really good usually, but for this game, it's mostly copied from the manual under the guise that the manual is correct, and that's just not the case. I'd like to see character recommendations for Pathfinder Kingmaker. I bet there's probably a guide out there, like a paid guide. Most games have paid guides. I always appreciate when a long-form review has a structure to it other than a synopsis. Going with the character recommendations in the manual is a great idea. Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to actually test if these characters are, like, worth doing. Because the default characters aren't. They're pretty bad. I'm trying to think, like, you know, how were people meant to have learned how to make a character? And the manual's not that helpful. So the README says, hey, if you've got skill issues, essentially buy the guide. So I'm like, okay, let's say you bought the guide. God, imagine you sunk 50 quid into this game and then you bought the 50 quid guide to go with it. Is the guide worth it? So far, maybe not. I will say Bruce Snaresmith's build, pretty good. Don's was usable. Gary's was awful. See what Kurt's like. Okay. Right, back over. Cool, man. Samurai. Okay, next up. The metal type, we've done that. Skill points times 3, we've done that. Usually select, yeah, that's what we got stuck on. What is Adrenaline Rush? Don't know, but apparently we're taking it. Who can argue with improved combat ability when your hit points are low? Even Kurt doesn't know what it means. He just says, like, oh, improved combat ability when your hit points are low must be good. I mean, sure, because that's all it says here. Makes you a tougher opponent when you are near death. Athleticism allows me to not waste points on jumping and swimming skills later on. See, fair enough, because that's what athleticism does. So, fair, you take athleticism here, you don't have to waste skill points when leveling up. Specifically for level 3, which has quite a lot of swimming. Now to spend some serious points, I like to select resistance to all 5 types. I can't afford that. Okay, clearly he's made some choices somewhere else. Let's see, let's read on, because I can't afford that, Kurt. We're out of points. Let's go back to the main screen. Pick your spells first. Kurt, I'm out of points. Okay. So this is what I mean, like, Gary clearly was either a beast at the game, which is possible, because he might have been playing it since they had a playable build. So he made his build work, even though I found it quite difficult. It seems like Kurt built his class not using the game, because it wouldn't have made sense to build it like this. How did you make this work, Kurt? Don't bother starting with any equipment or magic items. Fair enough. However, I make sure I have hand-to-hand skill at least 15 to tide me over. Where are we gaining the points? Okay, here we go. I lower willpower, endurance, and luck to 40. Willpower, endurance, and luck to 40, or even 35 to regain some points. Now let's see if that's enough. Of course it isn't. Alright, okay, 35. Okay. With the remaining points, okay, it goes into his skills. Right, okay, let's go back up the guide. The skills. Don't bother with any equipment. However, I do make sure I have hand-to-hand skill at least 15. Where does the hand-to-hand skill go? Oh, he mentions that later. Right, wounds. Hit points should never be less than 75. I usually start with 80. Where? Where are the points coming from? Kurt, was Kurt playing on like a hacked version of the game? Like, what's going on here? Where are the points, Kurt? This is ridiculous. Like, if I turn off these two, that's still not enough for 80. Okay, let's say he did say you can use 2 times, but he usually goes for broke and makes it 3 times. So let's say we do that. It's not going to get us up to 80, is it? Oh my god. Brother, what's going on? Like, bro, where are my points? Yeah, like, where are the points? What is this? They must have been playing... Obviously, they rebalanced the game, like, really late in development. Oh my god, where are they coming from? Right, primary skills. Let's just do these. Primary skill is long blade. I'm not a fan of. No one went for blunt, which is really weird. I mean, the difference between blunt, axe, long blade is just aesthetics in this game, to be honest. Mage, dodging, fair enough. That makes sense for melee. And restoration, based, that's what I would do. Major skills, critical strike, yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. Critical strike, alteration, oh, that's an interesting change, no one's done that yet. And missile, yeah, everyone loves missile. The best skill in the game. The secondary skills are the remaining spellcasting schools. Okay, destruction, illusion, thaumaturgy, mysticism, we got alteration. Spellcasting schools, hand-to-hand and swimming. Okay, he said he had hand-to-hand at 15. Oh, so are we just assuming we're dropping the rest? He didn't tell us to do that, but he says make sure hand-to-hand is 15. I don't need the other weapon skills. Yep, I can't use them anyway. I don't need jumping because I have athleticism. In fact, I usually decrease swimming. Okay, alright. Decrease swimming. We're getting somewhere. This is where the points are coming from. Each skill has an associated attribute. For this character, strength, intelligence, speed, perception, and agility are the most important. I lower yeah, we've done this. Willpower, endurance, and luck. Don't bring endurance down too far. You will regret it on level 3 when you need to swim. Yeah, that's what Bruce said as well. You need endurance for breathing underwater. I increase strength, intelligence, and speed, and agility. Bro, you cannot to 60. What? What's going on? I followed this to the letter. You could not increase these to 60, Kurt. With what? Remember, your skill cannot increase beyond their associated attributes. Since spellcasting skills are more difficult to raise, I don't bother increasing personality. By the time my restoration skill gets close to it, I have gained a level of 3 and will use those points to increase personality. Okay, right. Well, let's assume we're draining these, because he specified hand-to-hand stays at 15%. So that means that these are getting drained. Is that that's not enough to get us up to 60. 60 in strength, int, and speed. Strength, brother. Kurt did not... He did not test this. He just wrote whatever the fuck he wanted. What is this, man? Don't bring down endurance too far. Yep, okay. With the remaining points, what remaining points? I increased the most important skills, namely Longblade and Dodging, to 45. I haven't even got enough points to do any of this. Bro, what am I doing wrong? I'm gonna have to read it again. I must have missed, and there must be a section we're getting a buttload of points from that I've just completely missed. Okay, so he says he blocks all of these except for Longblade and Missile. Next up is Metal type, which he brings down to Ebony. That's it. However, you only find high quality metals on the last level. On the advantages side, I consider... Okay, he says he consider... Oh no, he considers them that we must have selections. Considers regenerate spell points and rapid healing. Regenerate hit points not needed. He says 2 times. He normally goes for 3 times. God, we couldn't do that. I usually select athleticism and adrenaline rush. He also spelled adrenaline wrong. Just because they are cheap. They are not. Who can argue with improved... blah, blah, blah. Next, some serious points. I like to select resistance to all 5 types of magic. We can't. It's just... I don't know what to say on this build other than... Like... Build not possible. Not enough points. Okay, so let's try and make it work. One, we're gonna axe these. Oh, but we need athleticism for jumping and swimming. Okay, well, we don't need adrenaline rush. We don't need rapid healing. It seems like it is built around regenerate skill points. So that's the case. Right. 60 on agility. And we need to get 80 wounds somehow. He says, let's just dump personality. Fuck it. He says that he doesn't touch personality, but we're gonna have to just dump it. Okay. Wounds, 80. Alright, now it's working out. There you go. Now, if only he mentioned to dump everything, that would have been alright. He normally goes for 3 times int, but we're not going to be able to afford that. Pick your spells first, brother. I can't afford spells, right. Where can we can dump these. Because they'll still level up faster, like major and primary level up faster. That's why you'd put your skills in there anyway, so... Let's get some points from this. Right, spells. He goes for Cure Health and Vampiric Drain. Cure Health, well, let's put the screen back on. There you go, Cure Health. Vampiric Drain. Just about. And Shield. We're not affording that. Right. Dump it. Sell the stock. Sell it all. Why can't we... Oh, we can't decrease our perception below restoration. Personality below restoration, I mean. Oh, damn, so we can't dump personality because we need it for restoration. Oh, bro. Bro. Right, we're dumping these. I guess we'll find out what endurance does. Okay, add. Exit. Yeah, sometimes this UI gets balked. Exit shield spell. Add that. Okay. Right. No equipment or magic items, thank God. Hand-to-hand remains 15%. It's possible that maybe the skills started at 5% originally. Like you didn't have to decrease them. I just don't see how else he was able to afford these off the rip. Unless he just really forgot to mention that he dumped everything down to the lowest it could go. But either way, like our willpower, endurance, and luck. Oh, we didn't even dump luck. Those are meant to be 35 at the moment. Right, so we've got our spells. He brings Longblade, Dodging, and Restoration up to 45. Okay, well, Perception has to be 45 then. To let us even do that. That's not going to fit either. There's no way we can afford it. I don't understand how this mistake was made. He's like drastically off. It's not even like, oh, it's like 1 or 2 skill points like difference. Like, look at this. Like, I guess we have to balance these out then. Can maybe get them to 20 each. He said 35, which that's a massive difference. Yeah, just about 20 each. We're missing Adrenaline Rush. We're missing Rapid Healing. We've got 2 times rather than 3 times. Oof. Yeah, well, we got Resistance to all 5, so that worked. Damn, that was... Like, Missile's now useless. Like, what's the point of even having Missile here if it's going to be 5%? That's going to be a nightmare to level up. Yeah, just... Alright, then. That was something. Can you put skills at 5? Yeah, we did. We put all the skills at 5 except for... Oh, we missed Thaumaturgy. Okay, I missed... Oh, no, because these get increased after the fact by the fact that I'm a high elf. But yeah, we decreased them all to 5 except for hand-to-hand. We have hand-to-hand 15 for when we run out of weapons, which sounds... That shouldn't be part of your planning if you're like, oh, we're going to run out... Oh, yeah, of course. We need to have it at 15 because we have no weapons because he didn't take any equipment. Oh, but we're fast. At least that. That's what Tyrannian was saying earlier. At least speed affects movement speed, like in Daggerfall. So now we can zoom around. Hello, buddy.
What? Manfla keys?
Fight for me. Nope. Okay, what we can actually do is just body slam off the side. There you go. That's the best part of this game. It's like the kick in Duke Nukem. Just body slam everyone off the side. Oh, well, perfect. Bro. Who wants UI? Who needs user interface when you have a massive sword? That buddy. Bonk. 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 Stab. Well, it's strong against these guys. We can say that. If all skills were at 5, yeah, but he specifies that hand-to-hand is to be the 15, and that the primary skills were to be 45. Does he say 45? He specifies long blade, dodging. Oh, he doesn't actually give a level for them. I guess I could decrease them all. Yeah, okay, we can try that. I mean, we can, because we can load by endgame, which of course kicks us. Actually, let's keep it like this so you can kind of see what I'm looking at, because I'm comparing them side by side. We can load up the Kurt. Load the class. He said high affinity for long blade and restoration. Choose random existing class, and then it'll be at the bottom of this, so we don't actually lose any time. Samurai. I like that it saves them all as well. That's really cool. Samurai. Yeah, and I think you're right. Does he say he doesn't mention? It's where I read that he mentions the skill points at some point. Do we load them all? No, like I don't want to load them all to 5 because he does specify hand-to-hand 15. No, he does say, yeah, I want them to be at least 45. So if I want to keep that true, then we do need to keep it there. We could balance them, like these are balanced. Beta probably had more points available, or he's really bad with typos. Yeah, like I think it was a case that they must have had different point values. Definitely. Stuff was still expensive, of course, because he's not taken any... Oh, we can take clothes. But he's not taken any equipment, which fair enough, because he said, like, you can't afford it. Which we can't. I'm just wondering... It seems like he did, like, something like that. You know, like, that would give you loads of points. And he just failed to mention it, because then you can afford that. Even if we bump... No, and we're not going to get 3 times. No. Oh, well, we got 3 times with Dwarven. I mean, for the first level on testing, like, you won't even notice these changes. This is late game things that you'll notice. But we still can't get these up to 35. Where he specifies... Oh, the reason I have to bring up the Windows key all the time, by the way, is because your mouse gets stuck in DOS. In DOSBox. So it's just the easiest way to get out of DOSBox. Where does he say 35? Yeah, I will lower my willpower, endurance, and luck to 40 or even 35, but I can't get them above 20. Don't bring endurance down too far, you will regret it. You will... Oh my... Okay, yeah, no, actually, Tyrannium, you might be right, because we get in on level 3. That's crazy. Who was the editor on this book? 50 quid for, like, those typos. That's nuts. No, there's no credits. Or is it at the beginning? We need that Battlespire Unity? Yeah, man, we do. I actually think this game has a lot going for it. It won't look like that based on these streams, but I do like someone here. Like, who's the editor? Ken Ralston. Right, well, Kenny boy, you missed some typos. I guess that could probably be blamed on Ronald. Or Don, there you go. Well, that's where Don Nalisti, because Don Nalisti I can't find at Bethesda other than this. And Bruce Nesmith. Okay. Well, you didn't do a good job, boys. Although Bruce does have the best build, so I'll let him off. Ruined Skyrim, though, so... Back and forth on that one. Yeah, I really thought this was going to be the coolest build. Because it was called Samurai. But it's the most broken build, because it's not possible. The only thing I can think of is, did they not specify to him it was a single-player build? What I mean by that is if I save this off again, and we cancel, if I go back to multiplayer, when you, oh man, you can't do this. So I know multiplayer based, well, this is based on the manual, so, you know, take it with a massive grain of salt. There's a multiplayer mode where you can pick higher spell points, like higher create class points. Maybe he was going off that, like going off a multiplayer game. That's the only thing I can think of. We'll have to figure this out as well. I want to do some multiplayer in a few weeks. But you can get it working using things like Hamachi. Yeah, I just need to figure out how to get that all working. But, well, there you go. Oh, we didn't save, but we can just use our saved class. So this is the best we can get the class working. It's not a true representation of what it would be like, because by late game this will be horrendous because of this. That's going to really gimp your survivability. Although, as he mentioned, because you've got Regenerate SP and Rapid Healing, you can spam Cure Health to a degree. So not terrible. You got Shield as well. What spell is Shield? What school is Shield under? Can't remember. It's annoying that you have to do it like this to find out. Shield is under... Ooh, it's under Alteration. 5%. That's going to be good. Very helpful. I will be surprised if we can even cast that. Right. Done. Okay, we're back to being naked. Oh no, we have clothes this time. Yay. Nice. Okay, let's hope we get that if we roll that sword again.
What? Mickey? Yeah? You
Join me. Off the edge you go. Oh, okay, one did join me. Nice. Boink. That's... Oh, we can't use it though. That's the helmet I wanted when I was designing the stream layout. I saw this helmet and I was like, that would be perfect, but too expensive to get one like that. How the system works, wouldn't you be able to min-max the crap out of it by just making sure you hit as hard as possible and can heal yourself and sacrificing literally everything else? Yeah, that's basically what the OP build that we'll be looking at later is. It's a hand-to-hand build that is essentially just make yourself immune to everything as possible, and you just tank. Like, this thing is like 100 wounds. Pure tank your way through the game. Heal whenever you can, run past everything, don't even try and hurt anything. It's just not a fun way to play the game, but that is like the easiest way to get through it. I would rather try and play it properly, which is what I will do when I'm going to make my archer battle mage, I guess, class. That'll be what I think is the strongest, I guess, true class, like a class to play it the way the developers intended. Oh my god, we're getting destroyed. Okay, well, is that because we're not wearing armor? Let's hotkey this. I think it's just purely because our 2 hit is so low. It does seem... I was saying on the chat how I thought this was stupid and this can't be true, but it might actually be true. According to the player guide, the anti-to-hit, which is a part of your actual to-hit calculation, this is the potential chance of an enemy hitting you. And I theorized... It doesn't seem like this would be how it would work. I theorize somewhere. However, based on the paragraph provided with these formulas, it's possible I'm misinterpreting what actual to hit means. For example, anti to hit apparently means probability that your opponent will hit you. Does this mean that the actual to hit isn't just the chance that we, the player, have at hitting an enemy, but also the chance they have at hitting us? I.e., with a 47% actual to hit, like here, which is normally the lowest it can be if I reset this formula. So these are the lowest values that you can get. You can actually have to spell it 5%. The lowest value you can get is, and that's not correct because our defense wouldn't be that low. It would be 1. Somehow I've slightly changed the formula there. I think because my defense is actually too low there. It should be like 3. Let's see if I drag this up. Yeah, it should be 3. How's that different? Ah, yeah, because these are changed. These would be the lowest as well. And that shouldn't be there. Okay, so the lowest you can get, yeah, is about 47%. So, does this mean the actual to hit chance, i.e. with 47% actual to hit, does that mean we have a 47% chance to hit, and the enemy has the remaining? They have a 53% chance. You know, and then I was like, where's the save and throw calculation? The manual mentions one when discussing spell resistance on page 49. There's no, but we don't know what the save and throw formula is. This how actual to hit works based on that description of anti to hit, which is here. The probability that your opponent will hit you is your anti to hit. So does that mean that the anti to hit down here is this the probability they hit you? Because if that's true, that makes no sense, because that means if you're wearing terrible armor and are very unlucky with low agility, they only have a 6% chance to hit you. Or is that flipped? Is that meant to be 94% chance to hit you? But does that mean the best you can ever get is essentially a 60% chance they can hit you? Fucking who knows? I have no idea. Who knows? I don't get it. We are getting hit more often with bad hand-to-hand. So clearly, when we're using a long... Okay, well, we can test that when we can get a long blade. But it seems like when we're using hand-to-hand, we're getting hit a lot. When we were using missile earlier with Gary Noonan and Miss Bruce Nesbitt's build, they couldn't hit me at all. Fall off the edge, bro. Come on, there you go. Our agility's still 60, so it's not tied to agility. Our luck's 20, but our luck was low before, so it's not necessarily the to-hit chance. But our to-hit chance right now would be low because we're using hand-to-hand, which is like 17. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Honestly, confusing. Can you please mention just how incredibly stupid it is to call it anti-to-hit? Yeah. Like, only everything of this. Battlespire UI is strange. Yeah, everything about this game is strange. It is just complete... I don't know what they were thinking. I blame Ken Ronston, bro. Like, he was a designer on this. But I love Ken's work. Like, Ken was obviously worked on Morrowind. And he did stuff on Oblivion, which... well, Oblivion was a step in the wrong direction, but still. Maybe Ken's, like, better definitely as a lore guy. Like, he did a lot of the lore in this game as well. Brilliant. Boop. Boop. Oh my god, give me a sword, man. Man, look at that drip. Yeah, man, the Dremors are dripped out. Red God seems very clunky to me. At least Red God, because Red God's simple, it works. Like, you don't have to worry about all these calculations. It's very much like... You'll have to at least give Todd that. Like, his games tend to make sense. Although, I mean, hidden formulas is standard Bethesda affairs. Like, who knows how leveling up and all the perk points work in Skyrim? Completely. If it wasn't for the UESP, you just wouldn't know how any of that stuff works. I will say the special move, the body slam technique, is definitely tied to hand-to-hand. Because look at that. We were barely moving them earlier on a build that had 5% hand-to-hand, but just 17%, and we're like hitting them across the room. The only problem with it only damages them if they hit walls. It doesn't just damage them purely from pure damage. Okay, finally we have a weapon. We only have 5% in archery, so that's not going to help us, but it's something. Oh, actually, that means hand-to-hand might be better. Bethesda was truly pioneering. They were the first company whose games require a wiki just to comprehend on some level, yeah. He's gone. Bro walked into oblivion. Oh my god. It just works, guys. It just works. Can't use daggers. I just want a sword. I just want to be able to test this build. Okay, straight up. Kurt's build. I mean, Kurt's build sucks because it's not even possible. Can't get worse. Like, he's stuck in the wall. Look at him. Unlucky, dude. Also, who's bonking with a javelin? This is the only move you're allowed on a javelin, just the thrust. At least the movement on this build is better because we've got some decent speed. Which one of these was the one that opens? This one. Okay, I'm gonna hotkey. Oh, we've got shield actually. Oh, shield I think is just for melee. Need spell resistance for spells. Cast our etherealness. Oh, never mind. What is that timer? There is definitely a timer sound effect somewhere. That's so... I don't know what it's tied to. I don't have any window open that it's on a timer. Oh, I did just realize actually what it is. It's not the timer sound effect. It's my headphones dying. That makes more sense. But I don't know actually if you guys can hear it. That might just be in my ears. God, we could be here forever. I can't... Oh, and he knocked the weapon out of her hands. Brilliant. I can't judge too much, like, that you're forced to use hand-to-hand, because he did mention that the early game's meant to be hard. It's like, it's when you find a weapon does it become a lot easier. That is, like, that is by design of his build. God damn, but... I mean, it's just not fun. At least we can spam this. There's that. Actually, I need to set these to the hotkeys instead. Yes. Overwrite. Yes. Vampiric Drain on touch. Yeah, because it's cheaper. Alright. Cast some etherealness. Nice. Oh man. Okay, so I don't know how the knockback works because... Oh, okay, there you go. Sometimes it doesn't even work. Oh, I was trying to knock him back when I was ethereal, of course. Yeah, you can't actually interact with anyone when you're ethereal. Finally got some armor. What's our luck on this build? Yeah, luck's definitely involved in that. Sure. Oh, can't use maces. Give me a weapon. So I can actually evaluate this build. We already know it's pretty bad, bro, to be honest. Oh, let me pick up my javelin at least. Ow. I think I'm better off just whacking them around. As Todd intended. Elven Greaves. Hands of Corruption. Okay, I'll pop those on F4. That'll work. Who knows? Pop them here? Yeah, I did. Okay. Oh, okay, I already launched it. What does this look like it does? Something. Certainly something. Oh! Ah, spells hit each other. Destruction. Okay, it's a destruction spell. Ow! No, no, no. No, no, no. Ow! Get away from me. Oh, damn. I don't like this build, man. I don't like having no ranged. Saying that we do have ranged, actually, it's just going to be awful. No arrows. Okay, let's try this. Let me do, like, no damage. Come on, buddy. Oh, he's scared. Yeah. What damage are we doing with this? 1 to 7. Yeah, and I think that's on the lower end. And then with Iron Hours, we're actually going to do -1 on top of that. So we could theoretically hit for 0. That's going to be good. Based on the fact it says arrow hits and nothing happens, I'm gonna say we're doing that quite often. There you go, that one hit. We've established that the sparkle effect is probably meant to be blood when the child guard is off. I'm going to test that tomorrow because unfortunately you get the child guard working. You have to go for the installation instructions of the game, which is not ideal. Okay, there you go. Oh wait, is that better? No, that was worse actually. Nice. Still no swords. Bethesda games are a grindfest, raise skills by using as a very hard system to balance. Yeah, especially in a game like this game, it just makes you want, you might as well start with high skills. It seems like a lot of them are based on like putting their skills really low because you can grind them in the game. One of them actually said that, I think, was it Bruce who actually said that himself? Like in the guide we just had. One of the beta testers definitely said that you might as well set them low because you can increase them in game. But it just means that you're having an awful time. I'd much rather have a decently strong build that just gets stronger. Why have bad build when you can have good build? Ow, stop hitting me up. That's so annoying. It's like it physically moves your view up when you get hit sometimes. Oh, edge. Huh, I thought the edge would be an instant kill, but it does seem to hurt them the same as a wall. Yay. Still no sword. Nah, this build's terrible. Oh, short sword. Brilliant. Can't use it. It's based entirely on RNG. Right, I think... Is there a sword in this? Ow. Please? No. Curious, though. Good iron boot. Oh no, my pants of corruption. My pants, I think that's a quote mark, died. Was destroyed. Shirt of incomparable unknown wisdom. Nice. What does that do? It's unknown. I guess we won't know. It does mysticism. Cool. Still no sword. Yeah, if there's nothing in this crate... Oh, okay, whoa. Right. Well, I could definitely make that as a note. There was also, on the iCloud, I've got to remember, I've got to pull down. There is a note on iCloud. Gotta pull that down, because we wrote something on combat. I guess I would just want, like, general gameplay. Have I got one for general gameplay? No. Gameplay... Level design? Level design. Crates or chests? Chests don't always spawn. The permanent ones seem to have the same inventory. The random ones do not. So yeah, that's, I guess we've learned that. Okay. Not enough build points. Doesn't start with equipment and may not find it. Stuck with hand to hand and spamming healing. Slow and boring. Doesn't seem like it would get strong until hand-to-hand is high, by which time you'll be using a longsword. Yeah, regenerate SP is slow, so you still have low magicka half the time. Would be good with spell absorption. Yeah, I think this would, spell absorption would fix it a lot instead of athleticism and adrenaline rush. I think that would fix it. But mostly, you know, this is what kills it. Build not actually possible. Okay, well that's the builds done. Bruce's was the best. Don's okay. Gary's difficult. Kurt's impossible. Impossible. Literally. Right, well that's tested. The hit chance. We need to continue testing, but seems like it may be true. With the 46 point. Oh, nice. My screen went off because I have just lost my my headphones have died. So it switched over to my speakers, and for some reason that makes, well, I say for some reason, I know why. My speakers sometimes short my screen, which I need to fix. That's not that's not conducive to healthy monitors. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to some headphones then. No more helmet. Got hat hair. Lovely. Which one is mine? That's loud for me. I'm deaf now. Loud for you guys as well, based on the desktop audio. Sorry if any of you were deafened by what just happened with all the stuff happening with the headphones and such. There you go. Are you left-handed? I'm kind of ambidextrous. I'm mostly right-handed for writing. But, yeah, I kind of just use both, to be honest. Slightly ambidextrous. I don't have an issue, like, using both hands when playing instruments, for example, so I've never been one to struggle with, like, left hand, using left hand like a bass or guitar. I know some people really struggle with that. I've never had that problem. But I write with my right hand, because that's how I was taught. Just filling up some water. I played Morrowind mostly, then Oblivion, and I never finished Skyrim. Same, honestly. I have yet to have ever, like, 100% Skyrim, although that's obviously not what you're meant to do. But, Skyrim is just not one that's ever grabbed me massively. You spend so much time just raising skills, which you don't need, like trade or alternate weapons. You get bored and quit. Yeah, if you're going for 100%, especially. There's so many stories where people get left-handed or fretless instruments for the sole reason that they were cheaper. Also, that music is loud. Yeah, is that? I'll lower it more. Seems like changing from the wireless headphones has affected the desktop audio. Okay, right, what were we doing? So we've said that. This seems like it may be true with the 65.5%. Let's do some further testing. Alright, okay, so that's for the next hour and a half. We're just going to be testing this stuff. Let's see if we can combine some of these together. So to hit chance we can do... We need a low agility and a low luck class. Can we tie that with anything else? High strength gives more arrow penetration. I don't, that's not oh, we need to check if high strength affects weapon damage. And that what that could mean is that there's a blanket it blanketly affects all weapon damage. That's how I could see that interpreting. So say if high strength affects longsword, well, high strength also affects arrows, or like missiles. And so to make that make sense, to like, oh, you know, it increases the penetration. Let's see if that's what that means. That should be pretty easy to do. Endgame, which is going to drop us a DOS regardless. Amazing. Just as you're having audio systems, I'm having a bizarre issue in Premiere that requires the whole thing to be restarted. That's why I stopped using Premiere, man. Oh, for saying that, I did just mention earlier about how I had to reinstall my entire operating system because of DaVinci Resolve. So honestly, non-linear editing software is just terrible. Doesn't work. We lost. That sometimes happens as well. Yeah, I've lost my arrow. So restart the game again. Should get a check for that on the stream. Just the second time restarting the game. Once we actually start doing a playthrough for real over the next couple of days, that is going to crash a lot. I've had loads of crashes on level 3, ridiculous amount. Level 5, particularly, it's the one that has the broken save slot problem. Okay. New game. Test strength. Right, we want something that doesn't affect any melee. Breton. Choose random. New class. So we're going to want to take all of the attacking. Long blade. Oops. Short blade. Missile. And a hand. And blunt. These don't matter. We want to start with low strength. Can't be lower than this. Okay. How do I want to do this? Because how do we going to isolate it from the skills? Because obviously if we lower the skills, of course the skills are going to be... the damage is going to be lower. That makes sense. So I guess we do just go... If we hit everything at a blanket 50... blanket 30, sorry, because that seems to be the default. Should we do 50? Let's do a blanket 50 for all of them. Can't be high. Oh no, because then strength can't go lower than 50. Alright, let's say 30 is low strength. 30 strength. I think we do need to fill these up to let the game progress. Okay, and equipment, we need an item from each one. Right. Elven short sword. It says 4 to 10, so we need to... Oh, I need to write this down. See if we can get notepad going. Notepad. Right. Actually, I'll just do it on Obsidian. Fuck it. Let's go over the yes. Testing. Strength test. Right. You guys can look over there, and I'll actually be the one doing all the fun things. We're gonna take a short sword. Elven short sword. It's 4 to 10. Elven short sword. 4 to 10. Select. Longsword. Elven. Longsword. 6 to 12. Iron broadsword. Okay, that's going to be longsword again. Claymore something again. Battle axe. Elven battle axe. 8 to 12. Elven war axe. 8 to 16. Oh no, that's axe again. My bad. Don't need 2 axes. Dwarven mace. That's blunt. 7 to 13. Select. Did I select this? No. Select. short bow. Dwarven short bow. 5 to 11. Need a longbow, don't need that. That's all under missile, so that's fine. Oh, actually, let's use a javelin because it won't be affected by the missiles, by the actual arrows themselves. Steel javelin. That'll be easier. Javelin, 4 to 10. Like that. Okay, so that's... We've got an axe, a short blade, a long blade, a missile, and a blunt weapon. That's everything. Staff would be under blunt weapon. Cool. I think that's all we need. Essentially what we're going to do, we're going to see what these weapons strengths are at 30 strength. We're going to then reload this build, set strength to as high as it can go, and see if there's any difference. And that's all the test is. Because the manual says that strength affects weapon damage. Let's see if that's the case. So we've saved that. Let's go into the game. Let's see. There's a lot of discussion on Battlespire in the old Google groups, but I'm not seeing any guides from players like you sometimes see for all the games. Yeah, it seems that there was... The player base was very interested in the game when the game came out, and they just dropped off fast. That's what it seems like from what I've read. Like, looking at the forums, everyone's talking about it for the first couple of weeks, and then no one talks about it. It just seems like they all, like, moved on real fast. So I can't blame them, to be honest. I mean, to be fair, the game can finish in, like, you can finish the game in about 30 hours, so maybe they just finished it. It's not necessarily that hard once you have a good build, but if there's so much weeding, like, learning the game to actually figure out what a good build is, it's just almost not worth doing. Okay, so these are all the same. 6 to 12, 8 to 12, 7 to 14. That's exactly the same as it said in the character customizer. Our hand-to-hand, I'll write this down, hand-to-hand is 6 to 8. I feel like hand-to-hand would definitely change with strength. Okay. Otherwise, those are all the same, so that's not had any difference. Maybe if we equip it. No, that's definitely... There's nothing else. No. Okay. No difference there. Add to DOS. Better choose a female character. I guess I can, bro, because I've got the child lock on, so it'll be safe. You watch now as we find out it's not, but let's try it. Right. Test. Strength. Strong. Oh, we can't type that. Strong. Test. Right. Female should be safe. Fingers crossed. We went with Breton because they don't affect any of the things. Yeah, we're safe. She is fully nude if you don't have the child guard on. Not child lock. I mean child guard, sorry. Existing class. 30 strength. Okay, and then pot this up as high as we can. I think 75. I don't think. I know 75 is the max we can get on this screen. So let's move things around to ensure that. Let's move... What guarantee doesn't affect it? Personality doesn't affect it. Everything else up in the air because speed affects weapon speed. I don't think that would be reflected in the weapon damage stats, but or in the weapon, you know, the actual damage range you see in the UI. Okay, 75 strength. You can rename this. Whoa. Okay, that's the CPU cycles messing around, trying to go left and right. We can't rename it easily. 75 strength. Save. Go. No change. So, strength does not affect weapon damage. So, the manual just lies. There you go. When it says that's all that it says that strength does. It doesn't even mention that strength does increase your encumbrance, which is actually the only thing that seems that strength actually does do in the game. Makes no difference at all on weapon damage, unless it perhaps puts you at the higher range of this range. I don't know how we would test that easily, because we don't even know how much health a scamp has. But we can say definitely no change. Strength doesn't seem to do anything to do with that. So, okay. We can write that down at least. Oops. Oh god. Windows 11, why? Not being weird. Right. Testing. Absolutely no change to weapon damage in the IM screen. Possibly in-game. Hard to test, because it's just so many variables that could happen on that. Strength apparently affects the damage modifier. Okay, that's the same thing. See above. See above. A weapon skill will have a higher chance to hit, and magic will... Okay, so yeah, weapon skill affects your chance to hit. Magic will do something. We don't know. That's what I changed. That was magic is guaranteed to hit. Guaranteed to hit unless physically missed. Like you shoot it the wrong way. Physically missed. Or resisted by the monster. Rapid healing increases how many wounds are healed from a potion or spell. The manual actually says that characters with disadvantage recover wounds faster. Without a rest ability, that isn't possible unless they take regenerate health. Okay, so basically these two are the same. Regenerate health. I'm asking, does it work together? So we need to test to see if that's the case. Oh man, that's gonna literally get hurt, stand in a corner, see how fast it takes with a timer. Oh, this is gonna be fun. And really, all I'm testing this for is so I can slam dunk the manual and be like, oh, the manual's wrong. This is how I proved it. Even though we've kind of already proved that, but yeah, you can do it. In Baldur's Gate, for example, all weapons have a fixed 16... Oh, that could be a damage bonus after you hit. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's just like, it's almost impossible to test that. Should we test it? We can test it on vibes. Actually, no, you're right. Let's not assume. Let's test based on vibes. Vibe testing. What we can do is try that again. Let's hit those scamps at 30. Let's hit them again. Oh, but the thing is we can't... I spelled strength wrong as well. We can't isolate it from to hit chance. Oh, no, we can. So we know the sparkle effect is when you hit. How many sparkles does it take to kill them? I guess that's the test. Okay. Let's go with 30. Yeah, you know, let's be a bit more thorough about this. You're right. Take a lower damage weapon so they don't just die instantly. Let's take a short sword. Okay. Ah, they're going to talk to me. That's annoying.
What?
Yeah, I don't care. Oh, no. I made him friendly. Okay, let's go fight this Vimai instead. Right, let's save. Low strength. So this is 30 strength. Let's see what this is like. I'm going to swipe horizontally because this is a 1x multiplier to weapon damage. Okay, that was a hit. 1 hit. 2 hits. 3 hits. 4 hits. 5. 6. 7. 8. Look down so I can see the sparkles. 9, 10, 11, 12, 11. Okay, he's scared. It's not good. 12 hits. Right. Okay, let's write that down. Let's go back to strength hit, strength test. More thorough test. Try hitting Vimai on level 1 with 30 strength. And then 75 strength to identify how, if a multiplier is applied, after the UI stats. Yep, okay. So, at level 30... Level 30... Oh, not level 30. Strength 30. $12 sparkles to kill. Assuming sparkles are damage or are hits. Strength 75. Right. And try again. Yeah, 12 with... Oh, yeah, actually, let's put it all in. 12 hits, assuming sparkles to kill. Horizontal attacks, which is 1 times swing multiplier. That's what it's called in the code, in the formula. Swing multiplier with short sword. Which is, yeah, up there. Short sword. With the elven short sword. Elven shorts? Word. Okay. New game. Stonk. Keep it in male, although there's no difference in the stats between numberless, just in case. Existing class, 75 strength. Battlespire does have an amazing atmosphere and music. Pretty good lore too. Yeah, the lore's the best part about Battlespire, honestly. I really like it. It's not been retconned, which I find impressive that they've managed to, that this game, they've decided like, yeah, you know, that happened. We're keeping everything from that. I mean, the Daedric symbols come from this game. A lot of the Daedric lore and how Oblivion works and everything was like actually set forth in this game. I just find really cool. Alright, 75 strength. Save. Oh, well, I don't have to save it. Let's just go. Okay. Thought sword. Go into the Vermai. Right, 12 hits to beat. Let's see how we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh! Oh, we might be on to something. We might be on to something. Right. Okay. So I did save the other one. Let's save this one. Where did we save that? Low strength. Let's save this. High strength. Okay, load. Let's load low strength. Let's try it again. Let's run the test again. Let's not go for the Vermai because... Oh, he's already dead in the high strength one. Let's go for one of these scamps. And I think this room. Yep, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, he actually managed to hit me off balance. That's what off balance looks like. 12. Oh, this guy's tankier than a Vermai. 13. Okay. Low strength save. Load. High strength. Let's go find that scamp. If this is less than 13, we actually might be on to something here. 1. Okay, yeah, definitely. No, okay, you are right. Thank you for making me do a more thorough test there. Definitely, it's applied after the fact, and it makes a massive difference. That is huge. Okay, strength. We're going to say Vermai. 12. The short guys. I just said what they were. Scamp. Scamp. It was like 13, wasn't it? 13. We had Vermai. I can't remember what it was. It was 6, wasn't it? Something like that. And the Scamp was 2. 2! That's huge. And he was pushed away. Actually, yeah. And yeah. And knockback was stronger, which does tie. Well, let's actually make that a page. Does tie actually over to knockback has its own formula. Knockback. Okay. Perhaps it was a critical hit. It says, yeah, we have knockback is a thing. Knockback times 2. Okay, never mind. It's one of these cases where it says that and we don't know what knockback means. Ah, brilliant. Well, never mind. A special hit is your to hit chance divide 5. I can understand that. And it's a knockback times 2. The math isn't math in this document, I'm going to be honest. Let's just assume that, yes, strength increases knockback. So let's actually delete that page, because that's just not helpful at all. And knockback was stronger. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. So that's established. What we need to establish now is whether it's the case. Ah, I should have taken arrows. Bugger, because the original reason we did this bloody test was to test if arrows were affected. So actually, strength test. Oh, no, I could say that. Absolutely no change to weapon damage in the IM screen. But does change in-game. Must be a multiplier. Oh, yeah. Added after the fact. Now all I need to do is test that with arrows, which was actually the bloody point we were doing the test in the first place. Oh, man. Okay, well, that's actually not too bad, because what we can do, we're on the high strength one at the moment. There is a bow and arrow that is static in the game world up here, so we can just do that. Okay, this should be easy, because I'm high strength. So what I can tell is that weapon skill... Actually, so this weapon... So the UI never changes, even now that our short sword skill has gone up. I believe is it 32 now? 31. The UI never changes, but clearly the multipliers do. Presumably, I guess we can test this, but I feel confident in saying that if you're 75 short sword, you're gonna be hitting harder than if you're 30 short sword. Although... much of that is just going to be down to 2-hit, because your 2-hit chance is directly tied to your... Pardon me. Your 2-hit chance is directly tied to your weapon skill. So let's grab a bow and arrow. Let's use silver arrows. Make sure that's the same. Silver arrows, iron short bow. Okay, let's change that. Strength test. Missile test. Bloody hell. The missile test. Iron short bow. What was it? 1 to 7. 1 to 7. Silver arrows. +1. Strength 30. Strength 75. Cool. Let's do it. Save. This is high strength. I can't go that way. Let's see if those scamps from earlier are still alive. Woo! Hey, Biofox, welcome to the stream. And we have no idea what the strength bonus is. Yeah. All we know is that more strength, faster killing means you will get less XP. That's actually true. That is annoying. Yeah, you're right. You get less XP, but the game's easier, and that's something you have to weigh up. Okay. I don't want to just fight Because there's 3 of them, it's going to be harder to see what we're hitting. Oh, bloody hell. I'm going to get stuck on this wall, bro. There you go. Now kill yourself if you don't mind. Oh, no, don't get off the wall. I didn't say you could do that. Get stuck on this one. Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't want to use the Dremora because they have magic and they hit themselves with it. So we actually don't know if he's already hurt. Bugger. Okay, well, we can just attack him, but we're not going to use this guy as a variable. So actually, let's just switch so we don't waste arrows. Bonk. Okay. Right, this guy. Hopefully he wasn't hit by that magic spell. We're going to use a Vimai. 1. 2. 3. This is why missile's the best, because you can't miss. As long as you have that little target in the bottom left, you see that? Guaranteed hit. 1, 3. 4. Bugger. That's not great. That's going to make this testing really difficult now. Okay. This is with high... And he killed us! God damn it! And we've been deafened by the game. And we lost the cursor, so we have to restart. Everything went wrong. Oh, no. Okay, but you will... And not... But... More damage... equals less XP, lower skill leveling. Now, the only consolation is that in this game, between levels, when you get the level up screen, there's only 8 levels you can actually get through the game. You do get a benefit of the fact that you can actually add skill points. You can add, you can use the points you get in between to add skill points. So I'm going to say offset.
I recall the story of the recovery of the Battlespire.
Yeah, shut up, Battlespire. Offset somewhat by level up screen. So there's that. Right. That was on high strength as well, and we were not doing well with that short bow at all. Maybe strength does... Oh, well, I guess we'll find out. If we waste all our arrows on high strength, then we know for a fact that strength... even if strength does affect missiles, missiles suck if you have... short bow, I guess? That's weird, because we were doing so well earlier. Maybe I would assume that missile strength is tied to agility, because that is the governing factor of... Go into high strength. What governs... see if we can actually see this. Yeah, what governs missile is agility. I would assume... Oh, but no, that can't be the case, because short blade is agility, but of course we know for a fact that strength definitely affects short blade. Okay, so maybe it's melee versus ranged? I need to find a better enemy to fight than that Dremora. Oh, I know. In the room at the bottom, before the arena, there is a singular scamp, I think. Although he's sometimes a Vermai, so you might be random. Oh, FPS drop. Oh god. I don't know what caused that. That was crazy. Imagine a 1998 game getting FPS drops like that. Oh, this guy. He's friendly. 1. 2. 3. I just realized why I love Missile. It's so strong because they actually can't hit you. You can hear the game. He's trying to hit me. But because I'm not standing still, he can't actually do his hit animation. I never clocked that's why range was so much easier, but it's because it actually breaks the game. Which is why Dremora is still a problem, because they can still cast spells. But this guy, just look at this poor guy. He's useless. Right, how many hours was that? We fired 4. 5. Come on, bro, reload. Oh my god, it takes forever. There you go. Right. 5 silver arrows and a singular iron one. And he suddenly had really good loot. How's my luck? Yeah, luck definitely affects loot. We didn't see a single crossbow before. Right. So the scamp was 5 silver... Oh, 5 silver arrows. 1 iron arrow. Presumably, we're not even going to be able to damage him when we go back into this on low strength. Low strength. We need the setup first. Hey. No. Right, we need to go get the arrows. That weird glitchy sound effects. This is what I was talking about speed earlier. Yeah, you're completely right. The faster you are, presumably the even harder it's going to be for them to hit you. Okay, actually, let's save that guy. We haven't hit him, so he's usable for this test. Let's equip this. Oh, no arrows. Silver arrows. Right, okay. 1. Let me through. 2. Get closer so I want to guarantee the hit. 3. I still missed. Okay. 3. Okay, that one hit. No, maybe it did hit. 4. Let's assume that was maybe 5. Takes forever to reload the bow and arrow. 6. 7. It says arrow hits 8, but it didn't... Oh, okay. Right, so I think what happens there, if it says arrow hits, but you don't get a sparkle... No. I was gonna say what... this isn't the same weapon. Okay, well, we've learned something, but it's ruined this test. Right. Level design. I made an assumption earlier that was wrong. The permanent ones seem to have the same inventory. Can I cross that out? Not using that. The permanent ones have similar inventory, but the items are not randomized. Randomized within an item pool. I.e., it will always be a bow, but maybe not the same material mod. Yeah. Oh my god, I just realized why did they do that weird thing with the bow moving off screen to reload. They didn't have to. Yeah, there's no hands in the game. Yeah. It's literally so they didn't have to model any hands. It's the same like you never see when you do the sword bonk animation. It's never, you don't see your hand doing it. It's like you're bonking from like right by your ear because they can never show any hands. They want to lose any polygons to that. Okay, it will always be about, but maybe not the same material. Permanent chests. Yeah, okay. Well, we've learnt that. This test doesn't work because the item is not the same. That's annoying. But what I was going to say was I was assuming that it says arrow hits, but we don't get a sparkle. Is that because we were using an iron shortbow, which is 1 to 7, we were hitting for 1, but because the iron arrows, which I'll put here, iron arrows have a material modifier of -1, perhaps it was hitting, but literally hitting for 0. But that's not the case because we're using a silver shortbow, which is 3 to 7. So the -1 would make it 2, so it should hit, but it clearly doesn't. Yeah, sorry, that's what I was showing. I should have flipped over. This was what we had on the light one, but it wasn't what we had. No, so this is what we had on strength 75. Strength 30. We got a silver shortbow, which was like that. which is annoying because you can't really test that very well. But you forgot to post a live. Yes, I think I did forget. I forgot to post a live alert on Discord. My bad, bro. I'll remember to do it tomorrow. There'll be a VOD up on the second channel after this is done processing on YouTube. Right, so that is annoying. Yeah, so we do have a silver short bow. I didn't pick up an iron one, did I? No. Okay. Well, you see, it says hitting, but it's not giving the sparkle effect. And we're out of arrows. Well, based on that... actually, no, we can still conclude... ran out of arrows. That there probably is something here, because even with higher damage... what should have been higher damage, we still ran out of arrows. I'm going to run this test again. I'm going to call this Scamp 1. I'm going to call this Scamp 2, or Scamp 1 again. Let's run it again, just to be sure. And let's actually see if I can see how these pools work. Because are they based on when? Where did we last save? Ah, perfect. Okay, low strength. So we know this time we got a silver. Let's just center this. We got a silver short bow. Will we get a silver short bow again? I want to know basically, is the chest randomized when you start the game, or is it randomized when you open the chest itself? If it's when you open the chest itself, that's actually how it works in Fallout 76, I'm pretty sure. It's why there's like a... Oh, we don't... Fuck it. We'll have to reload to run that test. That scamp, because we've already hurt him. Let's save here. Let's call this... chest. It's a silver short bow again. Let's load. Chest. Okay, no, I'm pretty confident that it's loaded when the game starts. So, oh, that's annoying. We have to go back to low strength. Well, let's go to high strength and let's run the test again. Okay, Scamp 2. Which was all the way back down here, wasn't it? Basically just rerunning the test just to... so it feels like a more conclusive answer. But yeah, it does seem like strength also affects arrow penetration, as what they called it in the manual. Maybe the manual wasn't lying on that one specific case. High strength. Well, damn. Okay. On this one, Scamp 2. 1 silver arrow. Now I'm curious if distance makes a difference. If you're closer, is it less damage? Because as the arrow travels, it picks up speed. Does more damage. I wouldn't have thought that would be in the game. But now I'm curious because that was pretty wild of a difference. Hey yo, is that Jwlar? It is Evan. Welcome to the stream. Holy hell, you've been streaming for a while now. Hell yeah. I'm going to be streaming up to 3:30. Trying to actually do some serious work for this Battlespire one. We've concluded quite a lot. Mostly that the 2-hit chance actually... I melted my brain last week with the math. It seems like the math probably is correct. Well, we can test that more thoroughly later. We tested the builds in the Battlespire Player's Guide. And we just identified that basically one of them, by Kurt Kuhlman, it's actually impossible. Imagine paying $50 for a guide on one of the builds you can't actually do. That's what you love to see. But we're doing a strength test at the moment to see how the game actually runs. Okay, right, so that was high strength. Let's try low strength again. Oh, actually, we can... Oh, no, we have to go from here because the chest when we damage the scamp. You penetrated the scamp? Yeah. The livestream screen template is so good. The aesthetic is a vibe. Well, the aesthetic can all go fully to Daggerfall. Ah, I hit it again. Okay, we can't attack this scamp. I'm just on default. Whoops. I'm on default mode. It's purely like, yeah, I just stole it from that. That is, you know, took that UI and, you know, yoink, my UI now. Right, okay. Let's not attack this, buddy. Silver bow. Yep, silver bow again. Okay, well, we're gonna do close range attacks. 1, 2, 3. That's the only one that seems like it hit, even though it says arrow hits. What? This is the low strength one. Right, okay. You know what we should check? How much health does a scamp has? Does it actually give us? I'm pretty sure when I checked, it doesn't actually give you one. Scamp. They give you information about them. That's the treasure that they drop. This is how the random pool works, by the way. I'll go into that more in depth in the video, because this is a better graphic to go with it. But yeah, it seems pretty cool in that you're guaranteed this based on the percentages. So, like, if you kill a Daedra Lord, you get a 30% chance of getting armor 1. Then it breaks down later, like, what armor 1 actually is. There's some cool stuff in this guide. I don't know how much of it is true. Right, scamps. That's the monsters on each level. Don't be too much of a threat. What's this? Monster difficulty ranking. This is literally... It means nothing. It's just like, it's completely just vibe based, being like, yeah, you know, scamp easy, Daedra count hard. It has nothing to do with anything at all. Come on, where are they? $56. Okay, we can just go to page 56, I guess, then. Which is, of course, 46 in the actual scan. Okay, here. Wounds. Okay. 30. Oh, wow. So we actually got top damage on both of those. Because that, if that's correct, that means that we did with this silver short bow, which hits for 3 to 9. Okay. 3 to 9 plus 1. Oh, fair enough. We basically did 15... No, that doesn't line up. We hit him twice, and we did 15 damage. Oh, but the strength multiplier. Who knows, man? Complete this vibe base in this game. Who knows? Steel arrow. Oh, it wasn't a silver arrow either. It's steel arrows this time, which aren't +1. Either way, we killed him in 2 hits. That fucking... I don't know, man. I'm at this point. It didn't conclude the test, because we killed him so fast. Scamp 2... was 1 silver arrow, but Scamp 2 up here, and that actually wasn't steel, it was bloody steel arrows, which are just null, 0. Scamp 2 was 2 hits. Ah, man, 2 hits. That page layout of you just not using a third of the page is vomit inducing. Wait, which one? What, this one? You mean like, oh yeah, it's just Obsidian doesn't like the type over here. I don't know why. It's less than 30. You kill the scamp with a single shot. Yeah, you know, you're right. Yeah, the wounds must be less than 30. Because we had an iron short bow with silver arrow. So let's say that's 8 damage, plus... but then how much is the 75 multiplier? You could kind of work out... Would it be set 30 divides... Kind of work out the multiplier from that, couldn't you? Because if you had max damage was 8... That would mean that I would have to, like, times 4 your damage. For that to have killed a scamp with 30 wounds. Critical shot... It would, maybe? It normally mentions, it says you land a telling blow if you get a critical shot. So it normally would mention it. It mentions it if you do melee. Can't remember off the top of my head if it mentions it during ranged. It hasn't mentioned it when we've been testing today. Like we saw when we were doing the short blade test, it kept on saying like you land a telling blow, which is a critical hit. But it didn't say that for any of our range testing, so maybe it was a critical shot. In which case, a critical hit does something. Certainly does something. Critical hit. 71, yeah, I know that. I want you to take me to the page. 71, which would be 81 based on that. What the hell? Actually would be 91. Where are we at? Where's the formula? I'm just going to search formula. I think that only brings you to one page. Well, maybe not. Okay. Critical hit, which is your to hit chance divide 20. Oh, that's the chance. This is a chance of hitting a critical hit, but not the damage it does. So never mind, that's useless. I wanted to know what damage it does, but we don't know. A critical hit is normally ×2, isn't it? Does it specifically state that you hit a critical hit when you crit? What does a telling blow mean? I think a telling blow is here. So you land a telling blow. So it means maximum damage, and the screen will read you land a telling blow. That's the lowest kind of critical hit you can have. Which I assume means... Well, does it just mean maximum damage? Well, in that case, that just means you get the top point of your range, right? It's not even like ×2 or anything. Not sure what they mean by maximum damage. And then if you send your opponent reeling, that's the greatest kind of critical hit. There is this middle one, though, where it doesn't say you read anything, but the target loses 2 attacks. And double knockback. That must be crazy, because we've had knockbacks where it doesn't even say you send your opponent reeling. So double knockback, when you hit that, that would be like across the room. Yeah, no idea what they actually mean. Honestly, the math is just so vibe-based in this game. I just don't even think they knew what was going on. It works, so clearly there's something below the HUD, but how are you even meant to know 2 steel arrows? 1 steel arrow. And like, yeah, you're right, because that shouldn't have killed the scamp with 30 wounds. Unless this is like ×4 damage over this. Okay, let's run the test one more time. And hopefully we can get to some kind of conclusion. Right, low. Let's do this low strength one first. Let's actually save closer to the where we need to be as well. One could say it just worked. Yeah, Evan, that's literally like what this entire game has been like. It's so Bethesda coded, man. Like everything just doesn't make sense. Completely vibes based. Okay. So we take the silver bow, and then we're going to save when we have these in our inventory. We have no arrows. Steel arrow, not silver arrow. Okay, save. Low strength. 1. If we can consistently get him stuck on that, that'll be perfect. 2. What's going on? How was it like 12 hits the first time round? What's going on? Ran out of arrows. That's crazy. We've consistently got him with 2. Okay, I want to divide it between these two, but still I'm not confusing because I've already divided that. But just for the case of this, let's do that. Damn. Well, let's test high strength. Which was here. Right. 1. 2. I want to get him stuck on something, because I'm wondering if distance does do something. Get stuck on here, bro. No, not on here. There you go. We're on 2. Okay. 3. That would say it was worse than the other one, but it should be worse, because the iron short bow is worse. 3 silver arrows. This is so annoying, man. Was this a fluke? This might have been a fluke. Okay. New test. New test. New test. Missile distance. Does missile distance affect damage? Link that so I don't forget. Okay. Methodology. We're going to start a new character. Oh, sorry, if you're wondering what I was doing, I've typed in here. Actually, for the sake of this test, and I'm just going to keep it on this screen, because you guys don't need the full screen. I'm sure you can understand what's going on. Right, we're going to make a new character. Which, of course, kicks us to DOS. Maybe it couldn't hit you, but you couldn't hit it either. It could be something like that, yeah. With strength 30, you killed with 2 shots. No depends on the strength. On agility, maybe. Yeah, that's a possibility as well. We need to test that. But first, let's test missile distance. So, new game. Missile distance. With distan, because that's as much as we can do. Again, we're going to pick Breton, because he has no effects on archery. New class. Missile distance. And we're going to keep everything default. We'll take missile, of course. And then these just don't matter at all. Just fill them in. What we can do, by making a new class, and which is why I'm making a new class, we can guarantee it's the same bow and arrow. Unfortunately, as we've learned, that's now that's randomized. We could save a class with the correct bow and arrow. So we're going to go with let's say a dwarven longbow. With dwarven... Oh, wow, that's actually a sick pull. Nice. Okay, that's pretty good. Dwarven longbow, that... Can we tie in the attest for agility here? We could do, because we've just selected... Yeah, we've selected my equipment, so that'll be the same between classes. So let's also tie this into, as you said, an agility test. Let's bring that down to missile distance plus low edge. Oh, damn. Actually, let's just call it low edge. Low edge. Save. Start. Equip the arrows first. Okay, we're going to do the Vimai first. Oh, I'm so slow compared to that last build. Surprising how fast you feel that. Okay, well, that's perfect, actually. Here we go. Damn, you can get some real good distance. Let's save. Low edge distance. As long as you get the target icon, you will hit. Come on, where'd it go? We were definitely... It was there earlier. Oh, the game got shy. The hell? Hello? Oh, what the hell? Down here? No shot is aiming at the floor hitting that guy. What? Okay. There, alright. That's not where I would have thought the crosshair would have been. But let's go. Arrow hits. Okay, that one missed, I'm pretty sure. Feels like these are hitting, but if you get the... Yeah, let's say that was 4. It did say arrow hits. Let's say that was 4. Let's try that again. Let's write that down, actually. Low agility, 30. Vimai. 4. I'm gonna go 4 question mark hits. Max distance. Let's just run that again just to conclude. Okay, we were here. Line it up. Like, God, it's so awkward to line that up. There. Hits. 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 Still saying hits. There's no indication on him that it's hitting. And that was 5 that time. Let's just say 4/5 hits at max distance. Right. Now we're going to load that. We're going to go stand right in front of him, and we're going to go see if there's a difference. So we're saying 4 to 5 hits estimated. We're just going to stand right here and just hit him like this. 1, 2, 3. Obviously, it's a lot safer to do it at a distance. 4, 5. Okay, let's run it again, but so actually what we should do is put that like that. Max distance for my 4 to 5 hits. Close distance for my 5 hits so far. Reload. Try it again. I guess distance doesn't come into it from the looks of it. Check his HP in the manual. That's a good point, actually. Let's see. My loot table, which level he's on, level difficulty based on vibes. Just a random bit of the guides. What the hell? Oh, I think it's the case where the title didn't scan in properly, because obviously this is a scan. Okay, so let's see where it says for my 57, which is actually 47. Nope. Could be around here. Yeah, here we go. Wounds 50. Okay, right. So it took us about 5 hits. That probably lines up, actually. It's about 5 hits with a weapon that goes up to 17 with +3. So I'm pretty sure the +3 is guaranteed. That lines up. Yeah, you're getting good hits in. I mean, at least 10. Actually, 5. Whoa. Oh, no, actually, low agility might be hurting us. Because it's 5 hits. At 9 is the lowest you can get, +3. So you're looking at 12. 4 hits of 12 would be 48. Okay, yeah. So agility's maybe giving us the lowest we can hit. So it's taken us 5 hits. That's actually a good point, and we'll do that as well. Low agility takes 5 hits. So if we say Dwarven bow, which was 7 or 9 to 17 with the Dwarven arrows is +3. Essentially that changes the formula into I can't use square brackets. Basically it's 12 to 20, isn't it? If it's taken 5 times, that means we are getting the lowest range. Seems like we're hitting at the lowest end of this range with low agility. Does luck matter? Luck matters in the hit chance. We have no idea with anything to do with damage because we just don't have formulas for damage. So I guess we can that's another thing to test. When we're testing if luck affects loot, that's what we need to test as well as if luck affects damage. Seems like we're hitting at the lowest. Yeah, okay. So close range. Trying it again. 1. 2. Well, of course, that would fit the range, though. So, close distance. /2. That doesn't look right. But, yeah, I guess what happened there was we hit it... Oh. No. Because the highest we should be able to hit is 40. Clearly, we hit above that. So there must be a multiplier. Even with 30 agility, there's a multiplier above what this says. Killed for 2 hits. Either criticals aren't mentioned during ranged combat, or the damage multiplier of agility applies even at the low level of 30, but that doesn't make sense then if we go for the strength. Strength 30 hitting a scamp with an elven short sword took 13 hits. Scamp has 30 wounds. Let's write this down. Scamp has 30 wounds as per the Battlespire premium. It took 13 hits, horizontal hits. That's mentioned up. 13 hits with elven short sword. So that would have been 4 times 13. I mean, obviously, that's already looking at like 52. Equals 52. Implies that a low strength multiplier decreases damage, i.e. times 0.75 or something akin to that. But that's not what we've seen here, so I think critical hits, that's something to look into there. I think it must be something to do with this. Oh, can we underline? No, that's annoying. Highlight. I think it's possibly critical hits. Because this, it wouldn't make sense for the damage multiplier for 30 agility to be like plus 1.1 when that's not the case for strength. You have to make low strength and low agility. Yeah. Because if this is the case, that would imply that strength 50 is times 1. I feel confident that that would be how they would set it up, because 50 is a default, right? And we currently have strength 50, so there's no... That should be times 1. There should be no multiplier affecting missile damage, but I'm not even concerned that much about it, because I feel like we concluded that missile damage isn't affected dramatically by strength, except for this. This was really an outlier. That's what we're trying to identify now, is if missile distance affects it, but it doesn't seem like missile distance affects it. Times, yeah, 5, then 2. We need to run the test again. Let's run long distance again. One, 2. Maybe the tactic is if you save the game more often, you get more damage. That seems to be the conclusion. If you spam load, the game works better in your favor. 1. But bloody, is that actually? Is that? I was joking. Is that actually the case? Okay, no, okay. 1, 2. With a crazy knockback on that. 3, 4. Based on that knockback at the beginning, I feel pretty confident that that was a critical hit because he went flying, like he went around the corner. I feel pretty confident that critical hits don't come up because we had 4, 5, 2, 1, 4. Let's keep testing this. Yeah, just load often. Yeah, that seems to be the what you need to do. Sounds like Mario in the dungeon somewhere. Yeah, that's the scamp. It's voiced by Ken Ralston, the designer of the game. He also designed a lot of Morrowind. Right, well, let's try close range again. See if we can emulate something similar. Oh, not load. Nope. Low agility. Low agility. Close. 1. 2. 3. 3 that time. Write that down. /3. Run it 2 more times. 1. I think what we've identified is that distance just doesn't do anything from the looks of it. 2. 3. 4. Nah, yeah, I feel okay. 4. Conclusion. Well, we can just put it up here. Conclusion. Distance does not affect damage. Why close range sometimes feels like you're missing? Maybe because you are. I think we can assume that. Yeah, because it just doesn't seem to make an effect. Based on that, those are pretty parallel. Okay, so now what we need to do, so that's missile distance done. I'm happy that that's done. Going back to this. Missile test. Okay, so let's say here. Strength. Doesn't appear to affect missile damage. Need to test agility. And then we'll do that down here. Well, that's a different test because it's a strength test. So actually, let's go control. There you go. Agility test. Right, we're going to set up this test pretty much the same, but just for missiles. Right. Okay. God, this is a nightmare. If only UESP cared. That's where I'm at. If the USP cared about this game, I wouldn't have to do the work myself. God damn it. Alright, new game. Agi. Threaten. Can't wait for tomorrow when we can actually just play the game. No, not a new class. Existing class. Low agility. Okay, well, we've already got low agility saved, so this is going to be our high agility. High agi. Screen transition wipe is so janky, yeah. Oh, you want to see jank? Look at this for tutorial. Yeah! Look at that! Every screen has this ability. You could just do this, and that's the tutorial, and it's on for every screen. And by default, automatically pop up. That's on. So you go to a new screen, and it goes whoop, and it gives you the tutorial. That's how games should be set up. Why did that never catch on? Right, let's max out agility. See if that affects damage, because we should have the same equipment. What? What? Oh my god, the equipment isn't saved between the classes? What's the point of even saving the class if the equipment's gonna change? Oh, this game, man. This game. Okay, oh, God. We have to roll the custom class. You're kidding me? Do we have to go through this and roll the equipment list? But have we actually lost the points? Like, does that... Yep, that's different again, because we had Elven Hours last time. That's ridiculous. No way are we actually rolling the RNGesus on the custom class screen. Well, that's worth adding to the notes. That's crazy. Okay, character creator. Character creation. Equipment list is randomized upon screen load. Every time you load the custom class, the saved custom class, the equipment list is changed. Oh, I want to test something. Wait, so hang on. Get slightly distracted here. Equipment cost. Does that mean if I take some stuff that costs money here, do we lose the points permanently, or are they just into the ether? So let's take this down to like 3,000. Okay. So we all agree that that's cost some money. We have that equipment. Let's save. Let's cancel. Let's load that class. The game crashed. They know what I'm trying to test. They're like, no, quick, shut it down. Shut it down. No fucking way. No way. That's incredible, right? Yeah, he's learning too much, literally. Equipment cost. No! No! You lose the points permanently! Wait, what? Oh, wait! But, hang on. So, but this, they also change... You can add additional items. That's actually even better. No, so we've actually found that's actually better. Right at the end of this. Oh, that's actually no, I'm happy with that. Cool. Equipment is saved between class screens, custom class screens. But a new pool is added. You can theoretically get sick equipment out of the gate using this method. Hang on. However, game does crash. Let's test that crash as well. I bet that's going to happen again. But what that means, it doesn't mean much for the equipment. I'm not worried about that. The magical equipment. This stuff can literally be so overpowered. you can just go through this and be like, oh yeah, I want that, I want that, I want that. Reload, get more, get more. You can really like set up. Doesn't really matter in game that much because honestly, by like level 3, you'll be working off what you find in the dungeon. But to make your first like couple levels easy. Yeah, so if we take like, I mean, these aren't that great other than the magical restarters one. We take all of these. Yep, that's max. We save again. Overwrite it. Cancel. This, I'm sure this is going to crash the game. Oh! Oh! Yes! We can get it again. Restart us. We can get it again. Nice. I may crash. May crash. You can get sick. Yeah, this is true. You can. It's not even theoretical. You can get sick equipment out of the gate using this method, like multiple Magicka restarters. Restarters, spell point. Spell point. Fill in. Pieces. Yeah. I mean, obviously broken, not intended, but cool. I've never seen that bug listed anywhere. Fair enough, like 3 people have played this game, but still, I feel like I'm actually like really actually doing something new. Okay, well, we've established that actually what I was moaning about, not even true. My agility build actually does still work, so our tests are not balked because the equipment is still there, so we can just go high agi and do that again. Sick. I think you add strength to arrows and agility to bows. Ooh, that could be true. Oh man, you can't even test that though. That's so annoying. That could be the case though. That's really annoying that we can't even test it. I didn't even know this was a real game until you told me about it a while back. Yeah, it's like under the radar. It's kind of cool though, because like the lore and stuff hasn't been retconned. This is a true, like, it's still referenced in like books in the Elder Scrolls and stuff. I don't blame you. Everyone wishes they could forget about Battlespire. Yeah, exactly. That's the general consensus with Battlespire. Okay, let's save high agility. Yeah, we got our longbow. Okay, cool. Right, so this is a high agility build, so let's save that. High agi. Let's go see how killing this Vermai goes. Let's save that again. Right. Where's your critical? Where's your target? There. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, it's not making a difference. 4, 5. Okay, 5. Let's run that again. Maybe it doesn't make a difference. In which case, is agility pointless for... Okay, no, it's not pointless, because agility is via to hit chance. But to hit chance doesn't apply to bows, because bows 100% hit. Or at least they say they hit. We can't actually conclude if they do, but it says arrow hits. As long as you have that target reticle, they always hit. But agility is still needed, because agility will then be... because your missile skill, the cap of your missile skill is always going to be whatever governs it, agility is governed by it. You do still need agility for missiles, so you can't just dump it if you're going to be using ranged. Okay. I just thought in my head, like, oh, could you use agility as a dump stat? But no, definitely could not. Let's line this up again. So where is it? There. Oh, what? Oh, okay. I was wondering why the reticle is in the top right of the screen, but it's because of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's worse. It's worse. How is high agility worse than low agility? What's going on? Okay, so we've had 5 and 6. Let's write those down so I don't forget them. Right, so we were on agility test, weren't we? High agility. Oh, let's just copy this. Oh, yeah, let's just copy that. Strength. Agility 30. And we're doing Vimai. And that doesn't matter because it's the same between them, so we can put that up there. Dwarven bow. We did write that down somewhere. On missile. On damage, didn't we? Missile distance. Yeah. Agility 30, Vimai. Agility 75. Actually, agility 30 would be the same as this, isn't it? Because this was with agility 30, so we know for a fact that at here, it's Vimai, it's that. 4, 5, okay. So far, we have Vimai. 5, 6. Oh god, that's not looking good. I'm going to quickly just go to the toilet, but yeah, this seems like agility doesn't affect bows at all, which is really weird. Okay. Oops. Need to make that scamp noise my text alert. Goblin core. That character portrait is Lord Farquaad. It is Lord Farquaad, isn't it? Definitely. Right. Okay, so the test is not looking very good right now, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. That was 4. Unironically, if this continues to go down, there might be something to my fake theory that loading the game increases your damage. Which I don't even know what to do with that information. How does it even make sense? What's going on in the code? Oh, I will say, stuff like that could be true because I at one point managed to, when I was messing around with bags in the inventory, I overwrote one of the bags with another bag, deleted everything in the bag, got in, loaded the game from a previous state. The stuff in the bag was still gone. Like the inventory from the later part of the game carried through into the previous part of the game. Loaded back to an earlier save, still gone. Rebooted the game, loaded back in, the inventory was back. So there definitely is some kind of weird memory stuff going on between these saves. How the saves work, not very good. So I'm kind of memeing that damage is going down when we're loading the game, but maybe not. Maybe there is something breaking in the formulas. 2, 3, 4. Nah, nothing to it. Damn. 5, 6. It's actually, it's at the moment, it's worse to have high agility than low agility. Oops. It's not what I wanted to click on. Makes no sense. Save often, but not too much. Your save file will corrupt and the game will just have a seizure about it. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Final time running this test. So far, high agility is actually bad. You don't want high agility. That's not going to be my conclusion of this test, but it doesn't seem... 4. Yeah, I think we just were extremely lucky for a bit there. 4. Okay. Conclusion. Agility does not affect bow damage. We need to run that. We need to run the strength test with these, with this build, because the bows and arrows are consistent between them. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna rerun this test. I'm actually gonna delete that because I'm not confident with the actual results. And then we're gonna go missile strength test over here. Oh, paste in that. I'll get rid of this side. Yeah, and then we're gonna do the same. We're gonna put agility at 50, just base. Right back here. Agility 50. Strength 30. Strength 75. Right. Hopefully, we just did the test, the strength test with missiles a bit balked before, and this will conclude. I'm hoping it's just exactly the same as it is with weapons, with short swords, and we can just conclude that strength does affect weapon damage and put an underline under that and move on. Right, cancel, new game. This is strength arrows. Male. I never thought I'd make so many male Bretons in my life. Ooh, that's actually pretty cool. Who has the tattoos? Oh, so Bretons get Celtic tattoos. Nice. I mean, this tattoo is so cool, it comes off his head. Oh no, that was just his hair. That looks like, that little bit on his cheek looks like it's coming off the screen, but coming off his head, I mean, but I think it's just the background. Oh, sick. Now that's a look right there. It's like Jarek from Star Wars. Jarek, can't remember his name. Right, new, oh no, existing class. Low agi. This is gonna be strength or high strat missile. Bro, the artist had to draw all those face pics. Yeah. Every game should be designed with save often, but not too often or your save file will corrupt as a feature. Just put it into the game. Yeah, I mean, that's the Bethesda method, right? Okay, so we're gonna do high strength first. Mogani Katan. It's a good shout, actually. 75. Okay, I think this is all I want. Agility's base. Missile is the same as everything else. Strength 75. Save. Go. Really keep the gamers on the edge of their seats. Yeah. God, imagine, yeah, if there was a finite amount of saves in the game. God, can you imagine that? You get like 50 saves and it just corrupts. You can't be too bad at the game. Nightmare. Arrows. I feel like I live in this little corner. Right. Yeah, we can save over low strength. Oh, yeah, we can save over low strength. Fuck it. Low strength missile. 1. Oh, this is high strength actually. Okay, I need to rename that save. 2. 3. Ooh. A difference. An actual difference. 3. This is high strength, not low strength. We're doing high strength first. Right, save. Oh, no, don't save. Load the save and then save over it. Load low strength missile. Save. As high. We're gonna do it like that because I can't move this without it spazzing everywhere because of the emulation speed. 1. 2. 3. 4. It's looking like it makes no damn difference. So in which case, Is strength strength wouldn't be a dumb stat because you still need strength for encumbrance. But it's not that important, and the manual is lying because this is all comes back to the manual says strength increases armor penetration, arrow penetration, and that doesn't seem to be. Well, it's kind of, well, we'll see when we do strength 30, I guess. It's not dramatic. Not like the be-all end-all. It's not the difference between low strength and high strength swords, that's for sure. We know for sure that is a massive difference. Like, basically double damage. 2, 3... Yeah, it does seem a little bit better. Because if we go over to our missile distance test, these were with 50 strength. And you see, like, these numbers are... maybe it's not conclusive because you got 2s and 3. Now we need to go a bit longer. Let's run it another time. Maybe we need to run these bloody 10 times rather than 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's pretty consistent, though. It's been 4 times in a row. That seems like an omen. Right, let's do strength 30 and see if we can actually deduce anything from this. Martian Gothic, basically Space Resident Evil, also outright had a total limit on the number of saves you had at each save location, along with frequently corrupted save files. God, that sounds like a nightmare. Of course, a randomized amount of saves, but the game will not tell you the exact... That would be how Battlespire would do it, bro, because Battlespire just randomizes everything randomly. It would just be like, hey, is this game going to be 1 save or is it going to be 100? You don't know until you start. God damn Battlespire, this game's like 100 years old. Yeah, I know, man. Disgusting. Right, this is going to be low strength missile. We can't even fit that in. Low strength missile. Male, Breton. Random. Nice, that looked pretty cool. Existing. Take that. But flip it around. Gonna go to minimum strength, which is 30. And let's see what that says. Ross Scott speaks of this. Yeah, quite a few people have done videos on it. I feel like most of them are, I mean, they're fair but unfair. Fair in that the game's not good, but unfair in that they say the game is worse than it is. It's not terrible. It has redeeming features. I mean, the fact that we can even do all these cool class customization stuff that this entire stream is based on, pretty cool. I wish the game wasn't broken, and I wish it actually had documentation that made sense, but still pretty cool. We're going with Loy because cannot move that arrow any slower. It gets brownie points. Bad game gets brownie points for cool character customization. Right, high strength missile. Save this. Low strength missile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, ooh, 6. Oh, thank God, we actually might come to a conclusion. 7, 8, 9. Nah, this is conclusive of 1 test. 10. We have not had that yet. That's pretty conclusive straight away, I'd say. Strength test. 10. I mean, let's keep running it, but thank God we learned something. Okay, also my strength is not 30. It's actually like 15, isn't it? Let's check. 15, yeah. I am so glad that this actually might not have just been a waste of time. Okay. Could be a fluke, so let's keep testing it. 1. You watch me get 2 crits in a row now. 2. 3, 4. If we get 6, I'm happy to conclude it. 5, 6, yes. 7, 8. Nice. Might as well run it for the 5 times because I could try and retrofit the math and try and work out what the actual multiplier is. But if I was going to do that, I should have set the strength to bloody 30 rather than 15. Actually, let's just run it one more time. And I'm just happy to say, yes, strength affects damage and move on from that. How much? Who bloody knows, man? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, okay. Now we can conclude. We can conclude just off that alone. Strength does affect all damage. All physical types of damage. Melee and ranged. Oh, yay. Conclusion. Alright, so we've concluded, well, to hit chance we might have to test a little bit more. But I can say strength, absolutely no change to weapon damage in the aim screen, but does change in-game, must be a multiplier added after the fact. True for ranged. Also, which we can, which is down here. According to the manual, yeah, magic is guaranteed to hit. We've said that. According to the manual, the sheet spell. Oh, where was the ranged one? I guess it's in there. Yeah, high strength attribute gives more penetration for arrows. That was what that was all based on. We've concluded. That's true. That's really annoying, actually, to conclude it's true. I mean, but the reason why I was checking it was because there was no formula for missile weapons, or any formula, actually, for strength or damage at all. So we've concluded that that is the case. Strength apparently affects the damage modifier. Yep, okay. Which is, again, unknown based on the missing formula. If the UESP is right, the damage is based on the range given for the weapon. I mean, that we knew. We knew that was true. Oh, wait, I should have linked what this is. I'm going to delete this at the moment because I don't know what that's talking about. But I would assume somewhere UESP has said that the damage is based on the range, but that wasn't true. Actually, let's see. I've got way too many things on UESP there. I should have linked that. That's bad on me. I'm going to delete that because I have no idea what I'm talking about there. Don't want to get that wrong in the video. A weapon skill will have a higher chance to hit. Yeah, I already know magic is guaranteed to hit. Okay, we can actually test if rapid healing affects regenerate health. I don't know why I want to test that. Actually, why am I testing that? Oh, because that could make regenerate health actually useful. Yes, because regenerate health, as I've said before, not useful because it's super slow. If rapid healing affects regenerate health, it might be actually beneficial. It's worth testing for that. Could be good to make like a barbarian build. Big fan of your work. I really enjoyed your arena streams. Thank you. Welcome back. Bro said 6-7 Evan. Don't bro. Don't even go there, man. We're too old for that. To be fair, balancing formulas is always a difficult thing. Yeah, like, I will say, not looking into all of this, playing the game based purely on just what you think it should work, it works. So, like, that's why this stuff would never be, like, you know, bug testers weren't going to be like, oh, you know, this doesn't work exactly how the formula in this guide. It's almost... The reason I'm checking this is, one, is because they actually charged a lot of money for this guide, and they tell you in the manual and the official README that the guide is essential for, like, helping with the difficulty. So I think it's just worth... It's mostly for that, right? It's because they're making you pay for this guide. Is the guide worth the money? Based on a lot of this stuff, no. what the guide makes its money back on is the fact it actually tells you how to finish the game, which is obviously what the guide is for. But in terms of custom classes, it's not great. In terms of formulas to help you make your own class, it's terrible. As we've concluded, like, it's just confusing. It really does not help you one bit. It's only made this more confusing than it had to be. But that's what this is all about. So far, we haven't actually identified that the manual has lied about anything, right? Because I think the one thing I thought it might have been lying about was true. Which is good. You want the manual is lying about some things, by the way. Like, it gets certain things wrong. Like, it mentions skills that aren't in the game. It mentions the running skill. It's not in the game. It mentions the shield skill. That was cancelled. Or cut content last minute. So, there's definitely stuff it lies about. But the stuff on this testing was stuff I wasn't sure it was lying about. And it doesn't seem like it was lying so far. So, only the stuff that UESP has definitely identified. Like, oh, we know for sure it's lying about that. That we know. Okay. Right, so next we were testing regenerate health. Health! And this one's going to be pretty simple again. We want nothing to do with restoration, so let's go over wood elf. Methodology is going to be simply making a class that has regenerate health, timing how long that takes, and then doing the same with rapid healing. The only issue is going to be consistently losing health, which we could do with... Ooh. Can we cast a damage spell on the floor? Let's try that. So if we say low tolerance to fire... Is that enough to kill us? Let's find out, I guess. Low tolerance to fire... Actually, yeah, let's not do that. Let's just do magic spells. Not magic equipment. Spells. Add... Cause damage... Okay. Regen health. Everything else the same. Oh, can I actually cast a spell? No, good thing I checked that. 56. And I have 50 spell points. Increase my magery 3 times. Oh, it can't be 3 times because we can't afford rapid healing. 2 times. Actually, let's just do 3 times and let's dump some things. Personality for sure will not affect heal. Oh, no. Personality affects restoration, so it might do. God damn it. Let's put restoration up here. Does that affect... I don't think that would affect healing. No, that surely only affects the magic. Dodging, alteration. I don't want destruction. Let's put destruction there, because we need that to damage ourselves. Everything else shouldn't matter. Luck's tied into everything apparently, but we don't know that. God, this is way harder than it should be. Endurance. I guess we could use this to test if endurance does actually affect how much damage you take. Yeah, okay. Regen health. Low end. The only problem is that obviously the cause damage spell is definitely going to have a range of damage. Okay. And let's give ourselves some more wounds. Just so we don't accidentally just nuke ourselves. Let's save that. Right. Methodology. I'm going to see if I can just fire this into the wall. Right, it says the damage range is 2 to 20. Oh, that's massive. Plus 1 to 6. What's the plus 1 to 6 based on? Oh, wait, this is the magnitude. So the magnitude is, this is the cost to cast, duration, and magnitude. Oh, duration. Where does plus 1 to 6 come from? I'm getting distracted here, guys, I know, but manual. And if we go down to magic... I actually have a section of spell catching. These are all my notes on the manual. Did I make a note on magnitude? No, let's see what the physical If it's actually mentioned in the manual, that's a thing. Magni. Huh? Spellbook. Because it definitely tells you how the Spellmaker works. I remember doing that. Here we go. Detonation contains strength for selected spell. Okay, so how does that... Does it actually tell you how that works? No. So, okay, you can tell on the screenshot, they have 30 to 300, so something's affecting that damage. So basically, I want to know what is affecting that. Is that damage... It's not from the type. And it's not based on how you cast it. So that's clearly one of our attributes. Or is it the skill? It could be... So, 2 to 20. That could be the destruction skill. Is 1 to 6 willpower? I didn't even realize... Like, there's actually no information on that at all. Hang on. Spells could be configured to invoke in a different way. Basically, I was note-taking this manual, like, Friday. So this is fresh in my brain. I don't remember reading anything about how the magnitude works. I didn't even clock that. Spell delivery, damage type, damage conditions. The variable allows you to change how and when the spell at the power is released, depending on the type of destination. Yep, What the hell? Nope, that's not affected by the detonation type. Oh, well, I will say, these are pretty cool. So, these detonation types mean if you... Detonation organic means it only detonates if it hits an organic thing. Which means if I set this to fire, you can bounce them off walls. See? That's... And it will go indefinitely until it hits something. That is sick. It means you can shoot spells like... Oh my god. It means you can shoot spells around corners. Really cool mechanic. There's also detonation organic drop, so you can drop them like a grenade. Like that. And it will get glitched in the wall rather than bounce off anything. It's meant to bounce like a grenade. Oh man, no spell points. Okay, we need to restart. We need to rebuild this build with Magicka Restartus so we can actually fix that. But pretty cool mechanics. But anyway, what we were doing, how does magnitude work? What did my notes say on willpower? Willpower apparently affects the ability to successfully cast and resist the effects of spells. Although, as far as I know, you can't fail to cast a spell. Needs testing. Again, does not contain any formula for this. No, it does not. Willpower apparently affects the ability to successfully cast. So that's a lie, because that's not a thing in the game. Resist. That's going to be almost impossible to test. Agility, manual literally says that endurance affects health, which isn't true. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, this stuff is actually copy-pasted from Daggerfall. Yeah, and it mentions that it increases your stamina. If you've noticed, this entire time we've been playing the game, no stamina in the game. Like, it's not there. Because you can't rest, there's no fatigue, there's no stamina, so there is a lot of stuff like that where the manual lies, but like some stuff just didn't even need testing, you know? You don't need to test if there's stamina, we know that there's not. How magnitude works, no idea. You just bought the game, now buy this guide to beat the game. Bethesda, yeah, exactly, Bethesda never changes. I think the sequel to Robinson's Requiem called Deus uses the in-game menu font of Battlespire for its own. Yeah, this is also the same font, it's called Abaddon. Abaddon. It's used for Stone Temple... Is it Stone Temple Pilots? One of their albums, I believe. Stone Temple Pilots. Actually, it might be Queens of the Stone Age, actually. It was a completely different... Queens of the Stone... Yeah, sorry. Queens of the Stone Age, Go With The Flow. It's the same font, actually, from that. The Battlespire font is slightly altered. it does actually mention on the... Is it in the credits of the manual? It's either the credits of the manual or the credits of the guide. By the way, all these beta testers, no offense guys, but terrible job. Terrible job. It's a custom font, but it's based on a Baden 100% because it's so similar. I used a Baden for the thumbnail. Here we go. Font design Studio J. Can't find anything on Studio J. Based on the name, it sounds like it was like an independent designer. No, there's just no way of finding that. You can Google Studio J now, but it's like a separate. It is a design studio, but I don't think it's the same design studio. There's nothing really to link them to Maryland or anything. I'm becoming convinced modern games don't even use beta testers, bro. This one didn't either, man. This is from 25. This is from nearly 30 years ago now. They did not. To give these guys some credit, I have found in my research that the beta test was a nightmare. They were given the game digitally over BBS, and for most of the beta testing period, it just wouldn't boot on their machines. So how do you beta test a game that won't start? So yeah, you know, no, you know, as much as it's funny to say they did a terrible job, they couldn't even do their job because the game wouldn't boot. Right, well, okay, well, so we found a new thing, and that's what I needed to make a note of. Testing. How does the spell maker magnitude work? What is it based on? Skill level or an attribute? I.e. willpower. Or presumably actually the governing school of the spell, right? Because the governing school of rest of destruction is willpower. But the governing skill of another spell could be like personality. Imagine finding a physical copy of Battlespire and a Goodwill of thrift store. You coping? You copping? Yeah, man, I would, because if you've looked on eBay, shit's like worth like $400, bro. You see that shit in Goodwill for 20, you grab it and you sell it. You don't keep it. But it's worth way too much. Diablo 1 uses the inside title font for Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 2E Monster Manual. Nice. They release games in alpha. Modern games, yeah, for sure. I mean, and some games back then as well. I think Bethesda has consistently released games in alpha their entire lifespan, except for Starfield, which released in beta. Nah, that's not fair. But Starfield didn't have a lot of bugs. They actually wasted too much time on bug fixing and should have spent it on making a good game. Right, okay, so we need this test needs Magicka restartus. Because we run out of Magicka too fast. Look, you're depressed. Look at that elf. Clearly knows it's messed up in this situation. Yeah. I mean, I love that when... Oh, man. And the game has no cursor again, so we need the restart. Fourth restart of the stream. One of the custom classes we were testing out earlier from... I can't remember which designer it was. I think it was Gary Noonan, an animator at Bethesda. He said, like, we're lowering the luck stat for our character because clearly he can't be very lucky to be in this situation. And I love that. Like, that he was actually informing his custom class with the actual lore of the game. I mean, that's the way you should be doing it. That's why I'm not one to try, like, to do the OP hand-to-hand tanky class. Like, that is, like, what Steam recommends, like, on the Steam Community Hub. But, like, that's... How do you try and roleplay that one? I'm like, oh, I'm meant to be a battle mage, but actually I'm gonna take absolutely no magic except restoration. I'm gonna use hand-to-hand, but no, actually what I'm gonna do is run past everything as fast as I can with maxed out health points. I guess you could say, like, oh, actually no, you could totally roleplay that. You could just be like, oh, I'm terrified, I'm too scared to fight everything, I'm just running to the end, and I happen to know how the game works because I've got a guide. I don't know how you roleplay that bit other than being extremely intelligent. Right, new game. Testing. Regen, health, plus... regen... Health, plus end. Plus N, whatever. Doesn't matter, I'd never see the name again. Okay, existing class. Regen health with low endurance. So we're testing how fast low regen health takes and if endurance affects how much damage you take. We need Magicka Restartus. There you go. Save. Yes. Done. Okay. Right. Hotkey that. We want to fire it. Yes, this is like, I think, general direction in front of me. Area around caster, no, that's not correct. I want range. Which I think that's what this means, but the hotkey's not going to work. I'm pretty sure. Currently set to area at range. This should hit me. Yes. Right, okay. Our hit points are 52. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They are 53. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 54. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 56. I'm going to say more or less it's 1 per 10 seconds. It's not going to be exactly that because it's going to be done in rounds rather than seconds, and rounds are just weird encoding and like all kinds of, you know, yeah, it's not going to line up 1 to 1, but more or less. Right, we're going to call this the regen health test. Regenerated health takes around 1 wound, because that's what it's called. Wound per 10 seconds. Does rapid healing increase this? The only reason I'm checking this is because it doesn't actually mention anywhere. It just says that rapid healing increases all forms of health increase, like potions and such, but doesn't mention if regenerated health is one of those. Increase this. We're also testing endurance as we go. So how do we evaluate that? I guess we just let's wait 30 seconds for our health to max out, hit ourselves with a few spells and try and judge if that's made any significant difference. Starfield didn't have a lot of bugs because there was not enough game there to even have a lot of bugs. Maybe. Just checked, it's only like 200. Oh, okay. It's no lower than I remember for sealed copies. I'm seeing dozens are just for like what? Oh, discs. Yes, yeah, but I wanted a box copy is the thing if I was gonna get one. Like the discs you can get cheap, and especially because Bethesda re-released it with like Arena, Daggerfall more when they did like an anthology, so you could get the discs from that pretty cheap. But if I was gonna have Battlespire, I want the box. It doesn't have to be sealed, just like the box, like even if it's damaged. But it's ridiculous. I mean, I got like my Diablo copies. Like Diablo 1 was like 30, Diablo 2 was like around 40. I'd go up to like maybe 50, 60 for a collector's item. I mean, if it's in good nick, maybe 100, but I mean, I wouldn't even, maybe not even 100, especially not for Battlespire. Like 100 for Daggerfall maybe, because that actually like it means something to me, but not for Battlespire. Right. Oh damn, it's already 4. Okay, well I'll do a few more minutes because I want to finish this test. What we're going to do then, because we clearly did not finish all the testing, tomorrow we are going to start a real playthrough, because I actually do want to like play and enjoy the game. We're going to do a real playthrough, but when we get to like 2 PM, we're going to switch to testing, and we'll just do that as we go through the week to finish up, to round them all up. We're pretty much done, to be honest. Like, I'll look at my testing page. Here. Like, this is done. I need to like find a way actually to say they're done. Let's just do that. Like done. That I want to do the 2. I would do a bit more in 2 hits. We've done that. The above. That's done. Magic we didn't even need to do because I just got that from playing the game. Yeah. This is where we're at. You know, not too bad. Spent most of today trying out the custom classes, to be honest. Let's just finish this rapid healing test, because it shouldn't take too long. I feel like, to be honest, I have a sealed copy of Quake 1, but only the regular box copies of Quake 2, 3, and 4. I mean, that's actually really cool if you have a sealed copy of Quake 1, because that's amazing, man. Give us a... I mean, I love a sealed copy of any... I'm not big on sealed copies, actually, but it's still pretty cool that that they exist. I always like stuff to be used. I mean, ideally used by me, not by someone else, but I do like stuff that actually gets some use. Right, so this is going to be high... No, this is, yeah, rapid healing. High end, isn't it? Rapid heal, high end, whatever, doesn't matter, as we've already concluded. Existing class. Imagine spacing info this and playing... Specking into this and playing co-op and your friends like, let's go, but you're waiting and healing. I mean, yeah, that's exactly why, like, regenerating health isn't worth it. It's so slow. Yeah, imagine everyone being like, come on, let's go to the next room. And you're like, no, guys, 2 more minutes. I'll be there. Oh, we didn't check what low endurance did. Okay, well, we'll keep the endurance the same. Rapid healing. Repaid. Yeah, fuck it, that worked. Repaid. Let's go. Okay. Hurt ourselves again. Like that. Okay, so our wounds are 41. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 42. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 43. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 44. I don't think it does. I don't think it affects it. Okay, I'm happy with that. Based on 30 seconds between with and without, no noticeable change in regen speed. Okay, I'm happy with that. No noticeable change. And let's put regen health tests. We got strength test. We'll also put here missile distance slash. Yeah, that's it. Concluded that missile distance doesn't affect ranged damage either. Just gotta make sure these pages are linked, otherwise they'll just be lost to the void. Right. It's another one done. Okay, I'm happy with that. I was meant to finish the video finish the stream at 3:30, but I did start a little bit later, so that's fair. Okay, tomorrow we are starting real playthrough, actually enjoying the game. The first 30 minutes will be me making a build, but making a build based on what we've learned today. It's going to be ranged, it's going to use magic, it's going to use healing. It's going to be actually fun to get past level 1 and get into the game itself. I've done it before. I've got up to about level 5 already in this game. As I said at the beginning of the stream, I have 20 hours in the game. I now have 26 hours in the game. So that will only be ticking up as the week goes on. At the end of each stream, then we'll spend about an hour working on some more testing as we go. But yeah, that was, not sure fun was the word I would use. It was fun talking to chat. The game was something. We've learned, actually, have we learned something? Yes, we've learned that regeneration is not increased by rapid healing. And we've not really learned anything else, because this is, as the manual said, we need to test hit chance. We've learned that Bruce had a good character build. Now we've got that here. Yeah, Bruce knew how to play the game. That's what we've learned. I'm coping that this wasn't a waste. Hey, we learned something. And it was fun, and it was footage for the video. So thanks for everyone for tuning in. I'll see you all tomorrow to do exactly the same thing, but again. Okay, bye. Thanks for watching. See ya.